Chapter 2801. He he. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. I have already become sisters with Jiu Xia. Naturally, she has to call you brother-in-law. Are you a little disappointed? Naturally, the last sentence was already similar to a voice transmission. Ah. How could I? Xiao Hua did not pay attention and almost let it slip. Halfway through, he immediately changed his words and said, Great, great. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I entered Huan country. Congratulations, Red Cloud. Xiao Hua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The mysterious Jiu Xia actually called him brother-in-law. Quickly give me the pill, brother-in-law. Jiu Xia was like a lively child as she jumped in front of Xiao Hua and stretched out her hand to ask for it. Here, Xiao Hua could only pass the jade box to Jiu Xia first. He then turned his head and asked, Red Cloud, the secret technique that Jiu Xia gave you, have you comprehended it? And, previously I comprehended the second-grade flying shadow technique. Fairy Hong Xia's face had a worried expression, but Xiao Hua actually refined the third-grade flying shadow pill. I have no choice but to comprehend the third-grade flying shadow technique again. Xiao Hua is making things difficult for me. Seeing that Fairy Hong Xia was actually so cute, Xiao Hua's heart was about to melt. He stretched out his hand, wanting to hold her hand. However, thinking that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were still at the side, he was afraid that Fairy Hong Xia would be shy. Who knew that when Fairy Hong Xia raised her hand, she would hold Xiao Hua's hand? Her warm and soft hand was really Fairy Hong Xia's sweetheart. Xiao Hua's hand tightened as if he had grabbed onto happiness. The hard work of the past 100 days had already disappeared along with the golden light and the medicinal fragrance from earlier. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao did not pay attention to Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua at all. Their gazes were the same as Jiu Xia's, landing on the jade box. Inside the jade box was a golden pill with a pigeon egg inside. There was a layer of faint golden brilliance on it. That brilliance was so dazzling that it was like the yellow sun on the horizon. And this golden brilliance was emitted from the faint golden threads within the pill. In addition to the golden threads, the surface of the golden core was covered in fine runes, just like the previous two flying shadow pills. These runes formed the image of a cold goose. As the five-colored brilliance flashed in Jiu Xia's eyes, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. There was even a hint of greed in his expression, or perhaps it was a longing that accompanied it. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were purely amateurs. They stared at it for a long time, but other than the golden light in their eyes, they didn't know what was so special about it. Xiao. Brother-in-law. Jiu Xia only opened her mouth after a long while. She stuck out her thumb and said, I don't know how to praise you. It seems like I can only give you don't know anything other than giving birth. I really can't think of any other title in this world that I can give you. He. Fairy Hong Xia's face was slightly red. She pinched Xiao Hua with one hand and covered her mouth with the other to laugh. Cough cough low-key, low-key. Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, it's best not to use this shocking title. Otherwise, many cultivators won't have the face to appear in the cultivation world. Ha ha ha, Jiu Xia laughed happily. Her laughter flowed like a mountain spring into everyone's hearts. Everyone was infected and an indescribable joy was born from the bottom of their hearts. Even Li Zongbao revealed a rare smile. Sister, brother-in-law is really interesting. Jiu Xia almost wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His third-grade flying shadow pill's quality has long surpassed the third grade. However, because it doesn't have Chao Ying's spirit blood, it can't reach the fourth grade. However, the mysterious golden thread inside has already raised this pill to the outer grade. Outer grade? Xiao Hua was also happy in his heart. However, after hearing Jiu Xia's evaluation of his pill, Xiao Hua was a bit confused. The outer grade is beyond the evaluation of the 9th grade. Jiu Xia smiled and said, just like the Wu Tsang pill and the 2nd grade flying shadow pill that brother-in-law refined earlier, they can all be classified as outer grade. However, the grades of these pills are too low, so there isn't any special distinction. How many spirit stones are these outer grade and inner grade spirit pills worth? Xiao Hua's heart calmed down and he revealed the face of a miser. Spirit stones? Jiu Xia asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, if little sister is willing to pay spirit stones, would brother-in-law be willing to sell this outer grade golden pill to little sister? Why, is it impossible? Xiao Hua originally wanted to say, how is it possible? But he immediately changed his words. Only an alchemy grandmaster like brother-in-law can have such boldness. Jiu Xia praised again, this inner grade pill or outer grade pill is a rare treasure. Who would take it out to trade without permission? Brother-in-law, have you ever seen a 1st grade pill in the auction of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really haven't. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said doubtfully, furthermore, this Xiao seems to have never heard of pills being divided into 9 grades. Jiu Xia did not answer his question but nodded and said, that's right. Can spirit stones be used to exchange for pills that don't even appear in the auction? Then without explaining, he turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, sister, you're lucky. With this outer grade flying shadow pill, you can practice the 3rd grade flying shadow technique. This avatar will definitely be famous in Dawn Rain continent in the future. But, as you said, this avatar needs to be reforged. Using Xiantian true water to forge an ice phoenix avatar is a bit too difficult. Fairy Hongxia looked at the golden pill and said hesitantly, darling Xiao, you refined this golden pill with great difficulty. Don't waste it. With brother-in-law here, what are you afraid of? Jiu Xia chuckled and there was a mischievous look in that smile, Lone Yin does not give birth, Lone Yang does not grow. Brother-in-law's name of terrifying phoenix is not for nothing, right? Fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She did not expect Jiu Xia to be able to see through this. Xiao Hua's face also turned red. Looking at the sky and the ground, Li Zongbao pointed to a corner in the distance and said to Xiao Mao, Junior brother Xiao, there seems to be something wrong with the Du Tian star array. You and I have been studying the array for a long time. Let's go and take a look. All right. Xiao Mao's face was also serious as he followed Li Zongbao. That, sister. Fairy Hongxia was a bit embarrassed but she had to say it now, darling Zhao's phoenix avatar disappeared. Ah. How can an avatar disappear? Once the avatar is activated, if it is forced to dissipate, to the cultivator's cultivation, that, brother-in-law, you can still stand here. Jiu Xia's smile froze. She seemed to have never heard of an avatar disappearing. Cough cough, that is indeed the case. Xiao Hua could not explain in detail and said softly, my avatar seems to have fallen into the void. Amazing. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Jiu Xia was speechless and gave him a thumbs up helplessly. Xiao Hua was able to throw an avatar into the void. This was probably the first time Jiu Xia had seen someone like that. Let's see if there is any other way first. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and urged. There is indeed a way. Jiu Xia smiled bitterly and said, the fusion of yin and yang is the best way to create an avatar. Sister, you have the innate primordial water here, so you must have the innate primordial fire. The best way to create the innate primordial fire is the best. That is why I thought of. At this point, Jiu Xia shut up. Because Xiao Hua was holding a golden magic bottle in which the innate primordial fire was flickering. Brother-in-law, do you have any other innate items? Jiu Xia was a bit speechless. The more innate items of the 5 elements in this avatar, the better. Oh, Xiao Hua raised his hand again and took out a ball of innate gold qi. He said embarrassedly, I only have these 3. Innate primordial wood and innate primordial earth. I really don't have any. Please excuse me. AI. Wuxia sighed and shook her head. I finally understand, how could I forget about this? You should have it. After he finished speaking, he actually looked at Xiao Hua with a profound look. Xiao Hua was already used to Wuxia's ability to predict the future. He did not pay attention to her gaze. Who knew that Wuxia would raise her hand again and said, "Take out your innate gold mother and innate jellyfish and let sister use them." Oh. Okay. Xiao Hua hesitated and was about to take them out. Sister is really amazing. Fairy Hongxia saw Xiao Hua nodding. How could she not know that Xiao Hua actually had these things that she had never thought of before? She was really impressed by Wuxia's ability to predict the future. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, "Xiao Hua has never mentioned these things to me before. You actually said it out loud. If I did not hear you say that you have such talent, would have thought that Xiao Hua had told you before." Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a bitter face, "These things are useless to you. Why would I tell you? It is even more impossible for me to tell Wuxia." He he. Fairy Hongxia laughed and said, "This concubine knows. It is all because Wuxia's ability is amazing." But Wuxia waved her hand as if she did not have any intention of being complacent. She said, "Brother-in-law, please don't." "Oh. What do you want now?" Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "I do not have any innate fire mother. Even if you beat me to death, I would not be able to take it out." He, brother-in-law, do not be anxious. Wuxia did not have any intention of coveting Xiao Hua's innate items. She explained, the Tao of the five elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This is even more so for the innate five elements. Innate jellyfish and innate gold mother can produce innate primordial water and innate gold qi. When these two things mutually reinforce each other, they can produce a bit of innate true wood. Brother-in-law also has innate true fire. When combined with innate gold mother, you can forcefully produce a bit of innate true earth. Sister's Dharma body only needs to be constructed with the innate five elements. It does not need innate fire mother. Chapter 2802. Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hua nods his head, but then he is suddenly shocked and says anxiously, this kind of Dharma body, doesn't that mean it has the innate five elements? Is that still a true blood Dharma body? He, of course not. Wuxia smiles like a crescent moon, this should be, an innate spiritual body. Innate spiritual body. Xiao Hua blinks his eyes and says in confusion, this name sounds very powerful, but, what is so powerful about it? As for the specifics, I am not sure myself. At this moment, Wuxia does not say anything, as if she is trying to whet Xiao Hua's appetite. All I know is that this spiritual body can cultivate by itself. If there is a coincidence, and, just like your Dharma body, it can enter the void and be separated from sister's body. Who knows, it might be another external incarnation. This, so powerful. Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia are both wild with joy. Is there still a need to say? Even if this spiritual body Dharma body cannot be separated from the body, if this spiritual body can cultivate in the future, wouldn't it be another Fairy Hongxia? In the future, if they were to fight with others, wouldn't the two of them fight together? Sister, you really have a good family background, right? Fairy Hongxia is really full of admiration for Wuxia. She had already asked about Wuxia's background, but Wuxia did not say anything. Fairy Hongxia thought for a long time but still could not think of Wuxia's background. Now it seems that Wuxia might be a direct disciple of one of the big sects in the cultivation world. It's just as so. Wuxia smiles, compared to the so-called I know everything except giving birth, at this point, Wuxia is stunned. It seems that only male cultivators can say such words. For a girl to say such words, it is extremely inappropriate. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua rarely sees Jiuxia's awkwardness and laughs. Sister, Jiuxia tugs on Fairy Hongxia's sleeve, unwilling to let it go. Cough cough. Fairy Hongxia glares at Xiaohua and rebukes, sister is still underage. Look at how much she has learned from you. Sweat. Xiaohua curls his lips. If Jiuxia is underage, I am afraid that I am still a child. Hee, let's go sister. Sister, I will first tell sister the secret technique to refine the spiritual body Dharma body. Let those stinky men enjoy the wind outside. Jiuxia giggled as she pulled Fairy Hongxia into the cave, leaving the two beautiful figures in Xiaohua's line of sight. Junior brother Xiaohua heard Li Zongbao's voice transmission beside his ear. This Jiuxia is full of oddities. Junior sister being so intimate with her, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sigh, Xiaohua walked towards the two people and said with a bitter smile, what can we do? Perhaps Hongxia has her own plans. She wasn't a simple-minded person, so she would just treat it as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, even if Hongxia falls into Jiuxia's trap, what can you and I do? This Jiuxia is unfathomable. Looks like, this little girl doesn't have any bad intentions. Although Xiao Mao can't hear the two's voice transmission, seeing Li Zongbao's seriousness and Xiaohua's helplessness, he immediately understands that Li Zongbao is telling Xiaohua the same thing that he has nagged him countless times. What do you know? Xiaohua glares at Xiao Mao, your eyeballs are about to fall to the ground. Can you tell that she has any bad intentions? This. Xiao Mao actually blushes. Looks like Xiaohua is right. Senior brother, can you and Xiao Mao understand the array? If there is anything you don't understand, just say it. Xiaohua looks at the cave and asks. Li Zongbao's face shows a trace of awkwardness. Xiao Mao hurriedly says, of course there is a lot that I don't understand. This is the capital star array, how can it be compared to an ordinary array? Big brother, quickly explain it to me. Senior brotherly can also tell me what you have learned. Then, the three brothers hid outside the cave, and explained the capital star array in detail. Although the two of them were a little confused, it was 100 times better than trying to figure it out by themselves. Seeing that Li Zongbao, the number one person under the golden core stage, doesn't understand the array, Xiaohua is somewhat pensive. This capital star array in his heart is like a piece of cake, as if he has been comprehending it for a long time. Judging himself by others, Xiaohua understands that his aptitude is not inferior to Li Zongbao's, or his cultivation time is not shorter than Li Zongbao's. But, during the Imperial Thunder Sect's apprenticeship test, the Bone Age test, didn't it show that I am only 20 years old? Could it be that the Imperial Thunder Sect spells are not good enough? Xiaohua unconsciously thought of his background. For several days, Fairy Hongxia and Jiuxia did not come out. Xiaohua knows that the secret technique to condense a spiritual body is definitely not that simple. So, Xiaohua dug 2 more caves at the side. He hid in one of them to refine jade talismans, and left the other one for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. He does not dare to let the two of them stand outside in the cold wind. Who would have thought that this wait would take more than 100 days? Xiaohua's technique of refining jade talismans is becoming more and more skillful. He actually managed to refine 2 sets of the hundreds of talismans of the capital star array. Moreover, he refined more than 10 talismans, patching up the flaws of the array. Xiaohua tested it a little. The power of the jade talismans is indeed much stronger than the talismans. Not only is the defensive power 40% stronger, the speed of setting up the array is also more than double. If I recall all the other jade talismans of the capital star array, I won't be afraid of anyone on the Dawn Rain continent with just this array. Xiaohua just thought of this, and he unconsciously felt a slight shock in his heart. Previously, he already had a thought, I can't be careless. The cultivator who sealed this young master must be incomparably powerful. Even with this star array, this young master was still not his opponent. Moreover, I've revealed too much in the sword Dao battle. Just like what Li Zongbao said, even if I want to hide it, it will not be easy. I'm afraid I have to make other plans. Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Mount Million Meng. That Ji Peng and Qing Xian must have come from Mount Million Meng and then possessed Yi Meng here. How did they come here? Could it be that the teleportation array within the universal shifting token was able to construct a teleportation array? If that's the case, I can use this teleportation array to reach the other side of Mount Million Meng. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation is, he can't do anything to me. But, second senior brother said it very clearly. This teleportation array must not be constructed successfully. Otherwise, Ji Peng will be here before I even reach there. Before this young master's enemy makes a move, this young master and second senior martial brother will be killed. Oh, Jiang Luer. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked. This period of time was extremely dangerous. He had thrown Jiang Luer into the space and ignored her. Even if he occasionally took things from the space, Jiang Luer was thrown in an extremely remote place. He did not think of her at all. Fortunately, when Xiaohua's consciousness entered the space, everything about Jiang Luer was still the same. Her face was not thin or fat, and it was still the same. Fortunately. Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Jiang Luer here, I would not be able to explain it to senior sister. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. At this moment, Jiu Xia's voice came from outside the cave. Alas, my cheap brother-in-law. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, responded, and flew out of the cave. He, brother-in-law's hands are not slow. In just a few days, you have actually created 2 cave residences. Jiu Xia laughed. Of course, I can't always stay outside and drink the northwest wind. Xiaohua said unhappily. He looked at the cave and said, how is Hongxia? Can she finish comprehending it? Of course. Jiu Xia smiled, stretched out her hand and said, brother-in-law, you can give me the second-grade flying shadow pill. N. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the second-grade flying shadow pill and 3 drops of spiritual blood, which he wanted to give to Jiu Xia. I only want the second-grade flying shadow pill. Jiu Xia stretched out her hand, took the pills and said, the rest of them are useless to me. Just take it as a reward. Xiaohua knew that Jiu Xia was not willing to take more benefits from him. He was afraid that if she needed his help in the future, she would not be able to ask for his help. Immediately after, he sent a voice transmission, how confident are you in condensing the spiritual body? If it fails, will it have any effect on Hongxia? Jiu Xia smiled faintly and asked, now that it has come to this, do you have any leeway to retreat? Xiaohua was startled and shook his head slightly, it seems, that there is no leeway. Since there is no leeway, what's the use of asking so much? Jiu Xia looked at the cave that Xiaohua flew out of and said, I will go there to rest. You can do whatever you want. I've already told her everything. When Jiu Xia said this, her expression was very serious, as if she did not have any intention of joking. However, when Xiaohua heard the last sentence, his face turned red again. Facing this Jiu Xia who seemed to know everything, Xiaohua felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The secret of dual cultivation, especially the secret between the phoenix celestial body and the ice phoenix celestial body, this Jiu Xia knew. What else did she not know? There is no array in this cave. Even if I do something, it will be like a fishbone stuck in my throat. How can I do whatever I want? However, when Xiaohua walked into the cave, he realized that he was thinking too much. He saw Hongxia fairy flying in mid-air, her body slanted upwards. Her hands were spread open, and her perfectly round legs were slightly raised. Her sharp chin corresponded with her legs, and her posture was very strange. It was as if she was flying, but also as if she was dancing. However, on the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, there was an inexplicable fluctuation of mana. This fluctuation flowed along the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, from her chin to her arms, then from her arms to her back, to the tip of her feet, then from the tip of her feet to her lower abdomen, then back to her chin. Chapter 2803. Xiao Hua was in such a state, and Fairy Hongxia was even more so. Seeing the sound of the explosion fading, and the hurricane calming down, her eyes were filled with exhaustion and joy. At this moment, crack crack crack, an extremely discordant sound was heard amidst the explosion, as if something had cracked. And this sound seemed to spread, rapidly spreading to Fairy Hongxia's entire Dharma body. This is bad. Hearing such a sound, how could Xiao Hua not know that something had gone wrong? With a sweep of his divine will, he understood that the 5 elements item that had been gradually fusing together was now showing signs of cracks. Obviously, the fusion was not successful. What should we do? Xiao Hua frowned. Fairy Hongxia was also panicking, but that panic only lasted for a moment. She stared straight at Xiao Hua's face, and her body glowed with a bloody light. Shua! It was as if all the essence blood in her body had been poured into the Ice Phoenix embodiment, and all the crystals were mixed with a trace of blood. My wife is staking it all on this one throw. Xiao Hua was anxious. He knew that Fairy Hongxia had started the process of condensing the crystals in advance, but he could not do anything to stop it. He could only nod slightly, as if to encourage Fairy Hongxia. Another sound rang out, and the Ice Phoenix embodiment danced, like a bloody shadow dancing in the air. The flying shadow secret technique was like this. The bloody light in the crystals trembled along with the Ice Phoenix embodiment, trying its best to condense the 5 elements item. However, the situation was not so optimistic. The power of the bloodline could not withstand it, and with the power of the 5 elements, the cracks of the 5 elements were getting bigger and bigger. Despair, deep and bottomless despair. Whether it was Fairy Hongxia or Xiao Hua, they both had such a feeling in their hearts. There was a limit to human strength, and this was not a lie. Sometimes, they felt that with just a little bit more, they could succeed. However, this little bit was like a natural moat. Even if there was Jiu Xia's mysterious flying shadow pill and flying shadow secret technique, even if there was Xiao Hua's rare innate golden mother and innate jellyfish, even if there was Hongxia fairy and Xiao Hua's mutual love, even if the two of them were determined to die together. But all of this could not change the outcome of Fairy Hongxia's embodiment disappearing. In fact, because of this effort, Fairy Hongxia's physical body in cultivation would suffer even more serious damage. All their efforts had been for naught. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of replacing Fairy Hongxia, even though he knew that it was just wishful thinking. However, to have such thoughts was also good. Fairy Hongxia could already feel that kind of love from Xiao Hua's anxiety. Fairy Hongxia opened her mouth, as though she wanted to send a voice transmission. However, not a single word came out. It was as if she knew everything. Xiao Hua also knew. She understood, Xiao Hua also understood. All the words in the world were superfluous. Let's leave it to fate. All of a sudden, Fairy Hongxia came to a realization. Opportunities were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. How could an opportunity that could be created be called an opportunity? Xiao Hua naturally felt the change in Fairy Hongxia's gaze. Although his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, he still smiled slightly. The husband follows the wife's lead, this was probably the case. But just as Fairy Hongxia was about to give up, the golden light within her avatar shone brightly. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. However, her face immediately lit up with joy. Within the blood-red light, the golden threads from the flying shadow elixir were now emerging from the blood-red light. They entwined around the 5 elemental items. The golden light from the golden threads was so strong that it condensed the 5 elemental items together. Great. Xiao Hua was really ecstatic. He didn't expect that the method he used to refine the flying shadow elixir could still be used now. He looked at Fairy Hongxia again. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she ignored Xiao Hua. The entire Ice Phoenix avatar began to tremble violently, and slowly sank into her physical body. In just a moment, Fairy Hongxia's pure white body emitted a holy light. Within this light, the hair that had been burnt off earlier slowly grew back. Moreover, within this light, a sparkling and translucent Ice Phoenix celestial body slowly rose up. It slowly spread its wings and slowly covered the entire mountain cave. Ka, the Ice Phoenix let out a soft, gentle cry that sounded both arrogant and as if it was whispering into one's ear. Great. When Xiao Hua heard this cry, he felt as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart. He knew that the most difficult second stage had passed. Although there were still many secret techniques to refine the spirit body avatar in the future, those were secondary. Sure enough, Fairy Hongxia no longer maintained her previous posture. Instead, she began to make all sorts of weird movements in the air. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix celestial body was also constantly changing. From time to time, it would let out a phoenix cry as if it was extremely happy. Another 81 days passed, and Xiao Hua didn't leave even a single step. He was always by Fairy Hongxia's side. Not to mention cultivating, he couldn't even bear to blink his eyes. In the end, the Ice Phoenix avatar suddenly expanded in mid-air and entered Fairy Hongxia's body. Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with joy as she threw herself into Xiao Hua's embrace. A feeling of nirvana and rebirth arose in her heart, and it filled Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua hugged Fairy Hongxia, and his heart was filled with emotions. How could cultivation be done in a day? How could it be smooth sailing? Such a choice between life and death would probably be encountered frequently in the future. When Xiao Hua accompanied Fairy Hongxia out of the cave, it was already a few days later. The entire valley was empty. Regardless of whether it was Jiu Xia, Li Zongbao, or Xiao Mao, they were all hiding in their own caves to cultivate. Even if Xiao Hua didn't set up the capital star array, no one would be able to spy on them. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept out, and the 3 of them were startled and walked out of their caves. Congratulations, elder sister. Jiu Xia skipped to Fairy Hongxia's side, held her hand, and said with a smile. All right, I have to thank younger sister for your secret technique. Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a smile as she said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. Jiu Xia hurriedly waved her hand. I'm still waiting for brother-in-law to help me. Don't worry. If you have any orders, this Xiao will do it. Since Jiu Xia had said it so clearly, how could Xiao Hua not express it? Now that things had developed to this point, even if Xiao Hua didn't want to help, he probably wouldn't be able to decline, right? Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao also came over and congratulated each other. Xiao Mao said in astonishment, Senior sister, you seem to be a little different from before. Not to mention that you are even more beautiful than before, this aura, this, is indescribable. Is that so? Fairy Hongxia was the same as other female cultivators. She loved to hear others say that she was beautiful, and she couldn't help but be happy. Of course. Jiu Xia said proudly, Elder sister is now a spiritual body. This spiritual body is formed from the Xiantian 5 elements, and the spiritual body is linked to the bloodline. Elder sister's physique and aptitude will also change under the influence of the spiritual body. Right now, this is just the beginning, and it is like changing to a new physical body. In the future, it will be even more different. As she said that, Jiu Xia seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at Xiao Hua. Indeed, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his face heating up. A new physical body, that is indeed true. Xiao Hua almost wanted to agree. Unfortunately, brother-in-law only has 3 of the 5 elements. If you have all 5 elements, elder sister's spiritual body will be complete. Elder sister's physical body will be even more. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, "This is enough. There is no need to talk about complete or not. Without your blessing, elder sister can refine her spiritual body again." Elder sister's state of mind is so good. Jiu Xia laughed, "This state of mind will allow you to go the furthest on the path of cultivation." Fairy Hongxia laughed. This state of mind was not obtained for free, it was exchanged with her life. Oh, by the way, elder sister, this flying shadow technique was given to elder sister by me. Elder sister, other than not being able to spread it to others, there is no need to avoid it from your family. Jiu Xia winked at Fairy Hongxia. Elder sister knows. Fairy Hongxia blushed. However, Xiao Hua pursed his lips. He knew what Jiu Xia meant, but he didn't say it out loud. He looked at the sky and said, "Miss Jiu Xia, we have been waiting here for more than a year. Can we go to Million Mountain Meng now? If you want to go, then go. I just want to follow elder sister." Jiu Xia said with a smile. "And, please keep this capital star formation that belongs to you so that we can hurry on with our journey." Xiao Hua emphasized the words capital star formation that belongs to you. "All right." Jiu Xia laughed and jumped up. She kept the capital star formation's talismans one by one with great familiarity. It seemed like she had already comprehended it and wanted to keep it. "Sister, how do we go to Million Mountain Meng next?" Fairy Hongxia knew Jiu Xia's ability and had to ask. "Elder sister, just follow the previous arrangement." Jiu Xia looked at her talismans happily and said casually. She was like a young girl who had obtained her favorite item. She only had her mind on the talismans, why would she care about others? All right, Fairy Hongxia was also helpless. She ordered Xiao Mao to bring out the drifting cloud flying ship. Everyone boarded the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked at the direction and led everyone towards the drifting cloud lake. Chapter 2804. Fairy Hongxia never expected that the journey to Million Meng Mountains would be peaceful, and she was even prepared to fight. However, the journey from Sword Edge Peak to Drifting Cloud Lake was not a peaceful one. Although Fairy Hongxia had Xiao Hua and the mysterious Jiu Xia by her side, she still felt an indescribable fear in her heart. Yes, it was the same as what Xiao Hua saw before he met Jiu Xia. Millions of Meng Mountain soul cultivators riding on soul beasts were fighting with the sword cultivators of Huan Country near Sword Edge Peak. Although the scale of the battle was not as large as the one between Dao sect cultivators and sword cultivators, there were many battlefields. Every battlefield had thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Adding them all up, Huan Country had sent a lot of swordsmen. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao controlled the drifting cloud airship and weaved between the battlefields. From time to time, they would be attacked by the flying swords of the sword cultivators and even the soul weapons of the soul cultivators. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was on board the airship. The flying swords and soul weapons were easily blocked by Xiao Hua and covered the group as they flew towards Drifting Cloud Lake. After passing through the battlefields of the soul cultivators and sword cultivators, there were new changes on the icy plains. When Fairy Hongxia flew over from Drifting Cloud Lake, although she was in a hurry, their impression was that there were only barren mountains and icy plains below the airship. They did not see any swordsmen of Huan Country. But now, there were many figures. There were even some simple wooden huts and sheds built on the side of the icy lake. Fairy Hongxia and the rest could tell with their divine sense that these people were no less than the sword cultivators of Huan Country. They were the kind of soul cultivators who looked dark and thin, with strange runes on their bodies and strange headwear on their heads. What is going on? Fairy Hongxia was completely stunned. When the airship stabilized, she turned to Li Zongbao and asked. Li Zongbao also frowned. He was not like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not care about the great battle of Dao and sword and even turned a deaf ear to it. However, Li Zongbao was different. His master was a Jindan master in the conference hall, and he was on duty as a Jindan. He played a decisive role in the great battle of Dao and sword. Therefore, Li Zongbao's vision, thinking, and planning were higher than Xiao Hua's. Of course, it could also be said that his scruples and considerations were different from Xiao Hua's. If he were to encounter Tu Hong, his methods would definitely be different. Even if he could kill Tu Hong's cultivation, he would definitely not assassinate him, because killing Tu Hong would cause irreversible damage to the war between Dao cultivators. Naturally, this was also the reason why Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao instead of Xiao Hua. The sword cultivators of Huan country seemed to be planning far ahead. Li Zongbao sighed. The change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not only affect my Dao sect, but also the sword cultivators of Huan country. Not only are they eyeing the territories of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are also eyeing millions of Meng mountains. Looks like they have suffered a setback, and were even attacked by millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains. This is what they call trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Alas, that's right. The change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is no less than an abnormal disaster for us cultivators. All of us want to break through before the change is complete, and go as far as we can. During this period of time with Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao had heard a lot of things from Li Zongbao, so he had some insights. Looks like the sword cultivators of Huan country are even more anxious than us. Their Huan country has very few spirit stone veins to begin with, and after failing to seize the spirit veins of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are now eyeing the soul cultivators. Strange. Seeing Fairy Hongxia nod her head slightly, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Why aren't millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains attacking Huan country? Are all of you thinking that the sword cultivators are invading Meng mountains? He, junior brother. Although you see the soul cultivators invading Huan country, there is no reason for them to invade Huan country. Li Zongbao glanced at the silent Jiuxia and tried to explain to Xiao Hua. Facing Jiuxia, who was known to be everywhere, Li Zongbao felt a little guilty. What do you mean? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, as if he didn't understand. It's very simple. First, junior brother, take a look at the climate around here. Is it different from the climate when we were fighting the swordsmen? Li Zongbao said patiently. Oh, yes. Xiao Hua nodded. The days here are very long, and the nights are also very long. We can have a good sleep. Pfft. Fairy Hongxia didn't say anything, but Jiuxia laughed first. Her curved eyes were like an intoxicating deep pool. That's one thing. Another thing is that it's not as cold as before. There are ice lakes and vegetation on the icy plains. Li Zongbao said with a smile. This means that the closer we are to Meng mountains, the warmer the weather. Why do you think millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains don't live in such a good place, but come to Huan country where not even a blade of grass grows? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Li Zongbao was right. This is secondary. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, as far as I know, soul cultivators don't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones to cultivate. The changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have no effect on soul cultivators. Why would millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains attack Huan country at this time for no reason? If they could break into Huan country, they would have done so long ago. Huan country's swordsmen have been confronting soul cultivators for many years, and have never been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the war between the two sides, they might not have been chased to this place. Moreover, in my opinion, when the war in Huan country comes to an end, Huan country's swordsmen will be able to concentrate on dealing with soul cultivators. The millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains will be blocked by Sword Edge Peak at most. If that's the case, the millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains may not be able to defeat Sword Edge Peak. Xiao Mao laughed. If Huan country is like that, those who wear such revealing clothes will definitely be frozen into popsicles. Miss Jiu Xia, do you think I'm right? Li Zongbao said and looked at Jiu Xia. Oh. These. Jiu Xia narrowed her eyes and smiled. These are all the thoughts of you stinky men. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how to get brother-in-law to help me. Once brother-in-law solves my big problem, I'll be free of worries. Brother-in-law even gave me a second-grade flying shadow pill. I'm still thinking about using it. Oh, Li Zongbao was a little disappointed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Junior sister, if that's the case, I'm afraid our route to Drifting Cloud Lake will have to be slightly modified. I understand. Fairy Hongxia nodded. If we follow the previous route, we'll definitely encounter many soul cultivators. Their soul techniques are unpredictable. Although we have Xiao Mao to protect us, it'll still be troublesome. Fairy Hongxia took out a jade amulet and looked at it carefully for a while. Then, she pointed at it and said, let's go in that direction. Understood. Xiao Mao replied. He then activated the flowing cloud flying ship and left. Chapter 2805. Xiao Hua sat on the airship in a daze. He really couldn't understand what was the difference between going in one direction and going in another in this high altitude. Moreover, how could they come and go as they pleased in such an unfamiliar place? As Fairy Hongxia had said, the number of soul cultivators they had encountered along the way was much lower than it had been before. Xiao Hua was speechless. He wanted to ask about it, but when he saw Jiu Xia's knowing smile, he thought, fine, let's not ask about it, okay? Drifting Cloud Lake was actually not a lake, but a huge deep pit. There seemed to be something strange about this deep pit. There was a lot of light smoke seeping out from the bottom and walls of the pit, covering the entire deep pit. Moreover, the light smoke was coming out from the pit and slowly drifting in the air like a cloud. That was why it was named Drifting Cloud Lake. It was night when Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Drifting Cloud Lake. The weather was a little gloomy, but it was unknown whether it was because of the dark clouds or because it was not yet time. There were no stars in the sky, and everything was quiet. Only the occasional bonfire on the ground gave out a few rays of light. Several people sat on the airship and watched the light smoke dance in the air like countless beautiful women. After admiring it for a moment, they controlled the airship to glide in the night, flying toward the mountain range in the distance of Drifting Cloud Lake. There's someone here. Xiao Hua stared at the mountain range in the distance like a monster. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, but suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the right of the airship. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads as well. Several divine senses swept in that direction at the same time. Sure enough, a few dark figures suddenly appeared in midair, heading in the same direction as Li Zongbao. As Li Zongbao and the others scanned the area with their divine will, those few figures were alerted as well, and sent their divine will over as well. Seeing that there was actually a flying boat with a few Dao sect cultivators on it, the few figures were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect to see people here, let alone Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the figures hovering in the air, Xiao Hua smiled. These people were all dressed in black, not in sword attire. However, there were faint, almost invisible sword lights flashing under their feet. If they were not sword cultivators, who could they be? What was the purpose of these sword cultivators heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night? Just thinking about it, Xiao Hua felt that it was interesting. It's him. At this moment, Li Zongbao gritted his teeth with hatred. Oh. Who is he? Xiao Hua was a little curious. Although these people were very far away, when he scanned them with his divine perception, he found that their faces were unfamiliar. Xiao Hua had never seen them before. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Lu Ruochang laid down the fourth sword formation of the Four Directions sword formation. Fairy Hongxia also came to a realization as she whispered, the fourth array is a spirit array. The person in charge of the array is the one in front. That day, he came with the intention of killing all the disciples of the Dao sect who survived the spirit-devouring array. However, the sword catacomb changed, and the sword cultivator's four-square sword formation was disrupted by Junior Uncle Wu Ming's pregnant baby, and that strange dragon roar. The soul formation was broken before it could be used. Who knows where the soul cultivator in charge of the formation went? Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to see him here. He's a swordsman, not a soul warrior. Xiao Hua nodded. But, it seems like, he knows soul techniques. They're coming. Xiao Mao was a little nervous, as if he still had some lingering fear of what happened in the sword catacomb. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua didn't have any other thoughts, and only asked coldly. This. Although Li Zongbao had a deep impression of Yi Yu, but, after all, after Yi Yu had appeared, he had not started killing the Dao sect's disciples before being messed up by Xiao Hua. Speaking of which, Yi Yu had not really contributed in the great battle of the Sword Tomb. What troubled Li Zongbao the most was that they had come to the Huan Kingdom under the slogan of gaining experience. They had even said that they had already left the Great War of Dao and Sword, and that they could not be viewed as enemies just because of the Great War of Dao and Sword. But now that they had met their old enemies on the battlefield, how could they go back on their words and draw their weapons to meet them? Fairy Hongxia seemed to have thought of this as well, and looked at Xiao Hua with a troubled expression. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua frowned. It's up to you. Let's wait and see. Fairy Hongxia sighed, and ordered Xiao Mao to stop the flying boat in midair. In the night, Yi Yu and the others almost blended into the night, and quietly flew to the front of the flying boat. Yi Yu stopped a few feet away, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm Yi Yu, I wonder if you... At this point, Yi Yu paused, and was a little surprised. But then he asked curiously, I seem to have seen you before. Could it be that you participated in the sword catacomb battle? Yi Yu. Your eyesight is not bad. Li Zongbao took half a step forward, and stood at the edge of the flying boat. He said coldly, we are the Dao sect disciples who survived the square sword formation. I'm Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Previously, in the spirit-devouring array, I saw you standing on the soul weapon heroically. I see. Yi Yu's tone had returned to its previous calmness, and he said lightly, that was then, and this is now. Back then, you and I were enemies, and any means were not excessive. It's normal for me to kill you in the soul weapon formation, or for you to kill me. And now, you all, are you here to tour the Han country? If this you were to kill all of you, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? Now that you've come here, it seems, that you have this idea. Xiao Mao sneered. Are you also a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Mao and said coldly, why would I want to kill you? It's just a piece of cake. How can a few cultivators in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage be a match for my third-grade illusory sword? Also, there's a mysterious soul cultivation art. Xiao Mao also retorted sarcastically, you're a rare genius who cultivates both sword and soul. Not at all, I'm not as good as you. Yi Yu sneered, a kid in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage of the Utopia faction dares to be arrogant in front of me. If it weren't for your traveling, I would have killed you here. I'm Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school. Xiao Mao sneered, if you want to kill me, just do it. Don't find any excuses. Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school. Nameless people. Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Hua, Hongxia Fairy, and Zhou Xia, and asked indifferently, who are you? We're even more nameless people. Xiao Hua said lazily, you've never heard of us even if we tell you, so it's better not to say it. All right. I've never had the habit of forcing others. Yi Yu was not angry. He just cupped his hands and said, millions of Meng mountains are just ahead. Even sword cultivators like us don't dare to enter without permission. If you want to travel, you can stop here. Sword cultivators don't dare to enter without permission, but what about you? Are you going to millions of Meng mountains? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. You don't need to worry about where I'm going. Yi Yu sneered, you should worry about yourselves. I'm curious. Now that the Han country is at war with the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains, what are you planning to do by entering millions of Meng mountains at night? Could there be another soul formation in millions of Meng mountains? Li Zongbao asked. Do you want to die? Yi Yu sneered, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, although I don't bully the weak, if I'm provoked, I won't show mercy even if it's a senior, let alone a junior. Here, Yi Yu smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, why am I telling you so much? Whether millions of Meng mountains are auspicious or inauspicious, you know as well as I do. I'm just advising you out of kindness because I was forced to kill some creatures in the sword catacomb battle. As for where you go, it's none of my business. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand, leading a few people who were dressed in black like him and whose faces were almost unrecognizable, flying towards millions of Meng mountains. This Yi Yu seems interesting. Xiao Mao was a little stunned, it doesn't seem as fierce as I imagined. Could it be that he was really forced to do it in the sword catacomb battle? Or... Tisk, just listen to his nonsense. Li Zongbao sneered, how can a soul cultivator who can control souls be easy to deal with? If that's the case, why would Lu Ruochang put him in the last layer of the Four Directions sword formation? The original plan of the soul formation was to kill all the cultivators of my Dao sect. Li Zongbao is right. Jiu Xia, who had been silent for a while, said with a smile, you've been in the sword domain for a few years and killed so many third-grade illusory swords, and Xiao Hua was able to escape from the hands of a transformed sword. This Yi Yu didn't care about it before, but now that he met you, how could he not know where you came from? How could he not plan how to deal with you? Your fierce reputation forced him to take the initiative to come here. He was afraid that you would take the initiative to attack him, and he felt that he couldn't win against you. That's why he talked to you as a powerhouse, to make you feel that you can't fight with him. That's true. Xiao Mao suddenly realized. If it weren't for senior brother Li's kindness. Xiao Hua sneered, who cares what he said? Kill them all. It's not that easy. Jiu Xia smiled, before he came, he had already planned it out. Didn't you hear him mention your training? First, he cut off the reason for you to attack him. This person is so cunning. Fairy Hongxia was shocked, he only stopped in mid-air for a moment, and he actually thought of so many things. This person is really powerful. In the future, when we fight with him, we have to be careful. That's all there is to it. Xiao Hua sneered, if it was me, I would directly kill him without a second word. Brother-in-law. Jiu Xia rebuked, sister is right. Things in this world can't be solved completely by killing. Just like this sword battle, why don't you just take out your transformed sword and nascent soul, and you kill me and I kill you? Why do you have to separate Jindan and illusory swords, nascent soul and transformed sword? Why do you need spirit stone veins and other schemes to lure the snake out of its hole? Chapter 2806. Jiu Xia spoke up for Fairy Hongxia, but Xiao Hua and the rest did not know how to reply. This was because Jiu Xia was always able to convince people with her words, leaving them speechless. Xiao Hua was helpless and said half-heartedly, however, all schemes and tricks are useless in front of cultivation and strength. Brother-in-law is right. But in this world, who dares to say that, their strength is unrivaled? Jiu Xia seemed to be hurt by Xiao Hua's words as she said faintly, even those who can step into the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage would not dare to be as arrogant as brother-in-law. After all, there is always someone better than you. If you are careless. Jiu Xia's voice was so sad that everyone felt sorry for her. Fairy Hongxia quickly reached out her hand and said, "Sister, sigh. It's all my fault." Jiu Xia quickly plastered a smile on her face as she looked at Yi Yu who was disappearing into the night and said, "Of course, if brother-in-law was facing this weak soul cultivator, he would be able to say the same thing." Jiu Xia's forced smile made everyone's heart soften. No one had the heart to say anything. Jiu Xia blinked her eyes and said, "However, this is the time when sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Yi Yu is heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to follow him?" Xiao Hua and the rest came back to their senses. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "This Yi Yu is so mysterious. Although I am not afraid of him, there is no reason for me to go looking for trouble. Besides, he is a swordsman. His dealings with soul cultivators have nothing to do with me. We still have important matters to attend to." He, fine. Little sister was a little curious at first. However, since elder sister and brother-in-law are not going, I will not go either. Jiu Xia said with a smile. Her smile made everyone happy. "Let's wait for a while." Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and said, "We will enter Million Meng Mountains after Yi Yu leaves. Can't we go somewhere else?" Xiao Hua casually pointed at other places. "Aren't they all mountains? There is no difference. Million Meng Mountains is a taboo for sword cultivators and soul cultivators. There must be something powerful about it. That is what is recorded in the jade of my Kai family. It is better to follow orders." Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly, denying Xiao Hua's risk. "Big brother, after thinking about it, I feel that this night rain is a little strange." While they were waiting, Xiao Mao whispered to Xiao Hua, "He is a sword cultivator, a great enemy of ours. Although he has some misgivings and doesn't dare to attack us, Millions of Meng Mountains is a dangerous place. How could he kindly warn us? He's probably looking forward to us dying here, isn't he? I reckon he's just a hypocrite." Fairy Hongxia whispered back. "This night rain. He wants us to follow him into Million Meng Mountains." Jiu Xia said calmly. "How is that possible?" Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. "No matter how stupid we are, we can't possibly follow him." "That's right, this is where night rain's trick lies." Jiu Xia said, "Since we are standing in front of Drifting Cloud Lake, there are two possibilities. One is that we are just passing by, and the other is that we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains. However, there are two possibilities for entering Millions of Meng Mountains. One is that we already know the route, and the other is that we are here by chance. Then, if it is an ordinary enemy who wants to take our lives, but is afraid of dying, he will naturally have to borrow Millions of Meng Mountains. But everyone knows how dangerous Millions of Meng Mountains are. Even if he wants to bewitch us, we won't enter Millions of Meng Mountains." Therefore, the enemy didn't even mention Millions of Meng Mountains, and was even vague about his purpose. And just now, Night Rain didn't even hesitate to tell us that Millions of Meng Mountains is in front of us, and that it is extremely dangerous. He doesn't want us to take the risk. Firstly, it gives us the demeanor of an elder, and secondly, it's a way to show off. He can go to such a dangerous place, but we can't. If there are people with extreme personalities, they will definitely rush into Millions of Meng Mountains on impulse. Of course, we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, but we don't necessarily have a safe route. Now that he has warned us in advance, the hint in his words is that if he can enter Millions of Meng Mountains, he has a safe route. Even if we don't want to go the same way as him, we might already agree with his route in our hearts, and most likely follow him in. Outside of Millions of Meng Mountains, He might not be able to deal with brother-in-law's divine ability, but once we enter, he might have a way to deal with us. We are going to enter millions of Meng mountains, so of course we have a route. Why would we follow him? Xiao Mao said disdainfully. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to refute Jiuxia. He can't read our minds. Of course, he won't know what we are thinking. Jiuxia said with a smile, why doesn't he try? Besides, if we don't follow him, he will know that we are really going to millions of Meng mountains, and have other matters to attend to. We are not just passing by, and we are not going to train in Huan Kingdom like you said before, right? So, that's the reason. Fairy Hongxia was suddenly enlightened. Night Rain's words were full of schemes. Even people like Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao didn't seem to think so much. But everyone was confused again. Li Zongbao asked, are we that important? But, even if we don't have a route in advance, we won't go with him. Xiao Mao said, still unconvinced. Maybe. Jiuxia shrugged. His manner was similar to Xiao Hua's, but he looked much more carefree than Xiao Hua. He is just taking a gamble. Whether you can go or not, he might not even care. Xiao Mao was speechless. Jiuxia was not easy to convince. Besides, this is just some idle chatter while we are waiting. I hope you don't mind it. After Jiuxia concluded, Xiao Mao almost fell to the ground. Let's go. Fairy Hongxia urged at an inappropriate time, Night Rain has nothing to do with us. No matter what he is thinking, we have nothing to do with him. Don't bother with him. All right. Xiao Mao was a little unwilling, but until now, he still couldn't pierce through Jiuxia's mask of omniscience. He had no choice but to follow Jiuxia's instructions and fly towards millions of Meng mountains. Just as Jiuxia said, after Night Rain flew into millions of Meng mountains, he didn't go far. Instead, he used his divine ability and hid somewhere, as if he was waiting for Xiao Hua and the others. After a long time, one of the subordinates became impatient. He asked tactfully, Master. Why are we waiting here? If Master is willing, you could have just killed these Dao sect cultivators at Drifting Cloud Lake. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? What do you know? Yi Yu laughed icily, but there was no trace of impatience on his face. These Dao sect cultivators are clearly the terrifying Phoenix and the rest who have recently become famous in the Sword region. I don't have any confidence in being able to kill them. Can you do it? Even with Master's ability, you don't have the confidence. How can we do it? That person smiled charmingly and whispered, however, Master's eyesight is really sharp. You only saw these people once in the Sword Catacomb battle, but you have such a deep impression of them. You really make us admire you. What do you know? Night Rain sneered. During the Sword Catacomb battle, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. How can I recognize each and every one of them? I'm just trying to deceive them. If I don't take the initiative to go over, they will really attack. The situation is worrying. How is that possible? Another swordsman was unwilling to fall behind. He hurriedly came over and whispered, I heard from the side that Master has been enduring silently. I've made preparations to kill them all. You. Night Rain sneered, I'm afraid even 10 of you are no match for them. But they saw our whereabouts. How can we let them go? The swordsman from before was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps we don't have to kill them. They will die on their own. At this point, Night Rain's expression was somewhat absent-minded as he looked into the distance. Master, do you think they will follow us? Another person asked with some apprehension. I'd rather they follow us. Night Rain hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Then, he said in an even lower voice, if they don't follow us, then it will be troublesome. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiaohua's airship still hadn't appeared in their field of vision. Yi Yu didn't dare to release her divine sense, so after thinking for a moment, she ordered another person, go back and check their whereabouts. Quickly report back. Yes. That person did not dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and flew into the distance. Not long after, that person turned back. Night Rain obviously attached great importance to this matter. He hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "Master. There are no traces of those cultivators near Drifting Cloud Lake. If they did not leave Drifting Cloud Lake and go to the other side of Sword Domain, then they must have entered Million Mountain Meng." "Humph, how could they have gone to Drifting Cloud Lake for the so-called travel?" Night Rain sneered. "It seems that he has discovered the secret. He has already come to Million Mountain Meng to find the clues of that year." "Master." The few people were somewhat puzzled. "Forget it. Since he dares to chase after us, how can I let him go?" Night Rain sneered. "How many years has it been?" Finally. At this point, Night Rain stopped abruptly. He looked at the sky and said coldly, "Let's go, we are going to Shibai Inner Stockade." "Master." Without waiting for Night Rain to fly up, the two swordsmen hurriedly said, "Shibai Inner Stockade, is it a place where Master can go now?" "Right now, Million Mountain Meng is at war with Sword Domain. It is already not easy for Master to come to Million Mountain Meng. If you come in contact with the people of Shibai Inner Stockade, you will be easily used by the other swordsmen of Sword Domain." "That's right, Master. It was not easy for our Flying Dragon Sword sect to revive in Sword Domain. It was not easy for us to get the dragon platform in our hands again. This great situation did not come easily. You must think more about it." This. When Night Rain heard this, he also hesitated. Besides, Master does not see G-Man for the new year. G-Man did not seem to have summoned Master. If Master does not summon G-Man, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to Master. Chapter 2807. Humph, she's just a G-Man. Does she really think she's a princess? Yi Yu sneered. "I've only taken a fancy to." "Hee, my lord, you're thinking too much." Before Yi Yu could finish, another swordsman hurriedly interrupted him. "We have an important matter to attend to today. My lord, please think about it carefully." "Fine." Yi Yu frowned slightly and whispered, "6, you have some connections in the Meng Mountains. I'll entrust this matter to you. Find out where these cultivators are going and follow them closely. Remember, don't let them discover you and..." Then, he whispered a lot more. Hearing this, the other swordsman avoided him, not daring to listen carefully. The swordsman named 6 listened for a long time and nodded a few times. Then, he stepped on his sword and left. Yi Yu and the others continued to move forward, but obviously, Yi Yu was not as calm as before. Occasionally, he would look back, as if he was thinking about something. Little did Xiao Hua and his men know that their trip to Meng Mountains had actually caused Yi Yu a great confusion. The 5 of them had been flying on the flying ship for nearly half a day, but they still didn't see any ambush from Yi Yu and his men. When they saw a mountain range filled with withered branches in front of them, they stopped the flying ship. Fairy Hong Xia looked ahead and pursed her lips. "It seems, we shouldn't enter the Meng Mountains like this, right?" "Haha, of course." Xiao Hua looked at himself, then at the others, and laughed. "We are obviously cultivators of the Dao sect. Won't we be targeted if we enter the Meng Mountains? But what if we change?" Xiao Mao was a little distressed. "I've never seen the appearance of the soul cultivators in the Meng Mountains." But at this point, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Mao's face. Who said they had never seen them before? Along the way, they had seen many soul cultivators and swordsmen fighting each other. How could they not know what a soul cultivator looked like? However, if they had to dress up in such a strange manner, how could they do it? "Can we?" Li Zongbao was still a little hopeful. If we sneak in like this, they might not know. Let's change our appearance. Jiu Xia smiled. The divine abilities of soul cultivators are not something we can guess. Flying in the air is far safer than hiding in the Meng Mountains. Modification. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Jiu Xia smiling as she took out some clothes that didn't look strange, he came to a realization. According to what I know, within these millions of Meng Mountains, there are not only those weird-looking savages. There are still some people who look normal to us. Jiu Xia said with a smile, I collected these clothes in my early years. They're similar to those worn by soul cultivators, right? Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Xiao Mao, after looking at the clothes in Jiu Xia's hands, couldn't believe what Jiu Xia said. After all, Jiu Xia's ability to predict the future was too powerful. Xiao Mao almost thought that Jiu Xia had predicted that they would definitely enter Million Men Meng Mountains. Let's just wear it. Fairy Hong Xia was not suspicious at all. She took the clothes from Jiu Xia and said, didn't you see that night's rain? His clothes are also different from ordinary sword cultivators. What he's wearing should be what soul cultivators usually wear. When everyone changed into their clothes, they were all elated. Li Zongbao and the others were wearing jackets on their upper bodies and ordinary trousers on their lower bodies. However, the trousers were shorter than the ordinary ones, exposing their feet and calves. Furthermore, he was wearing something that looked like a sack on his head, which made him look very strange. Fairy Hong Xia's clothes were different. She was wearing a beautiful red robe with many folds. On the folds, there were patterns of nymphs and eggs. Although the patterns were strange, the colors were colorful. Coupled with the green skirt and the exposed snow-white calves, it was exceptionally beautiful. Good. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia finish changing, Jiu Xia clapped her hands and laughed, Big sister, after changing into these clothes, you look very similar to G-Man in Hun Stockade. You're incomparably beautiful. After saying that, she slapped her forehead and took out a red flower crown from her storage pouch. She called out, Big sister, don't forget this. As she said that, she put it on Fairy Hong Xia's head. The flowers on the flower crown were extraordinarily beautiful. Together with Fairy Hong Xia's snow-white skin, a strange kind of beauty arose spontaneously. Good, Xiao Mao praised, senior sister, after dressing up, you look even more beautiful than before. If the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains were even 10% as beautiful as you, the cultivators of Dao's sect would not see them as barbarians. What's G-Man? Li Zongbao glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and asked Jiu Xia, also, is Hun Stockade a place where soul cultivators gather? Oh. These, you don't know. Jiu Xia was slightly surprised. Fairy Hong Xia's face was flushed with shyness. She said in a low voice, we came to Million Meng Mountains based on the records of our clan's Yuzong. We thought it would be like the 10 perilous lands in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. We could either use our cultivation to force our way in, or secretly follow the route recorded by our ancestors. But we didn't expect that soul cultivators would fight with sword cultivators. We also didn't expect. Hee, I understand now. Actually, you didn't prepare well. I'm afraid you used the opportunity of the Dao Sword War to come to Million Meng Mountains, right? Jiu Xia said with a smile before Fairy Hong Xia could finish. That's true. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains are really far away from our Shi Kingdom. We can't meet them normally. The records of our clan are missing. Fairy Hong Xia stopped talking. Xiao Hua knew that even if the Kai clan of Qin Yang had a complete record, Fairy Hong Xia might not be able to see it. Actually, I don't know much about Million Meng Mountains. Jiu Xia said with a smile, it's just that I've always liked to hunt for novelties. I've read a lot of ancient books, so I know a little about it. As she said that, Jiu Xia stretched out her little finger and made a small fingernail. The crescent moon on the fingernail was unusually beautiful. Then tell me. Fairy Hongxia said with a smile, save us the trouble of not knowing what Million Meng Mountains looks like after coming here. Million Meng Mountains is huge. As for how big it is, no one seems to know. The corners of Jiu Xia's mouth curled up slightly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. He said, but on the side adjacent to the sword domain, there are many natives gathered. Everyone has seen how these natives look like before. They are the kind that fight with swordsmen. These natives are different from sword cultivators and cultivators. They're born with the power of soul cultivators. Almost every one of them is a soul warrior. It's just that the distance they can go on the path of soul cultivation is different. All of the natives live in a village. This village is called the Soul Village. Actually, according to the records, soul cultivators are not called soul villages, but shaman villages. Among the natives living in shaman villages, not all of them are uncivilized. After so many years, many of them have learned etiquette, shame, and how to cultivate. Those who walk in front of the ordinary natives are called shamans or soul warriors. In the battle we saw earlier, the commander should be the so-called shamans. These shamans are the real soul cultivators. Every shaman village naturally has a leader, just like the clan leader of a Taoist family or the head of a sect. They're called shaman elders. Shaman elders have supreme authority in the shaman village and can do whatever they want. No one can control them. Jiu Xia said again, besides shaman elders, the most respected person in the entire shaman village is Ji-Man. This Ji-Man is usually the daughter of shaman elders. If shaman elders don't have a daughter, they have to appoint a woman to be Ji-Man. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, since Ji-Man is the most respected person besides shaman elders, then what happens after shaman elders die? Or, the next generation shaman elders? Who told you that shaman elders have to be a man? Jiu Xia laughed, shaman elders can also be a woman. Oh, so. Ji-Man became shaman elders when she grew old. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but then he asked again, shaman elders are women, Ji-Man is also a woman, then, where did they come from? What about Ji-Man's father? I didn't say that shaman elders have to be a woman. Jiu Xia said slyly again, shaman elders have both males and females. The male baby that Ji-Man gives birth to will be shaman elders in the future. The female baby that Ji-Man gives birth to will be Ji-Man in the future. When Ji-Man grows up, she naturally has to find Fu-Man. The child of Fu-Man and Ji-Man is shaman elder or Ji-Man. When shaman elder grows up, he naturally has to find Fu-Ji. The daughter of shaman elder and Fu-Ji is shaman elder or Ji-Man. Jiu Xia's words were like the tinkling of a clear spring. What Ji-Man, Fu-Man, Fu-Ji, shaman elder. Although Xiao Hua heard it very pleasing to the ear, his mind was already in a mess. He was already vague about the seniority, and now he was even more confused. But Jiu Xia still didn't let them go, and continued, also, I heard that in some inner village, that Ji-Man is even more important than shaman elders. Ji-Man's daughter, stop, Xiao Hua didn't wait for Jiu Xia to finish and hurriedly waved his hand and said, please, whatever they do in the shaman village has nothing to do with us. They can do whatever they want. Jiu Xia covered her mouth and laughed, almost rocking back and forth. What else? Fairy Hongxia also covered her mouth and laughed, then asked. Unexpectedly, looking at everyone's questions, Jiu Xia said in a serious tone, there are other things, I don't know. That's all. Xiao Mao couldn't believe it, and blurted out. Yes. Jiu Xia shook her head and said, when I saw this, my head felt like it was going to explode, so I didn't continue reading. You didn't make a copy of the jade slip? Xiao Mao asked with a look of disappointment on his face. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are really far away from Shi. Normally, we can't even meet. Why would I make a copy of this jade slip? Jiu Xia imitated Fairy Hong Xia's words, and said word by word. Chapter 2808. Looking at Jiu Xia's adorable face and her slightly strange eyes, how could Xiao Mao blame her? Forget it, let's go. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, this shaman village has nothing to do with us anyway. We just need to follow the previous route and slowly find, it's all there is to it. He, Jiu Xia held Fairy Hong Xia's arm and both of them landed on the mountain range. Li Zongbao and the other two landed in front of them. The place where the five of them landed was a vague mountain path with some soil and sand. However, the place where they landed was soft and seemed to be unusually damp. This Million Meng Mountains is indeed a little strange. Xiao Hua looked down and squatted down. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of soil to examine. This soil was extremely loose, it seemed to be in the form of granules. Every slightly larger granule had some faint green color, it seemed to be moss, but also like green plants. As for the sand mixed in the soil, it also flickered with a faint green color, it seemed that there were some crystal grains within. However, when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, there were no fluctuations, it was just ordinary sand. Big brother, what are you doing? Xiao Mao did not land on the ground, but stood in the void and asked in confusion. Nothing. I just saw the withered branches all over the mountain and saw that the soil was very damp. I felt strange. Xiao Hua threw away the soil and sand in his hand and stood in the air. He clapped his hands and said calmly, the trees should be lush in a damp place. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Mao did not ask any more questions. After all, cultivators already knew a lot about spiritual herbs. How could they know about agriculture? However, Jiu Xia, who was flying behind the group, trembled violently and a strange look flashed across her eyes. Fairy Hong Xia naturally felt Jiu Xia's strange movement and turned to look at her strangely. However, Jiu Xia only smiled sweetly and did not explain anything. The group flew slowly for 2 hours and did not meet any soul cultivators, nor did they encounter any danger. The faint path under their feet became more obvious, and beside the path, there were more withered plants. Unlike the mountain ranges in the kingdom of Shi, these millions of Meng mountains did not have a lot of green grass. Instead, they were filled with thorns that stuck to the ground and stuck close to the ground. These thorns had some thorns, but at the same time, there were also some green leaves. Among the green leaves, there were even some fruits that were smaller than grains of sand. There weren't many large trees in the mountain range. Occasionally, there would be some trees that were slightly taller, but they were not taller than a foot. The tree trunks were extremely thick, and there were many branches on the tree trunks. However, these branches were somewhat dry, and were faintly dyed with a withered yellow color. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Behind them, a wisp of white appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to rise from the horizon. The rotation of day and night in this place has returned to normal. Xiao Hua turned his head and gazed towards the east, suddenly coming to a realization. Aya, brother-in-law. Jiu Xia rebuked, we've already flown very far from here from the sword edge peak of the sword domain. In terms of direction, we're leaning towards the southwest, so we're naturally far away from the extreme north of the sword domain. Where is the polar night and polar day? Oh, so it's called polar night and polar day. Xiao Hua nodded his head, it sounds quite similar. Of course, Jiu Xia curled her lips, no longer paying any attention to Xiao Hua, this directionally challenged idiot. Everyone continued to fly forward. When the sun rose, the road beneath their feet and what they could see with their naked eyes didn't change much. These millions of Meng mountains were really big. Although they didn't fly with all their strength, after flying for nearly 2 hours, they could only see continuous hills rising and falling one after another. There were also endless peaks in front of them, as if there was no end to it. Chirp chirp, a few sharp cries came from the valley to their right. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua saw a few wild beasts that were slightly bigger than hamsters burrowing out from the ground of the valley. They were extremely fast as they skimmed through the sand and rushed to the front of those withered plants. They stuck their heads out to look around, then opened their mouths and bit onto those tiny fruits. Chirp chirp, a few more cries rang out. Not far from these wild beasts, a few more similar beasts appeared. They were also burrowing out at an extremely fast speed, but their target was a few short plants. These few plants were only as tall as a palm, and there were 2 strands of something that looked like wheat growing on them. Those things were also withered, but these wild beasts didn't mind biting them in half, then opened their mouths and carefully ate them. With these wild beasts, I'm afraid there will be natives or soul warriors appearing soon. While thinking, Xiaohua slowly released his Buddhist sense. However, after releasing it for a few miles, he found something strange. He immediately retracted his Buddhist sense, then looked at Li Zongbao who had been silent all this time and said, "Senior brother, there are a few millions of natives in Meng Mountains ahead, how should we deal with them?" Since entering the millions of Meng Mountains, Li Zongbao didn't speak anymore, as if he had something on his mind. Now that Xiaohua asked him about it, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiu Xia who was flying behind him. "You should ask the ubiquitous Miss Jiu Xia about this. We are ignorant and inexperienced, how can we know?" Actually, Jiu Xia looked ahead and said in a low voice, "We should go and meet them. After all, there will be more natives in the future. However, at the very beginning, it's better for us to hide ourselves." After saying that, Jiu Xia pulled Fairy Hongxia and flew to the side of the mountain path. With a wave of her hand, a strange light flashed, and the 2 of them disappeared. "Oh right, I heard that the millions of natives in Meng Mountains, no matter if they are soul warriors or not, can sense the aura of living people. If you want to avoid them early, you should also stay far away from the mountain path." Jiu Xia's giggling voice was far away from where they disappeared. "Let's hide first." Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and said in a low voice. "Actually, we don't need to prepare for this." Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, "We should speed up and fly low. Doesn't junior sister have the route in the jade amulet? We won't meet these natives. Jiu Xia might have her reasons for doing this." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "The situation in Meng Mountains is different from before. It's better to be cautious. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains have pushed the front line into Huan Kingdom. Now that we're already within the millions of Meng Mountains, we're right behind those soul cultivators. There's no need to be so cautious." Xiao Mao said in an unconvinced tone. "Let's wait and see." Xiaohua was still very impressed with Jiu Xia's ability, so he could only wave his hand and say. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao naturally had invisibility talismans. After flying far away from the mountain path, they casually activated them and their figures slowly disappeared. Xiaohua was beside them, also using invisibility talismans. After half a meal's time, several natives similar to the ones they saw before appeared in their field of vision. These aborigines held wooden poles in their hands. Their stature varied, but they were all dark and skinny. Their dark skin didn't have any patterns like the aborigines who were fighting. However, their exposed waists and abdomens were clearly protruding ribs. Their thin and skinny legs didn't seem to have any flesh, only a layer of skin. Furthermore, there was a skull wrapped in a layer of skin. It looked very frightening. As these natives got closer and closer, a burst of unintelligible whimpering sounds came from the distance. Moreover, these natives were constantly gesturing, as if they were arguing about something. When these natives were about to pass by the place where Xiaohua and the others were flying, they all stopped at the same time and looked around inexplicably. Their noses were even twitching as they pointed in all directions. Suddenly, these native skeleton-like faces showed joy at the same time. They turned towards the direction of Xiaohua and the others and threw out the wooden poles in their hands almost at the same time. 4 to 5 wooden poles drew beautiful arcs in the air and landed between the vines of the mountain path about 100 zhang away. The wooden poles' heads pierced deeply into the mountain path, and the entire wooden pole was still shaking in the air. Woo-woo, the natives let out strange cries and quickly rushed over from the mountain path. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking extremely terrifying. When these natives arrived at the place where the wooden poles were, they each reached out and pulled out their own wooden poles from the ground. Among the 5 wooden poles, 3 of the sharp points were poked into the mouse-like wild animals that Xiao Hua and the others had seen before. At this moment, these wild animals were still struggling, powerlessly twisting on the sharp points of the wooden poles. Black and red blood dripped down the wooden poles. The 3 natives who picked up the wooden poles reached out and grabbed the wild animals in their hands. They held them tightly and then greedily stuck out their tongues, licking the blood that was still flowing from the sharp points of the wooden poles. After licking the wooden poles clean, the natives raised their hands again. Their mouths were at the places where the wild animals were poked by the wooden poles, and they sucked with all their strength. Traces of blood seeped out from the natives' mouths, looking extremely terrifying and disgusting. The wooden poles of the other 2 natives were empty. Clearly, they didn't catch any wild animals. The 2 natives looked at the 3 natives sucking the blood of the wild animals with envy. Then, they squatted down and carefully looked at the thorny vines. Then, they carefully picked the small fruits from the vines. They took out a few fruits and put them in their mouths to chew, and kept the others in their bosoms. Gee gee goo goo goo, the 2 natives chewed and said a few strange words to each other. Then, they said a few words to the other 3 natives. It seemed like they were saying goodbye. Then, the 2 natives left and walked on the mountain path, heading into the distance. After drinking the blood, the 3 of them looked very satisfied. One of them even opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and bit off the wild animal's head. Crunching sounds could be heard as he chewed it in his mouth. The native also drank the blood that flowed out from the decapitated head. The 3 natives held the wild animals in their hands and looked around for a moment before returning to the mountain path. However, they didn't chase after the 2 natives. Instead, they turned back and went back to where they came from. Chapter 2809. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the figures of Xiao Hua and the other 4 appeared not far away. The 5 of them had different expressions. Xiao Hua and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Xiao Mao's face was a little pale, and there was an unconcealable strangeness in his eyes. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips tightly and frowned. She had an extremely disgusted look on her face. Jiu Xia's eyes were bright as he looked at the dried-up blood on the ground. No one knew what he was thinking about. Let's go. Li Zongbao's face was calm as he said, these millions of people of Meng Mountain are indeed uncivilized. This is obviously a common wild rat. Even the people of the secular world might not eat it raw. They actually ate it so directly. Sigh, I wonder if they will eat people. Xiao Hua's heart was also disgusted. If it was any other wild animal, it would be fine. But this rat's appearance was really unbearable. He really could not imagine that someone would eat a rat raw. Looking at Xiao Mao's somewhat panicked expression in his pale face, Xiao Hua did not ask anything. He knew that he had never seen such a disgusting scene. The 5 of them did not say anything after that. They quietly hurried on. Obviously, their flying speed had increased. They all wanted to leave the place where the natives gathered. However, on the mountain path, there were more and more natives. Xiao Hua and the others had to avoid them from time to time. Although they did not see any wild rats being eaten raw, Xiao Hua and the others were still somewhat impatient. But when they looked at Jiu Xia, he still seemed to know what was going on and was not in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua was really puzzled. He could not understand what Jiu Xia was planning. The sun was getting higher and higher. It was already close to noon. The 5 of them had only flown for about 200 miles at the speed of a turtle. And within their divine sense, Xiao Hua and the others saw about 20 people rushing towards them. They had no choice but to avoid them. At this moment, the sun was about to reach the top of their heads. Under the direct sunlight, an indescribable heat was born from the bottom of their hearts. Although Xiao Hua had an invisibility talisman on his body, there was an indescribable feeling of irritation in his heart. Those 20 or so people were the same as before. They all held wooden poles in their hands, and the wooden poles had a very sharp point. These people spoke very loudly. Although Xiao Hua and the others were separated by several tens of feet, they could still hear them clearly. They were also arguing about something. Although Xiao Hua couldn't understand what they were arguing about, Xiao Hua could tell from the expressions of these people. However, as they walked, one of them suddenly fell to the ground, and the wooden pole in his hand was thrown far away. Immediately after, the remaining natives were stunned. The noisy noises came to a halt as they stood there like nails, glaring at the person who had fallen to the ground. That person was lying on the ground, motionless. The sunlight shone on his dark skin, reflecting a bright color. Quack 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 quack, one of the aborigines suddenly spoke, causing a commotion among the aborigines. Then, the aborigines who spoke just now reached out and pulled up the aborigines who were lying on the ground. The aborigines who were lying on the ground weren't tall and were also very thin. Being carried by the aborigines, they were actually very light. Ao, seeing that the aborigines dragged the aborigines across the mountain path and went to the mountain rocks far away from the mountain path, the remaining 10 or so aborigines also cried out. Each of them waved their wooden poles and chased after the aborigines. When everyone arrived at a depression, the aborigines threw the aborigines they were dragging onto a large boulder. The boulder was somewhat white from the sun's rays. When the aborigines landed on it, their bodies trembled slightly, and they curled up as if they were awake. Even their eyes were slightly opened. However, they only opened for a moment, and then closed again. Woo 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 woo, the aborigines who were standing at the side threw the aborigines aside and waved their wooden poles around the boulder. As they waved, they mumbled something. Among the 10 or so aborigines who were following closely behind, except for a few who were hesitant, the rest of them surrounded the wooden poles and began to dance. This strange situation only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before everyone's voices became softer. All the natives raised the wooden poles in their hands at almost the same time. The sharp ends of the wooden poles were pointed at the natives lying on the crouching ox rock. Just as Li Zongbao had guessed, they were really going to eat the aborigines. However, at this moment, whine whine, a series of chaotic noises came from the entire mountain range. The thorn-like withered branches on the slopes and ravines broke inch by inch into countless small segments. These small segments made strange noises under the bright afternoon sun, and the noises could be heard all over the mountain. Then, countless small segments floated in mid-air, and the withered segments actually grew to an inch long. They were all strange insects with pitch-black carapaces. As the strange insects flew up, countless inexplicable waves rippled throughout the entire millions of Meng mountains. Xiao Hua and the others appeared in mid-air. Moreover, their bodies involuntarily fell towards the slope. Obviously, these waves had a very serious effect on their transcendence energy. Moreover, as Xiao Hua and the others appeared, countless strange insects began to fly towards the 5 of them, as if they were attracted by something. When the strange insects flew up, the aborigines who wanted to eat the aborigines didn't pay any attention to them, as if they were used to it. Moreover, the strange insects didn't pay any attention to these aborigines. However, when Xiao Hua and the others appeared, these aborigines were stunned. When the strange insects began to gather, these aborigines' faces were filled with panic. "Sister, quickly use your innate true water." Although Jiu Xia had landed on the ground, she didn't panic at all. Instead, she whispered to Fairy Hong Xia, "These are beetles that are unique to millions of Meng mountains. They can produce strange waves that can break through cultivators' transcendence energy and swordsmen's sword energy. They can only detect innate objects. All right. Fairy Hongxia agreed, but she didn't activate her innate true water. She looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hesitate. Looking at the beetles that covered the entire mountain range, he also felt his scalp tingle. A pool of clear water emerged and enveloped the 5 of them. The strange ripples disappeared as soon as they entered the innate primordial water. The beetles that were charging over seemed to have not seen the innate primordial water. They began to circle around the area, and many beetles actually pounced on the natives. The aborigines turned pale with fright. While making strange sounds from their mouths, they didn't have time to regenerate their cannibal meat. Instead, they waved their wooden poles and fled towards the mountain path. The aborigines' pronunciation was very strange. It was really powerful. The beetles approached the aborigines, but they didn't dare to get close to them. The aborigines' soul cultivation didn't seem to be very strong, so they couldn't drive the beetles away. Therefore, while they were in a stalemate, they ran far away. On the contrary, the aborigines who were lying quietly on the rock weren't attacked by the beetles. They were like sacrificial offerings placed on the rock. When the beetles were far away, Xiao Hua pretended to keep the innate true water. Looking at the bare ground, he smiled bitterly and said, "I thought these plants had something to do with the soil. Who knew, they were just some strange insects. What a joke." Hee, brother-in-law wasn't wrong. Jiu Xia laughed and said, "These beetles are insects in the afternoon, and vines in the morning." Oh. There's such a strange thing. Xiao Hua looked at the invisible beetles in the distance. He didn't dare to look at them with his divine sense, for fear of attracting them. Meanwhile, Li Zongbao looked at the man on the rock and said indifferently, "Aborigines. They are aborigines. They are really eating humans. Jiu Xia, are we still going to move forward like this?" Xiao Hua frowned and looked at the man, then raised his head and asked. He, brother-in-law, you have great magical powers. Of course, you can hide from the beetles' prying eyes, but we can't. Jiu Xia smiled and said, "Even the innate true water is only useful against the beetles. If we fly deeper into the Meng Mountains, there will be more strange soul beasts. Even the innate true water can't hide the ripples of magic power. Can we just walk on the mountain path?" Xiao Hua didn't understand. Don't we also have ripples of magic power? It's not the same. Jiu Xia laughed and said, "If you fly in the sky, you will be targeted by all. If you walk on the mountain path and don't use magic power or fly slowly, the chances of being discovered will be much smaller." Is that so? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she did not know either. Her shoulders that were exposed outside of her robe were very fair. Alright, that's the only way. Only now did Xiao Hua feel the ferocious teeth of the Meng Mountains. No wonder it was a forbidden land for cultivators and swordsmen. Even Xiao Hua was regretting that he had recklessly come to millions of Meng Mountains this time, and did not make any thorough preparations. If they hadn't met Jiu Xia on the way, they would have been discovered by the aborigines and even surrounded by the beetles. But soon, Xiao Hua shook his head. There were very few cultivators who came to the Meng Mountains. Even swordsmen wouldn't come to the Meng Mountains for no reason. Even if he wanted to make any preparations, it wouldn't be easy. "Let's go." Xiao Hua waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that Xiao Mao, who had a bad expression, had walked to the side of the rock and lowered his head to look at the aborigine curled up on it. "Big brother." Just as Xiao Hua was about to speak, Xiao Mao whispered, "This person isn't dead yet." "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua nodded, "He just fainted." "But..." Xiao Mao's voice was lowered again, "How can we wake him up? I just gave him a strand of magic power." Xiao Hua was a little puzzled by Xiao Mao's actions. However, he still walked over and carefully observed for a while. He reached out his hand and placed it on the Aborigine's wrist. After a while, Xiaohua said calmly, he fainted from hunger. It's better to give food than magic power. Chapter 28:10. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out some grains, intending to put them into the Aborigine's mouth. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. Jiu Xia had been watching attentively. When Xiaohua took out something, her eyes lit up. When she saw the thing in Xiaohua's hand, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly shouted, "This thing, the Aborigine can't eat it." Oh. Why? Xiaohua held a small handful of grains in his hand and was a little stunned. This is the rice that the mortals often eat. These Aborigines should be able to eat it too, right? Brother-in-law, you don't know. Jiu Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as she explained, the food that these Aborigines eat is from the millions of Meng mountains. That's why their physique and cultivation are different from ours. This rice is a food in the cultivation world, but in the millions of Meng mountains, it might be a poison. I think it's better if brother-in-law doesn't give it to him. Then, what do these Aborigines eat? Xiaohua helplessly put away the fine seeds and asked while releasing his divine sense. It seems like, the millions of Meng mountains Aborigines eat millet. Jiu Xia, who always knew everything, was a little hesitant. If it's blood food, then it's wild animals. Oh, the fruits of those beetles before they turned into worms can also be eaten by the Aborigines. The beetles have already turned into worms, how can they? Xiao Mao was a little helpless and also released his divine sense. Sigh, wait a moment. Xiaohua sighed and flew down the hill, burrowing into the ground. Not long after, he came out with a wild animal that looked like a mouse. When he returned to the side of the big rock, he threw the wild animal to Xiao Mao and said, "You can do it yourself." All right. Xiao Mao took the wild animal without hesitation and poked it with his hand. A stream of blood flowed out from the wild animal's neck. When Xiao Mao put the wild animal near the Aborigine's mouth, the blood flowed into the Aborigine's mouth. Just as Xiaohua said, when the blood entered the Aborigine's mouth, the Aborigine's throat moved and swallowed mouthful by mouthful. Brother-in-law is really amazing. It is said that this item is hidden several hundred feet deep in the mountains. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it. Brother-in-law, you were able to catch it on your first trip. This little sister admires you. Although Jiu Xia said that she admired Xiaohua, when she looked at Xiao Mao, she was not surprised that Xiaohua had this ability. Instead, she was curious why Xiao Mao was so meddlesome. Actually, Jiu Xia was not the only one who was surprised. Even Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were surprised. This was because along the way, Xiao Mao had always followed suit. Whatever the others did, he would do. Whatever the others asked him to do, he would do it. He had never been so proactive before. Moreover, it was the life of an uncivilized native. After drinking the wild rat's blood, the native seemed to have regained his strength. He rolled his eyes a few times and tried to open them, but the strong sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Just as the native tilted his neck slightly, Xiao Mao placed the wild rat into his mouth again. The Aborigine bit down on the wild rat. He stretched out his powerless hand and grabbed the wild rat. He greedily and eagerly chewed on it without opening his eyes again. Let's go. He should have come back to life. Li Zongbao said indifferently. Before he wakes up, we should leave as soon as possible. Li Zongbao was worried that this native would wake up and summon other natives, so he urged. Senior brother, please wait a moment. Xiao Mao raised his head and responded with a strange look. He did not have any intention of leaving. Since he did not want to leave, the others could only wait patiently. After a while, the native finished eating the wild rat. He licked his lips and opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Mao and the others clearly, his face revealed an extremely respectful expression. His legs were slightly bent, his hands were placed in front of his chest, and his mouth was mumbling some strange words. Needless to say, this native had obviously treated Xiao Mao and the others as spirit warriors. He was saying some words of thanks. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was surprised. The native's words were similar to the Green Seal script, but there was a huge difference. Naturally, he would not say it. Therefore, Xiao Hua turned his gaze to Jiu Xia. He did not know if this little girl who claimed to know everything knew the language of millions of Meng mountains. However, Jiu Xia did not pay any attention to Xiao Hua. Instead, she looked at Xiao Mao. What shocked Xiao Hua the most was that Xiao Mao was actually speaking to the native. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Mao in disbelief. He could not believe that Xiao Mao could speak the language of millions of Meng mountains. Not to mention Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were also stunned. Their gazes were somewhat dazed. On the other hand, Jiu Xia's expression was still calm. She seemed to be a little surprised, but it quickly disappeared. However, when she heard Xiao Mao's words, he was stuttering at the beginning. His face was even flushed red and he could not say anything. However, gradually, his words became more fluent. Although it was not as fluent as the native, it was obvious that the native understood him. Furthermore, his face became more and more respectful. In the end, the native actually raised his head to the sky and raised his hands above his head. Wu Wu Yiya, he said a lot more. Then, he respectfully bowed to Xiao Mao again and pressed his forehead tightly against Xiao Mao's toes. Xiao Mao. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stuttering at this moment. He really did not understand. This strange situation was even more strange than when he saw Jiu Xia come to Han country to look for him. Sigh. When Xiao Mao heard Xiao Hua's question, an awkward expression appeared on his face. He looked at the native who was kneeling in front of him and seemed to be ashamed. He sighed and said, "Big brother, didn't I tell you before? When little brother was young, mother had taught little brother a local language, but little brother never paid much attention to it. But today, after listening to the language spoken by these millions of natives of Meng Mountain, it is very similar to the local language taught by mother. Although they are not exactly the same, but they can understand what little brother is saying, and little brother can also understand what they are saying." Ah. So that's why. Xiao Hua was enlightened. He turned to look at Li Zongbao. What Xiao Mao said was the truth. Before entering Han country, Xiao Mao had confessed this matter. However, everyone had noticed Xiao Mao's encounter and his mother's matter. No one cared about the local language that Xiao Mao's mother taught him. However, this local language was the most important thing. Then, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Since Xiao Mao's mother was a native of Meng Mountain, it was normal for his soul to have a green seal script talisman. Looks like Xiao Mao, his background is not ordinary. Xiao Hua saw that the native was kneeling on the ground and did not get up. His hands were even grabbing Xiao Mao's leg and not letting go. Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about? What is he doing?" "That, big brother," Xiao Mao answered unwillingly. "He is inviting me to their Wu stockade. Why would he invite you?" Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. "He doesn't know you." "That." Xiao Mao said awkwardly, he said that I am the descendant of great god Shibai and their master. Damn it, you are so honorable. Xiao Hua laughed. How did he know? Could it be that Jiu Xia gave you clothes? Why didn't he come find me? As he spoke, Xiao Hua tugged at his collar and looked down curiously. Big brother, don't mock me. Xiao Mao's face was red. I really didn't expect that I am a native of Meng Mountain. This man is called Chia Chi. His words are similar to what I said, but they are definitely different. He knew that I am the descendant of some great god Shibai from what I said. Oh, no wonder. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Xiao Mao's mother didn't teach him anything but this language when he was young. It turned out that this language was a symbol of status, a representation of honorable status. When he thought of the painstaking efforts of Xiao Mao's mother, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with melancholy. Although Xiao Mao's parents had passed away, he knew his own origin and had come to his homeland. But what about himself? Where was his origin? What was the situation of his parents? Cough cough, Xiao Mao. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, a person's origin is not something he can choose. But he can choose his own life. He doesn't need to feel ashamed of his origin, and he doesn't need to feel proud of his origin. His origin is given by his parents. No matter if it is lowly or honorable, it is all his own, and it exists. The most important thing is still himself. This is the path he has to walk in the future. Only when you understand your own origin and understand your own path, will you be able to walk further in the future. That way, you won't have any more knots in your heart. Yes, Big Brother is right. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua. When he heard Xiao Hua's words that struck his heart, he had mixed feelings. Before this, he had thought about the origin of his parents more than once, and also hypothesized about his own origin more than once. But he had never thought that he would be the same as these uncivilized soul cultivators of Meng Mountains. Not only did these natives of Meng Mountains have no etiquette, not only did they have no face, they even ate wild rats alive. What made him most ashamed was that these natives ate other natives. When he thought about how these natives were actually of the same origin as him, Xiao Mao wanted to drill into the ground of Meng Mountains and never meet Xiao Hua and the others again. This was too shameful. He couldn't make up for it. In fact, when the first group of Aborigines walked past them, he had already heard the meaning of their conversation. He already knew that he had something to do with them. He had been holding it in all this time, trying to hide this matter. But in the end, when the unconscious Chia Chi was about to be eaten by the natives, he didn't plan to do anything. He was deeply ashamed of it. He closed his eyes and prayed that these things would pass quickly, but when Xiao Hua told him to leave, he hesitated again. After all, Chia Chi was a human life, and he was lying in front of him. This was someone who said the same thing as him. Especially when Xiao Mao thought about his journey. It was as if an invisible hand had sent him to Mount Million Meng. He could even feel his mother's aura. It was as if it was his mother who had pushed him to Mount Million Meng. If he ignored Chia Chi, who might be a clansman, could he face his dead mother? Chapter 28:11. This was also the reason why Xiao Mao saved Xie Xiu. However, what he thought and what he did were completely different from what he faced in reality. Facing Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, who came from a Taoist clan and sect, Xiao Mao felt inferior and less shameless for no reason. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Mao took a deep breath and nodded. Million Mountain Meng is mother and father's home, so it's naturally my home as well. Little brother might be able to find the footsteps of father and mother here. That's right. Xiao Hua smiled. If you want to find the roots of your parents, you naturally have to follow Xie Xiu. Otherwise, how would you know who great god Shibai is? Where are your parents originally? Little brother naturally knows that this is the best way. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. But little brother is now a Taoist cultivator. Big brother and the others don't understand Million Mountain Meng. Once we meet the soul warriors of Wu village, we'll be exposed. This is extremely risky. That's true. Xiao Hua hesitated. It's fine. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Jiu Xia smiled. Now that you're their master, how can they make decisions for their master's actions? Didn't you see how that night rain could enter Million Mountain Meng? Maybe it's related to some descendant. Now that there are cultivators who secretly learn from soul warriors, there are naturally cultivators who practice soul arts. Perhaps, your parents went to the state of Shi specifically to cultivate the Dao sect's magic arts. In my opinion, nothing will happen. Even Jiu Xia, who claimed to be omniscient, gave her assurance. Xiao Mao also nodded. However, when Xiao Hua heard Jiu Xia call him master, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he didn't like this title. Moreover, Xiao Hua was also somewhat puzzled. Looking at Jiu Xia's actions, it was obvious that she wanted Xiao Mao to go to Wu village to find out his origins. Could it be Jiu Xia's goal, or she has something to do with Million Mountain Meng? Xiao Hua was suddenly startled and looked meaningfully at the smiling Jiu Xia. That smile that was even more brilliant than spring flowers was truly reflected in his eyes and heart. She, the person she's looking for in Huan country, is Xiao Mao. It's not me. Or did Jiu Xia find Xiao Mao through me? Although Xiao Hua's karmic hand had not made any progress, he had gained some understanding of the Tao of karma. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia was supposed to come to millions of Meng mountains, and Xiao Mao, who was supposed to be a training ground, had appeared, he naturally knew that Xiao Mao had become the main character of this trip to millions of Meng mountains. With Jiu Xia's ability, he must have figured out that the person he was looking for was Xiao Mao, and not Xiao Hua. Doesn't she feel disappointed? She had always wanted my help and ignored Xiao Mao. Now that she realized that Xiao Mao was the person she should be looking for, shouldn't she be looking for Xiao Mao instead? Why hasn't her expression changed? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Sure enough, when he saw Xiao Hua looking at him, Jiu Xia slightly turned his eyes, and his left eyelid actually blinked a few times at Xiao Hua. Wow! Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. Every blink was like a bolt of lightning striking his heart. His delicate little heart, he should leave it for Fairy Hongxia. Damn, I forgot. Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Mao calls me big brother. Doesn't Xiao Mao have to listen to whatever I say? If she finds me, isn't that the same as finding Xiao Mao? However, when Xiao Hua turned his head, he saw Xiao Mao's gaze. Obviously, Xiao Mao had the same thought as him. He still wanted to listen to his opinion. Go. Xiao Hua could still stop him if he took it. This was the best opportunity for Xiao Mao to find his origin, and he had no reason to stop him. As for the dangers inside, Xiao Hua believed that with his cultivation base and the little white dragon in the mysterious dark clouds, there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, there was also Jiu Xia who needed Xiao Mao's help. When Xiao Mao saw that Xiao Hua had agreed, his face was immediately filled with joy. He nodded and muttered a few words to the one called Jiu Xia. When the strange words came out from Xiao Mao's mouth, they were different from what the millions of natives of Meng Mountain said. There were even some pleasant syllables, like the chirping of birds. Unfortunately, other than the vague syllables of Jiu Xia, Xiao Hua couldn't understand anything else. The native called Jiu Xia suddenly jumped up from the ground, giving Xiao Hua a fright. Then, he saw that the native's face was filled with tears. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were dancing around Xiao Mao in a strange way. Where was the miserable state that he had just fainted? Xiao Mao smiled bitterly, looking at Xiao Hua and the others helplessly. However, there was a sense of pride in his eyes. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this was a ceremony of the natives to express their respect and joy. Only after the native finished the ceremony, with sweat dripping from his forehead, did he respectfully use the thumb and index finger of his right hand to pinch Xiao Mao's lapel. On the sleeves of Xiao Hua and the others, there was something similar to a tassel, and it fell into the hands of Jiu Xia. Jiu Xia raised the tassel to his forehead, then carefully bent his waist and walked in front of Xiao Mao, as if he was leading the way. However, when Xiao Hua saw that Jiu Xia was having a hard time walking, as if he was walking sideways, and didn't even dare to raise his head, Xiao Hua was really worried for him. However, when the native looked at Xiao Mao, his eyes were filled with pride and respect, as if it was his life's honor to lead the way for Xiao Mao. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua felt a little absent-minded. Wasn't it the same when Fei Yunshu, Zhong Zhan, and the others saw him in the past? Although Qiu Xia was leading the way, Xiao Hua and the others' journey was much slower. This wasn't the worst. After walking for about 10 miles, they heard the roar of beasts from afar. Even the slightly soft ground under their feet started to shake. Oh! Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before carefully releasing his Buddhist sense. But after a few kilometers, he could see that on the mountain path ahead of him, there were a dozen or so large soul beasts. Under the control of a dozen or so soul warriors, they were madly charging towards him. Behind the soul warriors, there were several hundred natives that looked just like Chiyue. In their hands, they held all kinds of strange-looking wooden staves as they rushed forward in a frenzy. Xiao Mao saw them as well. Lowering his head, he said a few words to Qiu Xia. Qiu Xia respectfully replied with a few words. Xiao Mao turned his head and smiled, "Big brother, it's fine." Qiu Xia said that the soul warriors from the stronghold are coming. It's probably those natives that saw us suddenly appear and rushed back to report it. It's fine. Xiao Hua nodded. The soul beasts ran very fast. In a short moment, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Xiao Mao and Qiu Xia were walking on top of a mountain. The soul warriors controlled their soul beasts to see Xiao Mao's clothes, then to see the revived Qiu Xia, and Qiu Xia's incomparably respectful appearance. They couldn't help but be stunned. One by one, the soul beasts stopped at the bottom of the mountain. They were stunned. Ji ji wu wu, Qiu Xia raised his head and shouted. His voice traveled very far and every word was said in a loud voice. It was very different from what the cultivators of the Taoist sect usually said. Damn it, it seems like the words of millions of Meng mountains are used to shout. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them stopped and quietly watched. Hearing Qiu Xia's shout, the dozen or so soul warriors were extremely shocked. In an instant, the shock disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. The dozen or so soul warriors exchanged a few words with each other. Two of them jumped down from their soul beasts. Just like Qiu Xia, they bowed to Xiao Mao and then jumped back onto their soul beasts. They urged their soul beasts to turn around and fly away. Clearly, they were going back to the shaman stronghold to inform the other soul warriors. The remaining dozen or so soul warriors also jumped down from their soul beasts and drove their soul beasts to the side of the mountain path. They bent their bodies, bent their legs, and raised their hands high. They were extremely careful as they welcomed Xiao Mao. When they arrived in front of Xiao Mao, they surrounded Xiao Mao as if they were sobbing. They raised their arms and legs and actually started to dance. Xiao Mao smiled. Seeing the joy in the eyes of these soul warriors and the longing expression on their faces, he felt an indescribable warmth from the bottom of his heart. He opened his mouth very naturally. Although it was a mouthful, the words he said were pleasant to the ears. When the soul warriors heard this, they became even crazier. It was as if they had eaten a spirit herb that boosted their sex drive. They danced even more vigorously. Damn it, senior brother, Xiao Mao came to the right place this time. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and turned to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently. His expression was somewhat cold. Compared to the excitement in front, everyone felt that he was an outsider. Xiao Hua slightly raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao with a strange expression. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Li Zongbao's expression became slightly richer. From time to time, he could also smile. But now, Li Zongbao began to return to his previous indifference. He didn't care about anything anymore. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the immortal killing whip. When the immortal killing whip was still the immortal piercing whip, Li Zongbao was cultivating the emotion parting treasure mirror. He used the immortal piercing whip to kill the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a cultivator. Later, it seemed that when the immortal piercing whip was destroyed, his cultivation method was also affected. But now, could it be because the immortal slaying whip had been repaired? Sometimes, good intentions may not be able to do good things. When Xiaohua thought of this, he couldn't help but feel some regret. If he hadn't repaired the immortal killing whip, perhaps Li Zongbao would be better right now. Just as he was thinking, the hundreds of natives also appeared in the distance. Weren't the ones in front the ones who were preparing to eat Jiuxia? However, at this time, there wasn't the slightest bit of shame on their faces. It seemed that they had already received the message from the 2 soul warriors. Each and every one of them had disbelief and ecstasy on their faces. However, when they saw the living Jiuxia with their own eyes, as well as the respect of the dozen or so soul warriors, each and every one of them was overjoyed. Chapter 28:12. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, these natives didn't rush over as he imagined. Instead, they directly fell to the ground as if they were kowtowing. Then, they stood up, walked a few steps, and fell down again. Just like that, they slowly walked towards Xiaomao. The hundreds of natives were divided into groups and were extremely orderly. Faith. This is faith. Behind Xiaohua, Jiuxia sighed and said, "The power of faith. Sometimes, it is the greatest and most direct power in this world." Faith. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Jiuxia, but he saw that the always calm Jiuxia had a confused look on her face. However, she was also looking at Xiaomao, who was slowly walking in the distance with some envy. "Xiaohua, don't you think? Even if you have the strength of a nascent soul, compared to thousands of natives, you are still somewhat insignificant. Oh, even if these tens of thousands of natives are considered small, what about 100,000, a million, or 10 million? Jiuxia saw Xiaohua looking at her and said, "This Xiaomao doesn't need to be too strong. He only needs to point his finger and those 10 million natives will go against you. You. Do you think you are their opponent? What you said doesn't seem to be faith." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he refuted. "Oh." Jiuxia's eyes turned and looked at Xiaohua. She nodded and said, "Brother-in-law is right. This can't be considered faith. It is only a kind of obedience, a kind of reliance. However, according to what I know, the ancient Almighty could borrow the faith of these 10 million natives to form a great divine ability. That is faith, that is, the true power of faith." Speaking up to here, Jiuxia regained her smile and said, "He, brother-in-law, you've also heard of faith?" "No." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "However, I just feel that what you said might be a bit wrong." "Is that so?" Jiuxia raised her eyebrows and her eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. At this moment, Xiaomao had already gone down the mountain under the protection of 10 soul warriors and arrived at the place where the soul beasts were scattered. Although the hundreds of natives walked slowly, they still reached Xiaomao's side. Wuxia, it was another kind of exhilaration. All the natives cheered and surrounded Xiaomao in layers on the mountain path that wasn't too narrow. They kept jumping and jumping around. Sigh, such a torment. I wonder how long it will take for us to reach the nearest shaman stockade. Fairy Hongxia said softly, feeling a little bored. Elder sister, you don't know. The grander it is, the more guaranteed our safety is. Jiuxia said with a smile, at this moment, even if Yiyu comes again, he definitely won't dare to touch Xiaomao. These millions of natives of Meng Mountains are not to be trifled with. The problem is, even if Xiaomao is really the descendant of some great deity, he doesn't know any spirit arts. If something were to happen, if the witch elder or G-man from the witch stockade were to see Xiaomao and expose him. Fairy Hongxia was still worried. Don't worry, sister. Jiu Xia smiled and said, little sister already said that Yi Yu cannot be touched, Elder Wu and Ji Man might not be able to touch him either. Besides, didn't you see? This Xiao Mao is indeed the descendant of some great deity, there's no mistake about it. You don't understand the power of faith. You said a few words to Xiao Mao just now, but elder sister really didn't understand. Fairy Hongxia admitted. To put it simply, elder sister, do you believe in immortals? Jiu Xia smiled. Of course, if there are no immortals, why would we cultivate? Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Yes, this is faith. Jiu Xia hit the nail on the head and said, if you believe in the immortal realm and immortals, then you can cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Tao sect. If you don't even believe in this, will you cultivate? Fairy Hongxia suddenly realized something and said in disbelief, based on what you said, we Xiaoyu continent, and even other places, countless cultivators are the same as these natives. Are we living in faith? Then our power of faith. Of course it's the ancient, great deity who founded the Tao sect. When this was mentioned, Jiu Xia did not dare to be negligent and her face turned serious. Founded? Tao sect? Fairy Hongxia was even more shocked. Don't tell me, there are other Tao sects. Or there were others before the Tao sect. Elder sister, don't think too much. There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Besides, even I don't know about these things. Jiu Xia smiled, this is just my own guess when I saw how respectful these natives were to Xiao Mao. How would I know any ancient secrets? Oh, Fairy Hongxia nodded her head doubtfully. Look, elder sister, Xiao Mao is calling us. At this point, Jiu Xia changed the topic and pointed her finger. Indeed, when she took it out, Xiao Mao turned his head and looked over with a smile. Although he did not transmit his message, his meaning was obvious. At the same time, a few spirit warriors walked over respectfully. Let's go and have fun with Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Unfortunately, the soul warriors walked over and respectfully said a few words that Xiao Hua didn't understand. Xiao Hua was left speechless. Although the respect on their faces didn't decrease in the slightest, the etiquette they used to treat Xiao Mao was completely gone. Xiao Hua did not mind and walked towards Xiao Mao. The spirit warriors did not dare to delay and hurriedly led the way in front. The group of natives hurriedly opened up a gap, and their faces were filled with respect and envy. Within the crowd, Xia Xiu was still bowing respectfully. He did not seem to be tired and did not leave Xiao Mao's side. His face was full of arrogance and his hands were tightly gripping the tassel. Big brother, Xiao Mao smiled apologetically, this formation is really out of my expectations. However, I have asked just now and this is necessary. I heard that it is compatible with my identity. Congratulations. Xiao Hua gave him a thumbs up, big brother is sincerely happy for you. There are so many natives who love and respect you, but at this point, Xiao Hua did not know what to say. Yes, Xiao Mao had found his identity in the millions of Meng Mountains, but he was still a foundation establishment cultivator from Xuanyan School. What was the use of these natives loving and respecting him so deeply? Thank you, big brother. Xiao Mao knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and said with a smile, in this world, the only person who is truly good to me is big brother. If I did not have the bloodline of some great god, if I did not have the identity of my mother and father, they would definitely not care about me. But even if I am a beggar, big brother will still be good to me. That's right. Xiao Hua patted Xiao Mao's shoulder and laughed. Woo, Xiao Hua's action of patting his shoulder first provoked Xia Sobbing's dissatisfaction. He bared his teeth and roared at Xiao Hua a few times. Immediately after, the dozen or so soul warriors and the several hundred natives also clamored, Ji Gaga, Xiao Mao said hurriedly. His voice was extremely fluent, like frying beans. When Xiao Mao spoke, the group of natives all quieted down and listened very respectfully. There was even an expression of intoxication on their faces, as if Xiao Mao's words were like fine wine. It was unknown what Xiao Mao said, but with a boom, the group of natives all knelt down towards Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and Jiu Xia. Although they were not as respectful towards Xiao Mao, they were still very polite. Get up, get up. Xiao Hua was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to get up. Unfortunately, how could they pay attention to Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua's hand was stretched out very awkwardly. Kagan Kagan. Xiao Mao opened his mouth. With a swoosh, everyone stood up in unison. Let's go, big brother. Let's sit on the soul beast. Xiao Mao said to the soul beast that was taking a stroll. If we walk like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach their and stronghold by nightfall. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. He also knew that they could not use the flying technique now. If they walked like before, they would be even slower than ordinary people. Xiao Mao then gave a few more orders. The dozen spirit warriors did not dare to delay and quickly led the soul beast to the front of the group. This time, Xia Xiu was not willing. His face was full of tears and he was unwilling to let go of Xia Xiu's tassel. A spirit warrior berated him a few times. Xia Xiu was very wronged and did not dare to talk back. However, he carefully withdrew his hand and pinched the tassel between his fingers. Xiao Mao said a few words with a pleasant expression. Xia Xiu immediately became happy and immediately bent down beside the soul beast. Xiao Mao was stunned. However, when the spirit warrior reminded him, Xiao Mao understood that Xia Xiu was to be a stepping stone. Xiao Mao could not help but feel moved. Seeing Xiao Mao hesitate, Xia Xiu became anxious. He stretched out his hand and wanted to pull Xiao Mao's leg to his back. However, he did not dare and cried out with a sobbing tone. Ai. Xiao Mao sighed and stepped on Xia Xiu's back. The bony Xia Xiu's leg hurt, but Xia Xiu's face was full of joy. Xiao Hua and the others naturally did not receive this kind of courtesy. They placed their hands on the soul beast's back and floated down. The 5 soul warriors walked in front of the 5 soul beasts and clapped their hands together. The 5 soul beasts roared to the sky and began to gallop forward. The 5 soul warriors were actually galloping in front of the soul beasts. They weren't any slower than the soul beasts in the slightest. Looking at the native named Xia sobbing, he actually spread his legs and chased closely behind the soul beast that Xiao Mao was riding. He didn't look like he was going to give up. The other dozen or so spirit warriors did not dare to ride their soul beasts. They only dared to run behind Xiao Hua and the others. As for the hundreds of natives, they were all shouting and yelling as they chased after the soul beasts like crazy. This. Xiao Hua was riding on the soul beast. Seeing this strange scene, he could not help but smile bitterly. However, when he saw that whether it was the spirit warriors or the natives, they were all running extremely fast, he was astonished. He did not know if these natives were born this way or if they had cultivated this way. Chapter 28:13. Xiao Hua and the others flew at high speed for nearly an hour. After turning around a high slope, they saw a large expanse of black tree branches that covered the entire mountain peak several li away. Wang wang, several loud beastly cries rang out in front of them. It was very deafening. Immediately after, ga. Several bird cries came from the sky. They saw over 10 ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size. They spread their enormous wings and flew over like dark clouds covering the sky. Furthermore, there were also several tens of ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size that rushed down from the mountain peak. These ferocious beasts had small heads like poisonous snakes. Behind their thin necks was a body that was 20 meters in size. Under their bodies were eagle talon-like claws that swayed in the air. There were soul warriors standing on the backs of these ferocious beasts. The soul warrior in front was actually an old man. His hair and beard were snow white and his face was full of wrinkles. Although he was a bit short and thin, his skin wasn't black. He looked somewhat similar to the cultivators of the three kingdoms. Looking at the ferocious beasts, they were several times the size of the soul beast under Xiaohua. Their 4 legs were as thick as pillars. When they opened their mouths, fangs protruded out. They had a long tail that was at least 3 meters long. Furthermore, there were sword wings that were several feet long behind their tails. They looked exceptionally ferocious. There were also a few soul warriors standing on top of these ferocious beasts. These soul warriors were dressed similarly to the soul warriors on the ferocious beasts. However, their skin was slightly yellow. They were completely different from the natives running behind Xiaohua. Of course, after these soul warriors and ferocious beasts, the natives that covered the entire mountain rushed out. No one knew how they appeared. In short, after a few bird cries and beast cries, these natives appeared on the left side of the mountain peak. Needless to say, the one standing on top of the ferocious beast was the Bai and Stronghold's elder Wu. As for the one standing on the back of the ferocious beast, it was naturally the Bai and Stronghold's G-man. When the soul beast under Xiao Mao saw the ferocious beasts flying over from afar, it immediately stopped. The soul beasts of Xiaohua and the others also stopped. Furthermore, the soul beast that Elder Wu and G-man were standing on couldn't help but tremble when it was only a few dozen feet away from Xiao Mao's soul beast. The soul beast's 4 hooves began to kneel down, and its entire body collapsed onto the soft mountain path. With Xiao Mao's skills, nothing out of the ordinary would happen. Xiao Mao only floated slightly and stood firmly on the ground. Ka, Wu, the 2 enormous soul beasts stopped. One flew in the air, and the other stopped in front of Xiao Mao. The rest of the soul beasts all stopped in their respective positions. Dozens of enormous soul beasts lined up together, and it was a spectacular sight. An almost tangible aura was emitted from these soul beasts as it enveloped Xiao Mao's body. The might of this soul beast seemed to be different from the usual auras in the Dao sect. It wasn't the kind of pressure that a high-tier soul beast exerted on a low-tier soul beast. Instead, it was more of a pressure on the soul. Xiao Mao stood proudly. Although the talisman within the mysterious dark clouds wasn't activated, this might actually didn't have any effect on him. Although Xiaohua, who was behind Xiao Mao, wasn't the center of the soul beast's might, he was still the closest to Xiao Mao. An indescribable sense of danger emitted from the mysterious dark clouds, causing Xiaohua to be greatly alarmed. Although he had seen the battle between the soul beasts and the sword cultivator, he wasn't the first one to bear the brunt of it. Now that he was facing it head-on, he truly realized how powerful the soul beasts were. Xiaohua was already so nervous, and the pressure on Xiao Mao was even greater. But when he looked at Xiao Mao, he really seemed to be fine. Thus, Xiaohua also gave up on the thought of helping Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's figure was very insignificant in front of so many soul beasts, but he stood there and blocked all the soul beasts like a giant. In an instant, the fervent gazes of all the soul warriors and natives were ignited. The entire mountain slope was silent. Everyone forgot to make a sound, and even the dozens of enormous soul beasts were silent. Chiu was the first to come to his senses. Wawa, it was unknown what he was saying, but with a put-on sound, he once again knelt in front of Xiao Mao's feet, offering his incomparably respectful gift. Wawa, all the natives spoke at the same time, and all of them knelt on the ground. As the natives knelt, an indescribable solemnity filled the entire place. Elder Wu and G-Man, who were on top of the soul beasts, couldn't stand still anymore. They were clearly more suspicious than the natives, and they knew more than the natives. They were very suspicious of Xiao Mao, the descendant of the so-called great god Shibai who suddenly appeared. However, Before they could ask a single question, and before they could hear Xiao Mao say a single word, the entire atmosphere was broken by Qiu Qiu. Of course, although they hadn't determined Xiao Mao's identity yet, to be able to stand in front of dozens of soul beasts, this Xiao Mao was definitely not an ordinary person. Following which, Elder Wu and Ji-Man jumped down from the soul beasts and bowed slightly towards Xiao Mao. Their etiquette was very different from the natives, and it was similar to the etiquette of the Dao sect's cultivators. Following which, Elder Wu and Ji-Man exchanged a few words, and it seemed like they were greeting each other. Xiao Mao had a smile on his face, but he didn't return the greeting. His expression was as if Elder Wu and Ji-Man were his juniors, and he also spoke. However, after hearing Xiao Mao's words, Elder Wu and Ji-Man's eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other, and their shock was replaced by realization. Naturally, there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Following which, Elder Wu looked at Ji-Man, and he was a little hesitant. However, Ji-Man nodded slightly, and Elder Wu reached into his robes again. When his skinny claw-like hand came out, it was a fist-sized pearl. This pearl was very ordinary, and it was also transparent. From the front of the pearl, one could see Elder Wu's fingerprints when he held the pearl. Elder Wu muttered a few words to Ji-Man, then walked in front of Xiao Mao, and said a bunch of incomprehensible words. Following which, he passed the pearl to Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua was depressed when he heard this. He didn't understand at all, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Elder Wu wanted to use the pearl to check Xiao Mao's identity. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, he didn't hesitate at all, and he reached out his hand to take the pearl. However, when the pearl landed in Xiao Mao's hand, there was no reaction at all. Not only did Xiao Hua's heart skip a beat, even Jiu Xia, who was behind Xiao Hua, who was known to know everything, had a disappointed expression on his face. Wu, Elder Wu's expression changed slightly, but Ji-Man beside him took a step forward and whispered a few words in Xiao Mao's ear. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Following which, Xiao Mao placed the pearl flat on his palm, and the index finger of his other hand similarly stretched out and placed on the pearl. Slowly, a drop of blood was forced out by Xiao Mao, and it landed on the pearl extremely slowly. Once that drop of blood landed on the pearl, it seeped into it, and in an instant, the entire pearl was covered in blood veins. Both Elder Wu and Ji-Man's eyes were fixed on the pearl, and their eyes were filled with fervor. With a pang sound, the bead immediately reacted. The entire bead rushed into the air, and the blood threads in the bead began to rotate strangely, forming a thumb-sized hurricane inside the bead. As the hurricane grew larger, a dark green color appeared from the bottom of the hurricane, and along with the hurricane, it filled the entire pearl. When the entire pearl turned dark green, the dark green color overflowed from the pearl, and slowly, like a fountain, the dark green color filled the air, forming a dense cloud. Wu, it was unknown where a strange cry came from within the dark green cloud, but the entire dark green cloud started to rapidly swell. Soon after, a strange shape appeared from within the dark green cloud. This shape was a monster that was half human and half beast. This monster's head was a human's head, and its facial features were very clear, and it was incomparably ferocious. This monster's body was that of a wild beast, and this wild beast was like a bull, incomparably strong. Moreover, on that human's head, there was a pair of large ears, and on those ears, there were two large snakes that looked exactly like each other. It was unknown what the others were thinking, but when Xiao Hua saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this monster wasn't real, with its huge body and ferocious expression, one could tell that it wasn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's that great god Shibai. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Moreover, Xiao Mao's blood essence actually revealed great god Shibai's appearance so clearly. This bloodline must be extremely pure. Looking to the side, Jiu Xia's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With the appearance of this enormous monster, Elder Wu and Ji-man didn't dare to stand anymore. With two put-on sounds, they both knelt on the ground. Their reverence and piety were comparable to crying. Naturally, they were kneeling on the monster's image. However, Xiao Mao was right in front of the monster's image, so what was the difference between kneeling and kneeling on the monster's image? When Elder Wu and Ji-man knelt down, all of the soul warriors knelt down as well. What shocked everyone the most were the dozens of soul beasts. The flying beasts that were flying in the air had long since landed on the ground. Their entire wings were curled up, and their bodies were trembling as they collapsed. As for those that were previously standing on the ground, their four legs were bent as they knelt on the ground. These soul beasts could feel the power of this strange image even more than the natives. The most pious of the natives had their teeth chattering, but their eyes seemed to be burning with flames. They pressed their heads tightly against the ground, trying their best to stabilize their trembling bodies. After a moment, the enormous monster's image began to boil violently again. The entire beast's body seemed to be swaying, and the human head also raised its head to make a long howl. The two large snakes beside the large ears also spat out their tongues and rushed straight into the air. Whoosh! A huge wind sound rang out, and the monster's image rapidly shrank. Suddenly, it fell into the pearl in the air. As the pearl spun, the dark green color gradually disappeared, and it returned to its normal transparent state. Xiao Mao's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. Only when the great god Shibai's image appeared did a trace of shock appear on his face. Now that he saw the pearl return to its original state, he stretched out his hand and caught it. Chapter 28:14. Xiao Mao turned to Venerable Wu and Ji-man and said a few words. Only then did both of them stand up respectfully, turned around and shouted at the barbarians and soul warriors. Immediately, all the millions of Meng Mountain's people on the hillside were roaring and yelling, looking like they had gone mad. Even that extremely terrified soul beast flew up into the air, flapping its huge wings along with the crowd's crazed shouts, as if it was expressing its joy. Elder Wu and Ji-man turned around and said a few words to Xiao Mao respectfully with smiles on their faces. They stood on both sides, as if inviting Xiao Mao to go first. Xiao Mao turned around and smiled, "Big brother, let's go. This is Elder Wu and Ji-man of Bai and Stronghold. They invited us to their stronghold." That. Xiao Hua nodded and said with dissatisfaction, "You chatted so much with them, what are you talking about? We don't understand a single word that you're saying. You can ask them if they can speak the language of Xiaoyu continent." "Oh, all right." Xiao Mao smiled and turned around to ask a few questions. As expected, Elder Wu and Ji-man hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. They looked at Xiao Hua and said with a stuttering or jerky voice, "Welcome, honorable guests, to my Bai and stronghold. I will send a message to the surrounding shaman strongholds. Elder Wu and Ji-man, inviting them to attend the banquet together. Congratulations, to the descendant of great god Shibai, don't." Xiao Hua heard and quickly shouted, "Don't spread the news of Xiao Mao's return." "That's right." Xiao Mao reacted and quickly ordered, "You must keep the news of Xiao Mao's return a secret. Don't leak it out." "Ah. Why?" Jiuxia said anxiously, "Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai. Although he can't command everyone in Meng Mountain, but what?" Xiao Hua sneered, "Little sister Jiuxia, could it be, the matter you want Xiao Mao to help you with is in Meng Mountain? Tell me, what do you want Xiao Mao to help you with? Don't worry, as long as your request is reasonable, I can guarantee that Xiao Mao will definitely help you." "Sigh, it's not as simple as you think." Jiuxia sighed. "I thought I was looking for your help, but now it seems like I'm looking for your help, for something else." "What? Just how many things do you have?" Xiao Hua was stunned. "I can't explain it clearly for the time being." Jiuxia said calmly, then regained her composure. Anyway, it's best for Xiao Mao to reveal his identity now. With old Wu and G-Man from the Bai and stronghold, and so many natives. Absolutely. Absolutely what? Can I help you? Xiao Hua sneered. Have you ever wondered, why Xiao Mao ended up in the state of Shi? Do you think a citizen of Bailu Stockade can guarantee Xiao Mao's safety? The bloodline of God Shi Bai, do you understand? Jiu Xia said in exasperation, look at the piety of these natives, look at the fear of these soul beasts. This is the reaction of Xiao Mao when he appeared in the Million Meng Mountains. He is going to return to the Million Meng Mountains. He is the ruler of the Million Meng Mountains. Is this great god Shi Bai the only great god in Meng Mountains? Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, as he turned and asked Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. Let me ask. Then, Xiao Mao whispered a few words to old Wu. A strange expression flashed across old Wu's face, but he still answered respectfully. Xiao Mao said in a low voice, Big brother, old Wu said that other than this great god Shi Bai, there are 11 other great gods in Meng Mountains. So many. Xiao Hua was shocked. Yes, not only these 12 great gods, there are also many smaller great gods. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Look. Xiao Hua turned to look at Jiu Xia and sneered. He is just a descendant of great god Shi Bai, and he dares to be arrogant here. Maybe Xiao Mao's parents are. At this point, Xiao Hua stopped talking. Jiu Xia gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Fairy Hongxia asked curiously, then who are the other 11 great gods and the smaller great gods? Okay, I know. Xiao Mao said, I didn't ask. The 11 great gods are Great God Hutu, Great God Gonggang, Great God Zhurong, Great God Dijiang, Great God Xianming, Great God Qiangliang, Great God Zhulong, Great God Gomang, Great God Rushou, Great God Jihai, and Great God Tianwu. They are all as strong as the great god Shi Bai that you transformed into. Fairy Hongxia was shocked. Obviously, this was beyond her expectations. I don't know. Xiao Mao whispered. I don't dare to ask too much. I'll slowly find out about this in the future. Okay, Fairy Hongxia nodded. If that's the case, I think you shouldn't leak this information out for the time being. After all, there are so many descendants. Who knows which one is your enemy? Humph, what do you know? Although there are 12 great gods in Meng Mountains is so big. Who knows how far away they are from each other? Near Sword Domain, there are only a few descendants of Great God Hutu and Great God Shi Bai. Jiu Xia said with disdain. Humph, why? Xiao Hua said with disdain as well. For Xiao Mao's safety, for him to stay alive and help you, I won't let him expose his whereabouts. All right. Jiu Xia thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then I'll make it clear. I can follow Xiao Mao. When he has the ability to help me, he must agree to help me. Even now, you still haven't said what he wants to help you with. Who knows if he can help you? Xiao Hua asked. I can't say it now. Jiu Xia shook her head. But I know that Xiao Mao can definitely help me. All right. Xiao Mao nodded. Miss Jiu Xia has saved our lives, and even helped my senior sister heal her injuries. I agree to your conditions. Then, Xiao Mao turned to Elder Wu and G-Man and said a few words about Meng Mountains. Elder Wu and G-Man didn't understand, but they didn't dare to disobey. They replied to Xiao Mao respectfully. Xiao Mao nodded and raised his voice to speak to the surrounding soul warriors and natives. The soul warriors and natives all nodded respectfully and then raised their voices to speak. One by one, they passed on Xiao Mao's words to everyone. Elder Wu and G-Man said that although they can command these natives and soul warriors, the effect is definitely not as effective as what I said. Xiao Mao explained to Xiao Hua and the others with a smile. Then, Xiao Mao stepped onto the soul beast that Elder Wu was sitting on. Xiao Hua and the others also sat on the soul beast and flew towards Baipan's stronghold. Baipan's stronghold was naturally on top of the mountain behind them. When Xiao Hua and the others flew closer, they realized that those mountain peaks covered by withered branches were actually simple wooden houses built on top of the mountain peaks. This is Baipan's stronghold? Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hongxia in a low voice. It seems different from what I imagined. Yes, it's also different from what I imagined. Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice, I thought that it would be similar to the mountain strongholds in the country of Xi, where a group of aborigines gathered together and surrounded by a sturdy mud wall or wooden wall to form a large stronghold. That place should be the stronghold that we were talking about. While the two were talking, the soul beast flew past the mountain peaks and arrived at the peak. This was a flat land that was dozens of miles in size. Rows of wooden houses were arranged in an orderly manner, somewhat similar to the strongholds commonly seen in the country of Xi. Of course, the wooden houses here were really simple and crude. A few huge tree trunks poked into the ground, and a few feet above the ground were piled up with thatch and other materials. There was a little space that could be used as a wooden house. Not to mention that there were many places where there were dozens of wooden strips on top of the large tree that could also be called a wooden house. In front of these wooden houses, without exception, there were some soul warriors standing there. Although these soul warriors were dressed a little strangely, their skin had an additional dark color. However, there were some places where the soul beast landed that were quite large. On the left side of a huge open space, there was a courtyard that was dozens of feet tall. Thick wooden pillars and hanging beams formed a rough and extremely spacious wooden house. In front of the wooden house, on the left side of the open space, there were hundreds of men and women of various ages waiting respectfully. When they saw the soul beast land, these men and women prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted something. Xiao Mao jumped down from the soul beast and stretched out his hand. Similarly, he spoke the language of Meng Mountain that Xiao Hua and the rest did not understand, causing these men and women to shout. Master, distinguished guests, please. Elder Wu and Ji Man landed after them and respectfully invited Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua and the rest to enter the huge wooden house. Xiao Mao nodded slightly and was the first to enter the wooden house, followed by Xiao Hua and the rest. After walking up a dozen or so steps made of thick logs, what entered everyone's eyes was a wooden house that was dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. They saw that the entire wooden house was made of thick logs. The logs were neatly stacked together, and there were no gaps for wind to pass through. In the middle of the wooden house, there were dozens of thick tree trunks that supported the wooden house. On the tree trunks and the logs around the wooden house, in addition to the tree's inherent texture, there were many patterns that were drawn with dark green paint. These patterns looked like talismans, but also like green seal characters. It looked like they were right, but they were not. Furthermore, on the roof, there were many strange drawings. These drawings were very simple, and the lines were very clear. They looked like figures and human figures, and there were also simple square and triangle patterns. What made Xiao Hua feel the most different was that everywhere in the wooden house, there were skeletons, white bones, and beast skins hanging there. Of course, these white bones were not very big, and were far from the white bones he was looking for. Those skeletons were also of different sizes. Some were clearly human skeletons, and some were beast skeletons. At the top of the wooden house and to the left, there were many beast skins. In front of the beast skins, there were some thin logs that were stacked in a triangular shape. Chapter 28:15. Master, please. Elder Wu respectfully invited Xiao Mao to take a seat, while Ji Man invited Xiao Hua and the others to accompany him. Xiao Mao did not stand on ceremony. Under Elder Wu's instructions, he sat on the best beast skin. After waiting for Xiao Hua and the rest to sit on the beast skin, Old Wu and Ji-Man walked in front of Xiao Mao and started to chant. Their voices were low and long, and the two of them started to dance at the same time. As the two of them began to dance, among the hundreds of people who had welcomed Xiao Mao outside the wooden house, another 100 or so older men and women also walked in respectfully. They danced along with the two of them. Although it was very strenuous for everyone to dance, and their arms and legs were not very flexible, their faces were filled with joy. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the crowd finally stopped. As Elder Wu and Ji-Man waved their hands, a dark green light flashed past, and the wood in front of Xiao Mao was set ablaze, making crackling sounds. Then, the 100 people all began to move. Not only did the wood in front of Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and the others burn, the rest of the wood was also ignited. Old Wu, Ji-Man, and the 100 people all slowly walked behind the bonfire, saluted Xiao Mao, and slowly sat down on the beast skin. As the wood slowly burned, the entire wooden house began to heat up. Thin wisps of smoke also slowly filled the entire wooden house. The flames flickered, illuminating everyone's faces. Milord Elder Wu stood to Xiao Mao's left and spoke in Soul Cultivator's language. When he saw Xiao Mao frown, he hurriedly corrected himself. Please wait for a moment. Some of the people in the village will come to pay their respects to you. After that, this lowly one will invite Milord to taste the banquet of our bite and stronghold. It's all right. Xiao Mao smiled. We'll wait. At this point, Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment before changing his tone. Elder Wu, you don't have to be so courteous, Xiao Mao. I want to see what soul cultivators eat. Even if you don't eat it, I still want to eat it. Jiu Xia's voice sounded in Xiao Mao's ear. Elder Wu said respectfully, Master, how can you not eat when you come to my bite and stronghold? If other people knew that his lord came to my bite and stronghold without drinking a single drop of water or eating a single mouthful of millet, how could I retain my face? Please understand, Master. He, all right. Xiao Mao took advantage of the situation and said, you don't have to make it too complicated, just make it simple. Yes, thank you for your understanding, my lord. Elder Wu nodded and gave Ji-Man a look. Ji-Man hurriedly stood up and excused himself from Xiao Mao. It was obvious that he was going to make arrangements personally. Just as Ji-Man walked out of the wooden house, he saw over 10 abnormally old aborigines walking in. My lord, these are the leaders of the people of my Dark Eye stronghold. They represent their clans to come and greet my lord. Elder Wu explained softly with a smile on his face. Xiao Mao didn't know what a clan was and didn't expect there to be so many leaders under Elder Wu. However, he didn't ask much and just nodded with a smile. Those 10 aborigines had white hair and beards. Their bodies were almost all bones and no muscles could be seen. However, these aborigines' eyes were clear and were even filled with piety and tears. When they saw Xiao Mao, they immediately knelt down and almost crawled forward. How could Xiao Mao sit still? He hurriedly got up, and wanted to help them up. However, these aborigines didn't seem to let him and kept mumbling. Xiao Mao also replied. When those words fell into their ears, they were even more excited. The tears in their eyes fell with a swish. When these 10 old aborigines left, Xiao Mao thought that there was no more. However, in the end, several batches of aborigines came one after another. There were almost 100 of them. In other words, in this bite and stronghold, other than Elder Wu and his subordinates, there were over 100 leaders in hundreds of different clans. And the number of aborigines in these hundreds of clans must be even more massive. Although Xiao Mao didn't have the time to ask Elder Wu about the situation in Million Mountain Meng, from what he heard, this bite and stronghold wasn't considered a big stronghold. There were even bigger strongholds further in. Furthermore, the stronghold that could detect Xiao Mao's origin was even bigger than these ordinary strongholds. Wouldn't that mean there were even more people? This was just the descendant of one great god. What if there were 12 great gods' descendants? No wonder Million Mountain Meng was a forbidden area that Taoist sects couldn't afford to offend. It was really huge. My lord. Elder Wu was constantly observing Xiao Mao's expression. When he saw that Xiao Mao was deep in thought, he immediately smiled and said, "My lord, you must be tired after returning to Meng Mountains today." "No, no." Xiao Mao smiled and said, "I." Just as he said this, Elder Wu quickly smiled and said, "My lord, you can't call yourself I. Didn't you notice? What you called yourself, didn't this lowly one mention it?" This. Xiao Mao frowned and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Of course, he could communicate with Elder Wu using the language of Million Mountain Meng, but Xiao Hua and the others wouldn't understand. "Tell me, what should I call myself?" Naturally, Xiao Mao couldn't call himself I or I. Allow this lowly one to think about it. Elder Wu was also in a dilemma. He wasn't good at the language used in Xiaoyu continent. If Xiao Mao didn't know, how could he know? But he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Mao's words, so he could only rack his brains. Soon after, some aborigines and soul warriors whose identities Xiao Mao didn't know came to visit him. Thus, he put this matter aside. Finally, when no one else entered the wooden hut, Ji-man walked in with 3 women who were dressed in very little. The 3 women were holding a white box in their hands. The box seemed to be made of white bones. At this moment, Elder Wu slapped his forehead. His face was filled with joy as he quickly said, "My lord, this lowly one has an idea." "Oh. Tell me." Xiao Mao was surprised. Just now, he sent a message to Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua and the others couldn't think of a good title, but Elder Wu, a Million Mountain Meng soul cultivator, could think of one. "My lord, you can call yourself I, or I." Elder Wu smiled apologetically. "In this lowly one's memory, you seem to be the only person in the world who can be called like this. This is exactly the right title for my lord." I. Hearing this, Xiao Mao was puzzled. He asked curiously, how come I've never heard of this title?" My lord, this is an ancient legend. This lowly one has seen it in the shaman scroll or shaman canon in the village, so I can't be wrong. My lord, please call yourself. Elder Wu was very excited that he could find an answer for Xiao Mao. "All right. I'll listen to you." Xiao Mao laughed. "Greetings, my lord." While they were talking, Ji-man walked up with a smile on his face. He waved his hand, and the 3 girls walked to the bonfire in front of Xiao Mao. They kneeled on the ground and raised the bone box high above their heads, saying, "My lord, when you first arrived in Meng Mountains, you came to my Baipan village. This lowly one and Elder Wu are overjoyed. Although my Baipan village is one of the 360 villages belonging to the descendants of the great god Shibai of Meng Mountains, and we don't have any rare items in our village, it's our honor to have my lord here. These 3 shaman items were obtained by my Baipan village in the early years. They should have been offered to Shibaipan village, to my lord. But Shibaipan village has always. Therefore, when my lord came here today, this lowly one wants to offer these items to my lord. Please accept them." This. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. Ji-man's words were vague, and he didn't reveal the key point. How could Xiao Mao accept it? "My lord." Seeing this, Elder Wu quickly said in a low voice, "It's been a long time since a descendant of the great god Shibai appeared. Now that my lord has returned to Meng Mountains, it's our great fortune. It's also my Meng Mountains' great fortune. By offering these items to my lord, my Baipan village is showing my lord our sincerity. My Baipan village will not submit to anyone who isn't a descendant of the great god Shibaipan village. Please have mercy, my lord." His Elder Wu didn't say much, but he revealed a lot of information. Xiao Mao sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, looking at this situation, this Elder Wu must have some inside information. He's offering these items to show his loyalty. How can I not accept them? Sure enough, Xiaohua's voice came into his ears, damn it, you still don't want the items that are delivered to your doorstep. I know what you're trying to do. How can I not accept them? Xiao Mao nodded. He raised his hand and took the 3 bone boxes. When Ji-Man heard Xiao Mao call himself he didn't understand at first. Then, he was overjoyed and bowed down again. This lowly one congratulates my lord. I hope that my lord can take control of Shibai and village soon. When the group of soul warriors saw Ji-Man bowing down, although they didn't know what Ji-Man was talking about, they didn't dare to neglect him. They walked out from behind the bonfire and bowed down, saying something that Xiaohua couldn't understand. When Xiao Mao heard what Ji-Man said, he felt a little unhappy, as if he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. But, what could he say at this moment? He raised his hand and murmured a few words, asking everyone to stand up. Standing at the side, Xiaohua smiled. Initially, he thought that these millions of natives of Meng Mountains were not very civilized, and even the brains of soul cultivators might not be useful. But, judging from Elder Wu and Ji-Man's actions and words, how could they be any worse than the cultivators of Taoist sect? With just a few words, they had shown their loyalty to Xiao Mao, the descendant of the great god of Shibai, and even praised Xiao Mao to a new height. They had even placed the responsibility of taking control of Shibai and village on his shoulders when Xiao Mao wasn't on guard. If Xiao Mao really took control of Shibai and village, what benefits would Elder Wu and Ji-Man get? Even if Xiao Mao couldn't take control of Shibai and village, what would they lose? What about the 3 white bone boxes? They were meant to be given to Shibai and village. Even Xiaohua understood, so how could Jiu Xia not understand? Jiu Xia's eyes were curved from smiling. My lord, please have a seat. Ji-Man stood up. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to speak, he respectfully asked Xiao Mao to sit down. He smiled and said, My lord, this is your first time in Meng Mountains. This lowly one has prepared the delicacies of my Bai and village. I hope that my lord, and my lord's old friends can enjoy them. Chapter 28:16. Good, Xiao Mao nodded and smiled, I also want to see the delicacies you've been waiting for. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly realized something. Ji-Man seemed to know that this was his first time in the Million Meng Mountains, and Elder Wu had also vaguely mentioned it. Could it be that they knew he had always been outside the Million Meng Mountains? Could it be that they knew about his parents? Ji-Man glanced at Elder Wu, and without giving Xiao Mao a chance to speak, he clapped his hands and shouted something. Immediately, a bird's cry could be heard from outside the wooden house. Everyone's vision darkened as the spirit beast they saw earlier flew in from outside the wooden house and landed in the wooden house. On the back of the spirit beast stood an old spirit warrior. Its several zhang long wings flapped slightly, causing all the bonfires to sway. This is... Xiaohua saw the spirit beast fly in and was rather puzzled. He looked curiously at Elder Wu and Ji-Man, not knowing what game they were playing. The spirit beast landed on the wooden plank and walked in front of the bonfire. Its fist-sized eyes looked at Xiao Mao, and an indescribable feeling came from within them. The spirit warrior on the spirit beast jumped down and bowed in front of Xiao Mao. Then, he jumped back on the spirit beast's back and patted his hands. The spirit beast crawled on the ground and its head landed in front of the bonfire. The spirit warrior reached out and took out a foot-long black soul weapon from his waist. He moved it along the spirit beast's neck and towards its head. What are you doing? Xiao Mao couldn't help but ask. Master. Ji-Man was just about to speak, another bird's cry could be heard. Another spirit beast that was twice as big as this one flew in, but this one didn't have a spirit warrior on its back. This spirit beast saw the spirit beast in front of it fall to the ground and cried even more mournfully. Its entire body rushed into the wooden house and its fluttering wings blew all the bonfires back. Evil creature. G-Man saw the spirit beast rush in and his face changed. He pointed his hand at his forehead and the spirit beast's body trembled violently, as if it was suffering from intense pain. However, the soul beast didn't change its direction. It continued to charge towards the soul beast in front of it and landed next to the smaller soul beast in front of it. Its head, which was larger than the soul beast in front of it, was also in front of the bonfire. The small soul beast let out a small cry and tilted its head to the side to bump against the large soul beast's head. Tears began to flow from its eyes. No matter what's going on? Xiao Mao said anxiously. My lord. Old Wu said helplessly, the brain matter of this green witch feather is the most effective for the advancement of our soul spells, especially the brain matter of these 5 years old. My Bai Lu Stockade doesn't have anything special. I can only invite you to taste it. What about this Qing Shi Wu Yu? Xiao Mao looked at the one beside him and asked without changing his expression. This little blue witch feather is the child of that big blue witch feather. Old Wu sighed and said, maybe it found out about this, so it specially came to replace its child. Even soul beasts have such affection for their children and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Why can't we eat it raw? Xiao Mao said coldly, even if I obtain a soul spell because of this, how can I be at ease? My lord is merciful. This lowly one is truly inferior. Old Wu's forehead was covered in sweat as he hurriedly knelt down. Listen to my orders. Xiao Mao looked at the two soul beasts in such a miserable state and waved his hand. From today onwards, we Bai's descendants are not allowed to eat the green witch feather's brain matter raw. No one dares to disobey my lord's orders. G-Man was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. Following that, he began to mumble to the crowd again, and the crowd began to shout loudly. Sigh, Xiao Mao, you're sinking deeper and deeper. Xiao Hua sighed as if he could see Xiao Mao walking step by step onto the high platform arranged by G-Man and Old Wu. Xiao Hua understood, so how could Xiao Mao not think more? However, Xiao Mao also did not understand whether the matter of the green witch feather just now was arranged by G-Man. However, looking at the gratitude and affection in the two green witch feathers' eyes, Xiao Mao's heart did not hurt. He understood that even if he knew the inside story, he would definitely stop this matter. My lord, G-Man said very apologetically, just now, the green witch feather, was indeed this lowly one's thoughtlessness. Please punish me, my lord. No need, I'm not a careful person. Xiao Mao waved his hand. I know your intentions, but I hope that the following delicacies will not only be mine alone. Since it's a banquet, we should all eat it. Instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together. G-Man clearly did not understand what, instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together, meant. However, she still smiled and said, my lord has wronged this lowly one. The meat of the green witch feather was originally given to my lord's old acquaintance and us lowly ones to use. An. Xiao Mao nodded. Then, G-Man ordered the spirit warriors to deliver more delicacies. This time, as Xiao Mao said, a small cauldron about a foot long and half a foot tall was presented in front of everyone. The small cauldron had a lid on it, so no one could see what was inside. Moreover, there was some residual heat on the small cauldron, and a sweet fragrance was emitted from the small cauldron. This sweet fragrance was extremely strange. When smelling it, it seemed to enter the depths of one's soul. An extremely comfortable feeling was born from the bottom of everyone's heart. The feeling of floating, the impulse to dance and dance involuntarily arose. Others did not know, but Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was actually somewhat similar to the fragrance of the twilight moon. However, the fragrance of the twilight moon was extremely faint, and very long. This fragrance was somewhat thick and fishy, and even made Xiao Hua feel that it was somewhat domineering. Looks like, This old witch feather really took out something good. Xiao Hua smiled. However, before he could lift the lid in front of him, he heard Fairy Hongxia, who was not far away, let out a cry of surprise. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw that Fairy Hongxia had already lifted the lid of the cauldron. One of her hands was holding the lid, while the other hand was covering her mouth. Her eyes were also looking at Xiao Hua, and those eyes were filled with disgust and surprise. Immediately, Xiao Hua became very curious about the item in the cauldron. Oh no, could it be that this cauldron? Xiao Hua's hand touched the lid of the cauldron, and he felt the warmth of the cauldron lid. A bad feeling arose in his heart. These millions of natives of Meng Mountain can eat raw human flesh, and just now, that G-man even offered up his soul beast. Huff, when Xiao Hua lifted the lid of the cauldron, a gust of hot air rushed into the air, and a thick fragrance gathered without dissipating. It actually formed a light mist that seemed to have the shape of a human. However, when Xiao Hua saw the item in the cauldron, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Suddenly, many goosebumps appeared on his body, but his heart was still at ease. Fortunately, after all, it's not a native's baby. Inside the small cauldron, there were beetles that he saw on the mountain path. There were probably hundreds or even thousands of beetles. The black shells were placed next to each other, and the tiny feelers and antennae were clearly visible. With so many beetles piled together, even if there were a few stalks of dark green grass in the middle, at first glance, it was naturally an indescribable feeling of disgust. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia saw it first, and Xiao Hua was already prepared. Moreover, his preparation was the worst, so the disgust he felt when he saw the beetles was nothing. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, his face was also showing a difficult expression. Master. Old Wu said with a smile. The grass in the cauldron is the resurrection grass, which is only found near the Bai and stronghold. This item is not very useful, but if it is paired with these beetles, it will be an excellent item. Master, please use it. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the cauldron in front of him, took a deep breath, and inhaled the human-shaped light mist. He closed his eyes slightly, obviously enjoying it very much. Xiao Mao raised his head and looked at the others. They had all inhaled the light mist, and then looked at him eagerly, obviously waiting for him to consume it first. Xiao Mao was helpless. He took a deep breath first, and as old Wu said, the previous aroma had already made him feel happy. When he inhaled the light mist, a feeling of liveliness appeared in his mind. However, looking at the disgusting beetles, Xiao Mao still could not swallow them, and did not even want to stretch out his hand. Master, G-man said with a smile. Master, even if you are not used to eating this, you have to eat it first. Otherwise, the others will not consume it. If this item is cold, it will no longer be effective. Since you have already made it, don't waste it. Old Wu also advised. Moreover, these people have not tasted it for a long time. Today, thanks to your presence, they have a chance to taste it. Master, don't disappoint them. All right. Xiao Mao knew that they were not afraid that others would understand them if they used the language of the three kingdoms. He nodded and said, I will only consume one. I will bestow the rest to you. As he spoke, Xiao Mao pointed his finger, and a beetle floated up and landed in his mouth. Immediately, a fishy and unpleasant taste came from his mouth and tongue. It was far from the aroma he had smelled before. Xiao Mao used his saliva to wrap the beetle and forced himself to swallow it. He opened his mouth and uttered a series of words. Immediately, the whole wooden house was filled with jubilation, and everyone greedily ate the beetle. Even old Wu and G-man stretched out their hands, grabbed the beetle from the small cauldron, and swallowed it into their stomachs. Xiao Mao turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. How could these Dao sect cultivators have the appetite to eat beetles? They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Xiao Mao smiled and waved his hand. The small cauldron flew up and landed in front of old Wu. However, before he could speak, Old Wu stopped swallowing and hurriedly said, "Master. This is the territory of my Meng Mountains. It is best to use less of the Dao sex tricks." Xiao Mao frowned slightly. Old Wu felt that his words were a little harsh, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Master is the descendant of my great god Shibai. How can you use the Dao sex insignificant tricks? Let's not talk about the three kingdoms of cultivation. If you use them in Meng Mountains, not only will you lose your noble status, others will also." Chapter 28:17. He, so you know I know the Dao sex spells. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Xiao Mao snickered in his heart. However, before Elder Wu could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound came from afar, and it was extremely fast. In a moment, it grew from small to loud, and in the end, it actually felt like it covered the sky and covered the earth. When Xiao Hua heard it, he had already released his Buddhist sense. When he understood what was going on, his expression changed slightly, and he smiled meaningfully. "Xiao Mao, this meal of yours is really something. It's really interesting. Just now, that soul beast hasn't even eaten yet, and its mother has already found it. Now, these beetles haven't even eaten yet, and their parents and aunts have already found it. Of course, just outside the stronghold, the beetles that filled the sky swarmed over from all directions, as if covering the sky and covering the sun. They were even more ferocious than what Xiao Hua and the others had seen before. How could Xiao Hua not be shocked? Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Mao's expression changed greatly. How could he not hear the sarcasm? He originally treated these millions of natives and even these soul warriors of Meng Mountains by and stronghold as his family. But now, his bottom line was being challenged again and again. How could he not have other thoughts? "Master." Although Elder Wu didn't have the divine sense of Xiao Hua and the others, he still had other divine abilities. Just that familiar buzzing sound alone was enough to know what had happened. Elder Wu couldn't care less about swallowing the beetles and hurriedly got up. Ji-Man was even more shocked. She thought even more and hurriedly jumped out from behind the bonfire, prostrated herself in front of Xiao Mao, and cried, "Master, I definitely don't mean anything. Eating the green witch feather is the most suitable for the size of the 3-moon ridge. But in these few decades, the production of the green witch feather has decreased, and even the resurrection grass is almost extinct. And that green witch feather from before is the youngest soul beast of my Bai and stronghold. I sincerely want to invite Master to taste it. I definitely don't have any distracting thoughts. As for that old green witch feather, it's no longer a soul beast of my Bai and stronghold. It's only placed near the stronghold because the number of soul beasts in the stronghold has decreased. I didn't expect her to be able to break in here. I'll give the order right away to kill this Qing Shi Wu Yu." Humph. Xiao Mao became even angrier. "Did we say so much just to have you kill this thing? Who do you think I am?" Yes. Ji-Man panicked, "It's all my fault. I know that Master is a benevolent person and would never vent his anger on the soul beasts because of this matter. It's all my fault. This lowly one is willing to accept the punishment, please quell your anger." Seeing the old Ji-Man crying and begging for mercy, Xiao Mao couldn't bear it and said, "Then what's with the beetles outside the village? My lord, the beetles that my lord consumes are all raised together with the resurrection grass. Only in this way can the two achieve the best results. The beetles outside the stronghold are definitely not here because my lord consumed them." Seeing that Xiao Mao's tone had softened, Ji-Man hurriedly explained. "Wu," just as Ji-Man was explaining, a loud bird cry came from outside the wooden house. Several tall and thin spirit warriors appeared at the door. The faces of these spirit warriors were filled with anxiety and fear. They quickly walked up to Xiao Mao and respectfully saluted him. Their mouths were muttering strange words. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and asked a few questions. These spirit warriors answered honestly. Then, Xiao Mao lowered his head and looked at the bonfire in front of him thoughtfully. Beside him, Elder Wu and Ji-man's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They looked at Xiao Mao nervously. Big brother. Xiao Mao suddenly raised his head. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled. Is it very difficult to handle? Sigh, yes. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. I've just set foot in the Meng Mountains. The joy of knowing my background hasn't faded, and these beetles are already causing trouble. With Big Brother's innate true water, we won't have to worry about survival. Why worry? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Xiao Mao shook his head. We can escape, but what about these soul cultivators? What about those aborigines? Little brother. I suddenly feel like I can't let them go. A few days ago, when Xiao Mao saw millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, he didn't even frown when he killed hundreds of them with a single spell. But now, knowing that these people might be his own people, how could he bear to let them go? Even if he had to face the disgust and embarrassment of those aborigines, he wouldn't feel it anymore. Little brother wants to borrow big brother and senior sister's beetles. Xiao Mao suddenly said, but what he said made Xiao Hua stunned. Take it, take it. Xiao Hua waved his hand in confusion. How could he eat something that Xiao Mao didn't want to eat? While murmuring, Xiao Mao said a few more words to those few spirit warriors. Those few spirit warriors had a look of disbelief in their eyes, while Old Wu and Ji-man had a wry smile on their faces. Plop, plop, plop. Several spirit warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. This time, it was different from before. Several spirit warriors crawled across the bonfire until they reached Xiao Mao's feet. Sobbing, they placed their heads in front of Xiao Mao's feet and raised their hands in front of him. They were absolutely pious. Xiao Hua was stunned. He already knew that Xiao Mao had given these few cauldrons to these few spirit warriors, but he didn't expect them to be so grateful. After Xiao Mao said a few words, those spirit warriors took the small cauldrons from Xiao Hua and others with tears of gratitude, then carefully walked out. Master. Old Wu hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, these beetles are different from usual today. There are too many of them. My spirit warriors. I'm afraid they won't be able to resist them. Master, you should avoid them for now. Avoid them? Xiao Mao frowned and asked in confusion, why are these beetles flying here? Where can we avoid them? If we leave, what about the people of the Baipan stronghold? Old Wu's face turned awkward, but Ji-man hurriedly said, Master, you don't only have so many people in the Baipan stronghold. In the other strongholds, there are as many as the hairs on an ox. Of course, we won't leave, but Master, you have to. This situation is very dangerous. If Master doesn't leave now, then after a while, even if Master and Master are old friends, I'm afraid it won't be good. Let's go, we'll go take a look. Xiao Mao ignored Ji-man's anxiety and stepped over the bonfire. This. Old Wu and Ji-man were helpless, but at the same time, there was a strange look in their eyes. The 100 or so spirit warriors in the wooden hut also knew the reason for this. Their faces were filled with fear, as if these little beetles were extremely powerful. Seeing Xiao Mao stand up and leave, everyone followed behind Old Wu and Ji-man. As soon as they left the wooden hut, they saw the layers of beetles covering the entire sky above their heads. They were slowly pressing down on the entire Baipan stronghold. Hiss. Old Wu, Ji-man, and the others all gasped, and their expressions changed again. Earlier in the wooden hut, they heard the spirit warriors report and knew the situation was urgent. But when they saw so many beetles, they knew the situation was far more serious than they thought. With the beetles covering such a large area, where could they escape to? If they escaped, what would the natives of the Baipan stronghold do? Right now, in the sky, other than the beetles, there were hundreds of soul beasts cruising in the sky. This should be the Bai and Stronghold's defense. However, before these beetles could even get close, the continuous waves of energy that surged like waves covered the entire Bai and Stronghold. These waves were like silk, as if they wanted to entangle all the natives and soul warriors in the Bai and Stronghold. My goodness, Xiaohua said in a low voice, did this Bai Lu Stronghold's elder Wu eat too many beetles? These beetles are here to avenge their fellow sufferers. Old Wu. What is going on? Hearing Xiaohua's question, Xiao Mao whispered, these beetles are commonly seen in Meng Mountains. They don't usually attack people. Why is there such a large formation today? Master, you don't know. Old Wu hesitated and whispered, Master, what you know is all in the past. These beetles usually don't attack people, but, in these dozens of years, they have changed a little. They often attack people in the stronghold. And every once in a while, they will attack the stronghold in large numbers. But, they have never attacked on such a large scale. I'm asking for the reason. Xiao Mao asked directly when he saw that Old Wu was being vague again. Well. Old Wu looked at Xiaohua and the others and smiled bitterly, Master, please grant me the reason for this. After this is over, I will report it to you alone. All right. Xiao Mao thought for a while and said, go and command them quickly. Don't worry about us. Yes, Old Wu looked at Ji-Man. Both of them waved their hands and gave a few orders. 2 birds landed. Both of them stepped on one bird and soared into the sky. Big brother. Xiao Mao looked around and saw that there was no one around and whispered, how much innate true water do you have left? How many spirit warriors can you protect? Alas, of course I have a lot of innate true water. Xiaohua sighed, but there are more than 100,000 spirit warriors and natives in this Bai and Stronghold. Big brother can't protect them all. You should think about how to disperse these beetles. Miss Zhou Xia. Xiao Mao knew that Xiaohua's innate true water could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, so he turned around and said, I don't know what you want, but if you can disperse these beetles, even if it's something I can't do, Old Wu and Ji-Man of Bai and Stronghold will agree. Zhou Xia's expression didn't change. Hearing Xiao Mao's question, she said indifferently, I want to disperse them, but do you think I have the ability? If I had the ability, why would I ask for your help? Zhou Xia. Xiao Mao begged again, at least, you know the weakness of these beetles better than us, right? Chapter 28:18. Unfortunately, Zhou Xia shook his head, I only know that these things are called beetles. I only know that they can break through cultivator's magic power and swordsman's sword energy. This is the first time I've seen them, so how would I know their weakness? If you ask me, isn't that like asking a blind person? Xiao Mao didn't believe that Zhou Xia, who knew everything, wouldn't know the weakness of these beetles. He sighed, thinking that Zhou Xia would be happy to see these beetles break through the Bai and Stronghold and kill all the soul warriors and natives. In the face of so many beetles, the Bai and Stronghold soul warriors and soul beasts were too few. Hundreds of soul beasts split up and only blocked a portion of the stronghold where Xiao Mao and the others were. They didn't have time to worry about the rest of the mountain. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. In the midst of the beetles, a chanting sound could be heard. At first, this sound was very weak and almost inaudible, but after a while, it became louder and louder. At the origin of this sound, a faint green color could be seen. The entire Bai and Stronghold seemed to be shrouded in this green color. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that the 100 or so soul warriors that had been standing behind them had now run to the plaza in front of the wooden house. There were many soul warriors and many soul beasts that couldn't fly had already gathered there. They seemed to be in different formations as they began to dance and make strange noises from their mouths. This sound was similar to what Xiao Mao said before, but it was completely different. Following this chanting and dancing, strands of dark green light could be seen coming out from between the eyebrows of the soul warriors and natives. They gradually converged and shot into the sky. Hearing this, Xiaohua was shocked. Aren't these the syllables of the Green Seal script? When Xiaohua was traveling in Meng, he met Yun Tingyu of the Misty Cloud School. Yun Tingyu actually knew how to pronounce the Green Seal script. Xiaohua also learned this secret technique and even knew how to summon clouds and summon rain. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had seen Yun Tingyu use a few of the Green Seal script and immediately overdraft his body's essence. How could he do something so harmful to himself? Therefore, he had been searching for a secret technique to use his soul strands to release the Green Seal text. But now, they heard that the soul warrior of the Bai and stronghold could actually recite the seemingly right but actually wrong syllables of the Green Seal script. Moreover, it seemed that not only the soul warrior, but also all the natives of the Bai and stronghold could understand it. How could they not be astonished? Layers of dark green light soared into the sky, gradually converging and covering the entire mountain peak. However, how could the beetle's fluctuation be easy to deal with? Before the dark green brilliance could be born, it was disturbed by the ripples. When it was born tenaciously and gathered together, the ripples continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the stronghold, constantly destroying the brilliance. However, the natives and soul warriors of the Bai and stronghold were obviously well trained. They were far superior to those unintelligent beetles. Gradually, they began to gain the ability to resist. Of course, under the suppression of the ripples, the dark green brilliance could not reach high enough. It could only stop at a low altitude. In the midst of the stalemate, facing the seemingly endless number of beetles, Elder Wu finally launched his attack. Elder Wu waved his hand and took out a foot-long white bone staff from his chest. At the top of the bone staff, there was a human skull the size of a fist. It revealed an indescribable terror. The soul beast under Elder Wu's feet let out a long cry and soared into the sky. The other several hundred soul beasts cried out at the same time. Under the command of the soul warrior, they all flew in different directions like a soul formation. When the beetles came close, Elder Wu felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The space between his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He secretly felt bitter. It wasn't like the beetles hadn't attacked before. Elder Wu knew in his heart what kind of beetles the Bai and stronghold could withstand and what kind of numbers they couldn't. He knew very well that the number of beetles today had already exceeded the limit of what the Bai and stronghold could withstand. Other than giving up and temporarily hiding, there was no other way. Although the price of giving up the Bai and stronghold was great, it was still better than dying here, right? However, facing Xiao Mao, the descendant of God Shibai, he didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that this is also a curse? Elder Wu suddenly woke up. It's fine if he doesn't set foot in Meng Mountains. But once he sets foot in Meng Mountains, is he really going to be killed? Could it be that the descendants of God Shibai? However, before Elder Wu could think any further, a seemingly solid imprisonment gradually appeared around him. Not only did it trap him, even the soul beast under his feet was struggling to flap its wings. Gulp! Elder Wu uttered an inexplicable syllable in Green Seal script. A faint brilliance emerged from the space between his eyebrows and landed on the bone staff he raised. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire bone staff turned from snow white to dark green. There were even 2 spots of green light vaguely appearing between the eyes of the human skull. Following that, Elder Wu very sensitively waved his hand, and the human skull rushed downward. 2 faint brilliance shot out from the skull's eyes and landed on the dark green brilliance that looked like ripples in water. Like a stone thrown into a lake, the brilliance created ripples. At the same time, as Elder Wu waved the bone staff in his hand again, the bone staff seemed to be extremely heavy and extremely slow. A brilliance that was dozens of feet in size followed the green brilliance and rushed up into the sky. However, just as the brilliance surged up, it was disturbed by the fluctuations of the beetles. The periphery of the brilliance shook violently, and it quickly disappeared. When the brilliance reached Elder Wu, it was already dozens of feet in size. Boom! There was a low and heavy sound as Elder Wu waved his bone staff, and the brilliance of the light struck the beetles in front of him. Swoosh, 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 with a series of crisp sounds, the beetles within a few dozen feet, as well as the beetles within 100 feet of the light pillar, were all shot down by the light pillar. Tens of thousands of beetles fell from the air like pitch-black raindrops. But there were simply too many beetles. Before the brilliance of the light dissipated, more beetles from dozens of feet away came surging over and began to fall from the sky. Of course, every time a swarm of beetles fell, a patch of green light would be consumed. In just a moment, the pillar of light that soared into the sky was melted by the swarm of beetles, and gradually disappeared. Looking at Elder Wu's left side, the spirit warriors on the dozens of soul beasts were also using their respective soul armaments. Beams of light flew up and struck the beetles in different places. But their beams were clearly smaller than Elder Wu's, and the beetles they struck down were much less. The beetles struck down by the spirit warriors were a lot, but compared to the beetles that covered the sky, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was truly insignificant. Troublesome, Xiaohua watched from below and sighed. The fluctuations of the beetles were so powerful that it blocked his Buddhist sense. He couldn't pass through it all, and the fluctuations could even corrode his Buddhist sense. Xiaohua didn't dare to release too much of it. The innate primordial water can avoid the beetles. I wonder if the innate jellyfish can drive them away. With the innate primordial water, Xiaohua was confident that he could safely bring Xiao Mao and the others out of Bai Pan's stronghold. But the consequences were also very serious. Xiao Mao would lose the hearts of the people he had just gathered in Bai Pan's stronghold. If he wanted to be the emperor again, it would be extremely difficult. Maybe I should use the Samadhi true fire. Or maybe a soul fire. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he pondered. It was easy to see that there were too many beetles. But with Xiaohua's strength, even if he had a powerful soul fire, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Maybe, I can only use Xiao Dou. Xiaohua saw that his last hope was on Xiao Dou. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't know how to use Xiao Dou. When he held it in his hand, it was no different from the small cauldron in front of him. Thinking back and forth, Xiaohua didn't seem to have any ideas. But when he looked at Jioxia, he saw that she still had a calm expression on her face. It was as if she had a card up her sleeve. Jioxia, what method do you have to drive these beetles away? Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and asked. In Jioxia's eyes, Xiaohua wasn't comparable to Xiao Mao. Jioxia couldn't help but ask. But she still shook her head and said, the beetles may be small, but there are too many of them. Even if a Yuaning cultivator came, if he didn't have a special ability, he wouldn't be able to drive them away. How can little sister have a way? But, from your expression, you don't seem worried at all. Xiaohua laughed. Hee, with brother-in-law here, what is little sister afraid of? Jioxia laughed, then looked at the frowning Xiao Mao in front of her and said, besides, the person little sister is looking for is someone who can help little sister greatly. Little sister firmly believes that Xiao Mao will be able to drive these beetles away. You mean, his bloodline? Xiaohua knew about Xiao Mao's background, but other than his bloodline, Xiaohua really couldn't think of anything else he could use. Hee, his bloodline. I'm afraid it's the main culprit that attracted these beetles. Jioxia chuckled. If it's used to drive the beetles away, it's possible. But he can't use the power of his bloodline, so how can he drive the beetles away? Then you still think he can? Xiaohua asked, puzzled. This brother-in-law doesn't understand. Jioxia pursed her lips and smiled. Little sister can naturally sense that he can do it. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Unfortunately, although his karma hand had made some progress, there was already some profound understanding in his mind. If he used it here, he still couldn't use it. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, high up in the sky, the soul warriors of Bai and Stronghold launched another attack. Ji-Man, who hadn't made any movements until now, directly rushed to the front and stretched out her hands. Her palms emitted a faint jade-green color, while Elder Wu and the others were below her. Ji-Man chanted softly, and a faint brilliance similar to green seal characters flew out. Ji-Man immediately danced on top of the soul beast, and the brilliance of the green seal characters followed her dance and wrapped around her. Chapter 28:19. Ku Ku, Elder Wu and the other spirit warriors spoke a strange melody at the same time. Once again, they swung their spirit weapons in unison. Dozens of huge pillars of light shot up into the sky, but this time, they flew towards Ji-Man and not the beetles. All the pillars of light that hit Ji-Man were absorbed by the green seal text on her body. Then, they spun rapidly and formed a huge ball of light. This ball of light was dark green in color. Inside it, there were emerald green soul text flowing everywhere. Although the beetles in the sky pressed down slowly, they were still gradually approaching. When the ball of light around Ji-Man formed, the beetles were already in front of the ball of light. Countless beetles surged and formed different patterns. It really looked like a strange giant face, laughing evilly as it pounced towards the ball of light. Woo, with a loud vibration, the ball of light around Ji-Man rushed out and turned into a light screen several hundred feet in size. The light screen spread towards the beetles in the sky. Every thin light was like a murderous sword, piercing through the beetles that blocked the sunlight. A gap of nearly 1,000 feet appeared in the tide of beetles. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Mao couldn't help but applaud. Looking at the spirit warriors and natives on the square, they all jumped up and seemed to have won. However, before they could celebrate, the remaining beetles didn't disperse. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. The beetles near the gap of 1,000 feet were almost 3 times faster than the tide hitting the shore. They quickly filled up the gap. The light that appeared in the sky quickly disappeared. The entire Bai and Stronghold became dark again. Ku Ku Ku. The natives' clamor began to grow louder. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. They were afraid that when the beetles attacked the Bai and Stronghold, they were all defeated by Ji-Man and Elder Wu. Looking at the sky again, Ji-Man collapsed on the back of her soul beast. She seemed to have no strength left. The soul beast under her was also exhausted. It flapped its wings and seemed to be unable to hold on. At this moment, the swarm of beetles was already above Ji-Man's head. Perhaps because these beetles had gained intelligence, or because they were moving too fast and too many, thousands of beetles were squeezed out of the swarm and pounced on Ji-Man. The beetles' actions were obviously out of Ji-Man's expectations. She didn't even notice it until Elder Wu shouted. However, it was too late as the beetles were already in front of her. Ji-Man didn't hesitate to jump off her soul beast's back. She couldn't control her soul beast in time and it was instantly surrounded by the beetles. When Ji-Man's eyes landed, how could Xiao Mao still stand there? The mana in his body surged as he flew up rapidly. However, Elder Wu's soul beast let out a long cry and rushed towards Ji-Man. It flew under Ji-Man's body and caught the weakened Ji-Man. Xiao Mao hesitated slightly. Just as he was about to fly down, Xiao Hua's voice rang out beside him. Let's go and take a look. Yes, big brother. Xiao Mao replied and followed behind Xiao Hua, flying into the air. Master Elder Wu saw Xiao Mao flying over and smiled bitterly. It's all because of my incompetence that I made Master worried. Let the Lord reveal his cultivation. No matter. Xiao Mao didn't mind. Things are urgent, how can I care so much? My people are my people, it has nothing to do with my cultivation. Then, Xiao Mao looked at Ji-Man and asked with concern, how is Ji-Man now? Although Ji-man's face was as white as paper, she didn't exhaust her essence like Yuntingyu when she chanted the green seal text. She said softly, "Thank you for your concern, master. I will rest for a while. However, this is already the limit of what I can do. Master, it's better to hide first." Saying that, Ji-man's body suddenly trembled rapidly. Dirty blood gushed out from her mouth and nose like spring water. "This is..." Xiao Mao was shocked. Before he could ask, a mournful wail came from high up in the sky. Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua hurriedly raised their heads and saw that the soul beast covered in beetles was silent after a cry. Its wings also stopped flapping and its body fell from the sky. The most frightening thing was that when the dead soul beast landed near Xiao Hua and the others, the flesh on the soul beast's corpse had already been greatly reduced. In many places, white bones could be seen. When the corpse landed on the ground with Xiao Hua and the others' gazes, the corpse had already completely turned into white bones. Where the corpse landed, there were already soul beasts and soul warriors waiting. Wherever the green light went, the beetles were destroyed one by one. Some of the natives nearby were unavoidably injured by the beetles. "Sai Master." Elder Wu said softly, "You saw it too. There are too many beetles, it's definitely not something that we can handle. Master's strength is still weak, it's best to avoid them." Elder Wu, Xiao Mao was still somewhat lucky. He asked, "Do these beetles have any weaknesses? Could it be that there's no way to restrain them? Moreover, these beetles grew in the vicinity of the Bai Lu stockade. Could it be that they can't be killed before they become beetles?" "Alright, Master knows." Elder Wu knew that Xiao Mao was unwilling to give up. Looking at the unconscious Ji-man, he smiled bitterly, "These beetles naturally have weaknesses. If Master's soul technique is perfected and can use the power of a great god, these beetles won't be a problem. But if Master's soul technique is not perfected, nothing can stop these beetles." Then, Elder Wu looked up at the dense swarm of beetles and said, "These beetles are herbivores. After midnight, they become grass and only at noon the next day will they become beetles. When they become grass, they aren't scary and are often our food. Even when they become beetles, they will only move out on a sunny day. Occasionally, they will attack the Wu village in groups. They aren't much of a threat. We only need to hold on until midnight and everything will disappear. But now, because of the drought, these beetles have become withered branches after turning into grass. When they turn into beetles again, they are much more powerful. Of course, just as my lord has seen, these beetles can also bear fruit, and these fruits are our food. We can't kill them all. Previously, the beetles have attacked Bai Lu village countless times, but under Ji-man's attack, they all scattered. They even retreated in defeat before they could use this move. Who knows why there are so many of them today and why their attacks are so fierce. Now, it seems that we can't hold on until midnight. These beetles will turn into grass. So, Master, please avoid them. When midnight comes, everything will disappear and our Bai Lu village will still be the same as before." Xiao Mao knew what Elder Wu said was true, but he also understood that the natives of Bai Lu village wouldn't be able to hold on until midnight. They would all become the beetles' food. "What you said earlier. What's the reason why the beetles attacked Bai Lu village?" Xiao Mao thought for a moment and asked. "This." Elder Wu hesitated again. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This can't be told to outsiders. Please understand, Master. This is my big brother. My life is all thanks to him." Xiao Mao said angrily, "It's fine if others can't tell, but there's no privacy in front of my big brother." Elder Wu was still hesitating, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Elder Wu, it's fine if you don't say it. But, Elder Wu, there's something that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Please tell me." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't press him, Elder Wu's face relaxed. He looked at the approaching beetles and said hurriedly. Elder Wu, why do these beetles only attack Bai Lu village on a sunny day? Don't they come out on a cloudy day? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Oh, that's right. Elder Wu said hurriedly, these beetles are bisexual. They are most afraid of rain and humidity. If it's a cloudy day, even if they turn into beetles, they are still weak. Why would they come out? Needless to say, attack. You are masters, old acquaintance. Please prioritize master's safety. Please advise master to avoid them. Ha ha ha. There's no need to avoid them. Xiao Hua laughed and said, I'll help you drive away the beetles. But before that, you have to answer my next question. Ah. You, please tell me. Elder Wu almost couldn't believe it. These beetles that covered the sky, even he couldn't do anything. What could this Dao sect cultivator do? Big brother, can you really do it? Xiao Mao was also ecstatic. Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Mao and stared at Ji-Man. What was Ji-Man chanting in the sky just now? How did she manage to chant it? Oh, this. Elder Wu thought Xiao Hua was going to ask something. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, this is the witchcraft incantation used by the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain. Almost all of Ji-Man can chant it. It doesn't need anything special. You should want to chant it too. But, as far as I know, only the people of Meng Mountain, and only a few women can chant it. Dao sect cultivators, definitely can't chant it. What the people below are chanting is different from this. Xiao Hua was very disappointed. He pointed down and said. Yes, they are also chanting witchcraft incantations. But it's a kind of incantation that relies on instinct. It's different from what Ji-Man used. Your Excellency should just give up on this idea. Previously, many cultivators and swordsmen had sneaked into my Bipe and stronghold. Although my Bipe and stronghold didn't set up any defenses against them, it's impossible for them to practice soul arts. Elder Wu seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and directly told him. Sigh, I'm afraid so. Xiao Hua understood that this was related to bloodline. He wasn't the descendant of the 12 great gods, so of course he couldn't chant their witchcraft incantations. You, if you have any tricks, please use them. Elder Wu reminded, if it doesn't work, my lord still has a chance to dodge. Ha ha ha, good. Then I'll let you see your lord's tricks. Xiao Hua pulled Xiao Mao and flew up into the sky. He secretly gave him some things and said a few words to him through voice transmission. Chapter 28-20. What, this is a yellow talisman for clouds and rain. Xiao Mao was stunned. There's such a boring yellow talisman in this world. TSK, hurry up and activate the yellow talisman. This is the thing that will save your people today. Xiao Hua was too lazy to explain to him. This yellow talisman and its refining method were also obtained from Misty Cloud Sect's Yuntinyu. He had used a lot of yellow talismans and refined a lot of them. Who knew that he would be able to use them again? Yes. Xiao Mao knew that this was an opportunity that Xiao Hua was giving him. The mana in his body surged, and he threw out the cloud and rain talisman. Hee, let your big brother cheer you on. Xiao Hua laughed softly and opened his hands. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky. Layers of thick clouds surged through the beetles, and flashes of lightning appeared. In a moment, the entire sky was covered. Kachacha, a flash of lightning fell, and immediately shot down the beetles within a few feet. What was strange was that after the beetles fell a few feet, they actually floated up again, as if they were not afraid of the lightning. Yes, these beetles have the nature of grass. How can grass be afraid of lightning? Xiao Hua was enlightened. However, taking advantage of the gap when the beetles were shot down, Xiao Mao obediently threw the cloud and rain talisman outside the beetle swarm. Wu, the yellow talisman flashed, and countless water-type spiritual energy gathered, forming a hurricane, whoosh, a flash of water could be seen, and a large amount of rain fell from the sky, right on the beetle swarm. Wherever the rain fell, the beetles dodged, and all the beetles that were hit by the rain turned green, as if their weight had increased dramatically. They could no longer fly in the air, and slowly fell down. Big brother, how can this yellow talisman be so magical? Xiao Mao was really shocked when he saw the power of the yellow talisman. Nonsense, this is personally made by Big Brother. How can it be bad? Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several jade talismans were thrown out. Rumble. There was a loud rumble. Although the talismans smashed open many gaps in the beetle swarm, there were very few beetles that were actually ignited by the fire. Sigh, there's always something to conquer something. Who would have thought that? The rain is the bane of beetles. Xiao Hua understood and didn't use any other methods. A large amount of heavenly lightning struck down, creating a gap. He and Xiao Mao flew above the beetle tide. Xiao Mao laughed loudly and smashed down one after another. The water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into water, and it really looked like rain. It was also because of Xiao Hua's thoughtfulness that day. In order to solve the drought in the country of Xi and the country of Meng, he refined a lot of yellow talismans. Moreover, the power of these yellow talismans was really great. Xiao Mao flew in the air, one yellow talisman after another. It took him no less than an hour to use up all the cloud-traveling and rain-summoning talismans refined by Xiao Hua. An hour was enough for Xiao Mao to fly through most of the areas covered by the beetle tide. The rainwater produced by the yellow talismans was enough to disperse most of the beetles. Seeing that dusk was approaching and the sky was covered by dark clouds, the remaining beetles stopped attacking and dispersed. This disaster that was enough to wipe out the natives and soul warriors of the bird nest stronghold was actually so easily resolved by Xiao Hua, no, by Xiao Mao. Before Xiao Mao could land, countless loud cheers came from the ground. The natives and soul warriors who were chanting witchcraft incantations all knelt down on the ground, and saluted Xiao Mao with great sincerity. Xiao Mao glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Xiao Hua quietly landed, and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Ji ji woo woo. Xiao Mao spoke again with great enthusiasm, causing cheers to come from all over the mountain. The entire bird nest stronghold was in an uproar in an instant. When Xiao Mao landed, none of the natives of the bird nest stronghold were willing to leave. It was unknown where they got the torches and bonfires, but they actually danced happily on the spot. Master, as soon as Xiao Mao landed, Elder Wu and Ji Man came to greet him. Elder Wu, in particular, had an unprecedented joy in his eyes. Ji Man, with the help of two female soul warriors, forced herself to bow. Don't be so courteous. Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, You did your best to protect the bird nest stronghold just now, so you should rest more. Too bad. This is the first time I return to Meng Mountains, so I don't have anything to reward you with. Xiao Mao, I forgot. Didn't you leave a jade box with me that day? I think it's best if you give that to Ji Man. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped his forehead, pretending to be enlightened. He took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao naturally didn't know what was inside the jade box, but how could he not know what Xiao Hua meant? After receiving it, he handed it to Ji Man without even looking at it, and said, That's right, this is something I obtained in my early years. Today, I'll give it to you. Xiao Mao's words were very proper, but he didn't mention what was inside and what it was used for. Ji Man was a little dazed, but she had to thank Xiao Mao for his gift, no matter what it was. Seeing her receive it with both hands, she said gratefully, Thank you for your gift, my lord. My lord saved the entire bird nest stronghold, and you still remember me. I can't thank you enough. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Mao waved his hand. Today, we were able to escape from the beetle's attack because of everyone's strength. I'm just standing on everyone's shoulders. Then, Xiao Mao frowned slightly. looked at Elder Wu and said, "Today's matter can only be temporary. If we can't find the reason for the beetle's attack, in the future, Bird Nest Stronghold will still be in trouble." Xiao Mao naturally wanted to ask Elder Wu about the specific reason for the beetle's attack, but Xiao Hua was a little depressed. It was rare for him to be so generous and give something out, but who knew that although the other party was respectful, they didn't even look at it. How could he not be anxious? This. Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua helplessly, then looked at Li Zongbao and the others in the distance, and smiled apologetically. "Right now, I'm going to discuss with my lord. However, this is a secret of Meng Mountain, and we can't let outsiders know. My lord, please." Elder Wu. Xiao Mao's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Outsiders can naturally not know, but I've already said it. This is my big brother, and to him, I don't have any secrets. Besides, you've also seen that his divine ability is not to be underestimated. I'm not afraid to tell you that the yellow talisman was made by my big brother, and it has nothing to do with me." Ah. Elder Wu and Ji-Man naturally didn't see Xiao Hua's action of passing the yellow talisman to Xiao Mao. Hearing Xiao Mao's words, they were shocked. After exchanging glances, Elder Wu nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'm willing to explain this matter to my lord and the elders. However, the others definitely can't." Elders? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. "It seems that other than Xiao Mao's position as the lord, I've also gotten the title of an elder." "Good, this elder title is good." Xiao Mao clapped his hands. "Big brother is my Wu Stockade's elder. I'll arrange for the rest of the guests to rest." Ji-Man forced a smile and said, "I can't accompany my lord anymore." You can go." Xiao Mao looked at Ji-Man and nodded. Then, Xiao Hua turned his head and sent a message to Fairy Hongxia, asking them to rest first. Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, Ji-Man, who had walked about 10 feet away, exclaimed. Then, she hurriedly turned her head, leaving the female spirit warrior who was supporting her, and staggered to Xiao Mao. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to say anything, she threw herself on the ground and cried, my lord, my lord. I'm not worthy of the treasure that my lord has bestowed. I beg my lord to take back this item is of great use to my lord." And in her hand, was the jade box that had been cracked open. The shock on Xiao Mao's face disappeared in a flash. He glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua's face changed into a proud smile. "Get up." Xiao Mao said in a low voice, "This is something that you deserve. Even if this item is of great use to me, but now, you're the hero of Meng Mountain, only you are worthy of this item." "My lord. My lord." Ji-Man was sobbing. She was so grateful to Xiao Mao's actions that she was in a mess. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao, who had a smile on his face, still didn't know what was inside the jade box. However, he could only be sure that this item was definitely not as precious as Ji-Man said. Perhaps, Xiao Hua had a lot of this item in his storage pouch. Elder Wu also seemed to be shocked, and advised in a low voice, "Ji-Man, since this is a gift from my lord, you should keep it. After all, you've done a lot for the Bai Lu Stockade." Ji-Man raised her head and muttered a few words, but the content was not something that Xiao Hua could understand. Sure enough, Elder Wu was shocked again, and quickly said, "My lord, this item is indeed, say no more." Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, "I've already bestowed this item. How can I take it back?" "Elder Wu, you've done a lot for me today. After a while, I'll also reward you." Many thanks, my lord." Elder Wu was overjoyed, and knelt down again. Sigh, everyone says that these millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are uncivilized. Xiao Hua was happy to see this, and secretly laughed, but their etiquette is not any less than our Tao sect. Not to mention that Elder Wu and G-Man's speech and behavior are similar to cultivators. It's just that the etiquette of kneeling down is too thorough. Immediately, G-Man and Elder Wu stood up. G-Man led Fairy Hongxia and the rest to rest, while Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao followed Elder Wu out of the square, and went straight to the back of the wooden house. "Big brother, what exactly did you give him?" At this moment, Xiao Mao asked Xiao Hua via voice transmission, "Did you take enough?" "Hee, it's just a kind of spirit tea." Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and replied, "As for whether it's a lot or not, you can guess." "Hee, of course I can't guess what kind of spirit tea it is." Xiao Mao laughed, "But the amount of this spirit tea is definitely not small." Hee. Xiao Hua laughed, but didn't answer. Chapter 28-21. The two followed Elder Wu out of the plaza and passed through the reveling crowd. Everyone, regardless of whether they were natives or soul warriors, made way for them. Many natives even threw themselves on the ground. That kind of fanaticism made even Xiao Hua envious. After passing through the crowd with great difficulty, they arrived at the back of the plaza. There were a dozen or so soul warriors and soul beasts guarding the gate. Seeing Xiao Mao come over, these soul warriors respectfully saluted. Even the soul beasts respectfully lowered their heads. Elder Wu asked a few questions and received some answers. Only then did he nod and lead the way for Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao to enter the huge wooden gate. Behind the huge wooden door, there were also some rough wooden houses. Old Wu slowly led the way in front, and Xiao Hua had already impatiently released his Buddhist sense. However, after looking for a long time, he didn't see anything special. Elder Wu had clearly sensed Xiao Hua's position in Xiao Mao's heart. He even sensed the strangeness of the item Xiao Mao bestowed upon him. From time to time, he would turn around and address Xiao Hua as elder and say some casual words. Xiao Hua also answered indifferently. After passing through a large group of wooden houses, they also met some soul warriors who weren't on patrol. The three of them arrived in front of a slope. A bird's cry rang out. A blue witch feather flew down from the sky and landed right in front of Xiao Mao. The snake-like head now docilely crouched down in front of Xiao Mao's feet. Its tongue also stretched out and licked Xiao Mao's feet. "This is that old blue witch feather." Xiao Hua suddenly understood. So this thing is here. This should be the secret of the shaman stronghold. Sure enough, Elder Wu said with a smile, "Master, this is that old and useless blue witch feather. This lowly one sent them to Grain Garden and had them guard this place." Immediately, Elder Wu waved his hand and took out the bone staff again. A faint green light fell from between his eyebrows. The skeleton on the bone staff caught it. Immediately, a green light like a tide sprayed out from the skeleton's mouth and rushed to the rows of withered trees on the slope in front of them. The withered trees repeatedly emitted green light, but it disappeared in a short moment. However, after the green light, the scene in front of him didn't change at all, and there wasn't any unusual movement. Xiao Mao frowned as he found it strange. Grandmaster Wu quickly explained, "Master, the soul formation of Meng Mountains is different from the Taoist sex formation. It does not have any dazzling brilliance, nor does it have any camouflage technique. If you are not from Meng Mountains, you will never be able to see through the soul formation. Of course, perhaps the soul formation of Meng Mountains does not have the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering power of the Taoist sex formation, but, in terms of power, it might not be weaker than the Taoist sex formation." Xiao Mao nodded. He still looked at the slope in confusion. There were no wooden huts at the bottom of the slope, nor were there any natives. Other than some sparse branches and small trees, there was nothing else. Noticing that Xiao Mao was a little distracted, Elder Wu misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "But my lord, the soul cultivation divine ability of Meng Mountain is far from what my lord heard in the three kingdoms of cultivation. The almighty experts of Meng Mountain are the same as the cultivators of Daoist sect. They have the ability to turn the world upside down, and... How did you know that I was in the three kingdoms of cultivation? Xiao Mao turned his head and asked coldly. This. Elder Wu was flabbergasted. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, please don't ask about this matter. This lowly one only heard some rumors. If this lowly one reports it to my lord, it will only make my lord even more confused." Then, Elder Wu pointed at the blue sorcerer feather at his feet and said, "Just in time, my lord. We will take this opportunity to enter Su Garden. When my lord sees the situation in Su Garden, he will know." "All right." Seeing that Elder Wu insisted on not saying anything, Xiao Mao knew that this matter must involve a lot of people. Although the other party was willing to swear loyalty, he did not dare to meddle too much. Xiao Mao did not force him and floated onto the blue sorcerer feather. The soul beast was originally 10 feet long, and its back was spacious. It was more than enough for Xiao Hua and the other two to stand on. The soul beast let out a clear cry, flapped its wings, and flew down the slope. Beyond the slope should be the back mountain of Bite and Stronghold. Just like the front mountain, it was extremely large. Moreover, at the edge of the slope, they could vaguely see the shadows of some wooden houses. Under the full moon, they looked like monsters that were sticking their heads out. Another few clear cries rang out. Several blue sorcerer feather also swept across the sky. There were patrolling soul warriors passing by on them. However, after flying for nearly 10,000 feet and arriving at another slope, Xiao Mao was somewhat stunned when he did not see anything strange. He had released his divine sense and had been carefully inspecting. Moreover, under the full moon, the slope and even the bottom of the valley were clearly visible. Apart from some vegetation commonly seen in Meng Mountains, some dense stems that were more than a foot tall, and even some beetles, he really did not know what was here that was coveted by the beetles. As for Xiao Hua, he looked pensive. The blue sorcerer feather flapped its wings and landed on a natural platform on the slope. After the three of them jumped down, the blue sorcerer feather let out another cry and soared into the sky. "Master, please take a look." Since they were already here, Old Wu did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He pointed at the stems near the platform and said, "This is the root cause of the beetles' attack on Bite and Stronghold. Moreover, this is also the reason why all the shaman strongholds in Meng Mountains were attacked by the beetles." "Oh. What is this?" Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. Old Wu was not surprised. It seemed that it was normal for Xiao Mao not to understand. He squatted down, looked at the 1-foot-long stem, and sighed, "This is the millet. The millet that the people of Meng Mountains eat daily. Millet garden, this must be the millet." Xiao Mao was enlightened. "Yes, this millet is similar to the rice that the people of the three kingdoms of cultivation often eat." Old Wu nodded. Xiao Mao also squatted down and looked at the millet carefully. The millet looked very similar to rice. However, millet grew on the soft soil of Meng Mountains and did not need to be planted in the paddy field. Moreover, on the 1-foot-long stem, there were 3 to 5 thin branches that looked like caterpillars. On the thin branches, there were grains of millet that were not much bigger than gravel. Old Wu looked at Xiao Mao who was squatting opposite him, then raised his head slightly and looked at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua did not walk over as he expected. Instead, he walked slowly to the edge of the platform, bent down, and looked at the millet growing there. After looking at it, he even walked down the platform and looked to the side. Old Wu did not care about Xiao Hua's behavior. It was best that Xiao Hua was not next to him. "Master," Old Wu said in a low voice, "do you see anything?" "What? What can I see if I take it?" Xiao Mao said honestly, "I have already abstained from eating for a long time. I don't know how many years it has been since I tasted the food of the mortal world. Master's cultivation has improved, this humble one is also happy in my heart. Old Wu said with a smile, this matter has to start from 50 to 60 years ago. Oh, maybe it's even earlier than that. However, as for the specific date of the change, even this humble one can't say it clearly. Big brother. Xiao Mao saw that old Wu was beginning to explain and hurriedly wanted to call Xiao Hua. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua raised his voice from afar, let me leave for a while. I can take a look at the millet here. This thing. I seem to have seen it before. Oh, okay. Xiao Mao knew that Xiao Hua did not want to make things difficult for him, so he did not say anything. Old Wu continued, this millet is the food of the people of Meng Mountains. It is because of this millet and our bloodline that we are different from the people outside of Meng Mountains. Therefore, other than the bloodline, this millet is the foundation of Meng Mountains. Of course, this millet only grows in Meng Mountains. Even if someone brought this millet to the outside world to cultivate, they would not succeed. It seems like. At this point, Xiao Mao was somewhat enlightened, when I was young, Master must have also grown up eating millet when he was young. There is no doubt about this. Old Wu said with a smile, only when you grew up and cultivated the magic of the Tao sect did you stop eating millet. Of course, if Master does not eat millet, then you will not be able to use the witchcraft of Meng Mountains. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Because of this strange and ordinary appearance of millet, although the people of Meng Mountains rely on it, they have never paid attention to it. 100 years ago, this millet grew everywhere in the mountains, so we did not have to worry about it. Also, the beetles and the soul beasts of Meng Mountains all feed on this millet. In fact, the beetles are even more special. When they grow into grass, they often grow together with millet. Their reproduction and growth are also related to millet. However, I don't know when it started, but the weather of Meng Mountains changed. Originally, there was rain for 8 to 10 days, but gradually, it became 7 days, 6 days, and finally, until now, there is no rain for 100 days. Drought. Xiao Mao nodded. This is not the most important thing. Old Wu nodded, the most important thing is that the millet produced by this millet has been decreasing year by year, until now, it has gradually stopped producing millet. Even the millet itself can no longer survive. Ah! Is that so? Xiao Mao exclaimed, then what do you all eat? When Old Wu and Ji-Man from the other strongholds found out about this, they immediately reported it to their respective strongholds. In the end. At this point, Old Wu glanced at Xiao Mao, in the end, they reported it to the main stronghold of Shebi. However, Shebi's stronghold has always been, a little chaotic, so they did not come up with a solution in time. By the time we came up with a solution, it was already a little too late. As Old Wu spoke, he walked to the valley and said, that year, after a discussion with Ji-Man, I personally went to the country of Shi to take a look at their secular people's farming. I even invited over 100 old farmers to help me. All the millets behind this mountain were sown here by those farmers' suggestions before they went extinct outside the stronghold. Fortunately, I humbly listened to those farmers' suggestions and planted millets here. Although it is not enough to ensure the survival of all the people in the stronghold, but, at a critical moment, these millets can still play a certain role. Chapter 28-22. Over the years, other than hunting some wild beasts, the people of the village have also thought of many ways to fill their stomachs. Old Wu continued, unfortunately, the people of Meng Mountains can't leave these millet fields. Every once in a while, I will harvest some millet and distribute it to everyone according to the population of the village. But, this is just a temporary measure. At this moment, all struggles are useless against the weather. Although the millets in this millet field are carefully taken care of, their condition is deteriorating. I'm afraid that in another year or so, these millets won't produce any more millet. When that time comes, it will be the day of the destruction of the people of Meng Mountains. Old Wu sighed. Yes, because these millets are necessary for the beetles, they always attack Shibai village because they want to use these millets. Xiao Mao understood. Yes, if these beetles fall, not only will they kill all the people of Shibai village, even if they sweep away all the millets, how long can Shibai village last? At this point, Old Wu lowered his voice and said, actually, it's already good that Shibai village can hold on until now. The other villages have already passed their limits. I'm sure you've already seen it when you came to Meng Mountains. For the sake of survival, the people of Meng Mountains have already killed their way into the sword domain. They want to find a way to survive in the sword domain and the three kingdoms of cultivators. Old Wu's voice was very soft. It seemed like he was guarding against Xiao Hua, revealing this great secret. However, he didn't use the language of Meng Mountains, so no one knew what he was thinking. Ah. So that's why. Xiao Mao always thought that it was a battle between soul warriors and swordsmen, and that it was a provocation by the swordsmen. However, he didn't expect that the millions of soul warriors of Meng Mountains had no choice but to expand for their own survival. But, aren't the people of Meng Mountains only allowed to live in Meng Mountains? Even if they go to Han country, what can they do? Xiao Mao was confused again. My lord, didn't you grow up in the three kingdoms of cultivators? If you didn't come to Meng Mountains, wouldn't you still have a good life? Old Wu laughed. Besides, for so many years, countless cultivators and swordsmen have come to Meng Mountains, and countless soul warriors of Meng Mountains have gone to the three kingdoms of cultivators and the sword domain. Aren't they all living well? But, whether the native people of Meng Mountains can survive or not is still unknown. Of course, instead of waiting for death, why don't we charge out and take a look? Elder Wu added. Sigh. Xiao Mao stood up. He already understood the reason behind it, but, what could he do? Master. This is a great opportunity for you. Elder Wu hesitated. Master is the descendant of great god Shibai, your bloodline is extremely pure. When Elder Wu spoke up to this point, Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, Elder Wu, let me ask you. If the millet in Meng Mountains is restored to its original state, do you still want to enter the three kingdoms of cultivators and the Huan kingdom? Elder. Venerable Wu didn't find it strange that Xiao Hua could hear his words. With a wry smile, he said, Meng Mountains is the place where the descendants of the 12 great gods rest and recuperate. I've been living in this Bai and stronghold since I was born, and I've never thought of living outside of Meng Mountains. If it weren't for such a calamity, who would be willing to leave their home? Sai, your Dao sect has always called my Meng Mountains as Million Meng Mountains, but how is my Meng Mountains only 1,000,000 li big? To be honest, my people of Meng Mountains have never thought of coveting your Dao sect's territory, because we simply don't care about the three kingdoms of cultivators. You've always considered yourselves as the orthodox Dao sect, but how can you compare to the orthodox Dao sect's 12 great gods of Meng Mountains? You say we're uncivilized people, but the uncivilized ones are your Dao sect. Elder Wu, you talk too much. Xiao Hua didn't argue with him, and said with a smile, I just want to ask you, if I can solve this problem, what will you do? What? How is that possible? Elder Wu had already understood Xiao Hua's meaning, and thought he was just asking. But when he heard that Xiao Hua could really solve this problem, he couldn't help but be shocked. How will you solve it? Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua didn't answer his question, and instead turned to Xiao Mao and said, Come with me. After saying that, Xiao Hua flew into the air, and flew towards the depths of the valley. Xiao Mao didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly flew over. Elder Wu stood on the platform, and his face was filled with surprise and joy, and even a little anxiety. But Xiao Hua didn't call him, and he didn't dare to go over. He was really worried about his gains and losses. Big brother. Xiao Mao was naturally anxious, and asked in a low voice, Can you really solve such a huge problem. Xiao Hua shrugged, and shook his head slightly, such a huge problem, how can Big Brother be sure? But, if there's even a sliver of hope, we'll have to try. After all, it's the lives of countless Meng Mountains natives, and the lives of my Dao sect and Sword Region swordsmen. Yes, that's right. Xiao Mao nodded, Million Meng Mountains is really mysterious. If they come out in full force, my Dao sect won't be their match, and the sword cultivators of Huan country won't be able to either. If they really fight, the land will be filled with whales. In addition, what Elder Wu said is also extremely correct. Since you're born in Million Meng Mountains, in the future, I'm afraid you'll be involved in Million Meng Mountains as well. If you can make the first move, that's the best. This merit can definitely help you to do what you want to do. Xiao Hua thought for a while, and slowly said, according to what Big Brother knows, the changes in the millet and the weather are related to the changes in the natural energy, and it involves the entire Meng Mountains. That's a distance of millions of miles, much larger than the 3 cultivation countries. It's far beyond our imagination. If you can control such a huge place, it'll be much more useful than Xuanyan School. Think about it, is it possible for you to be the sect leader of Xuanyan School? But within Million Meng Mountains, with your bloodline and background, it'll be easy for you to get it. Of course, the scope of this matter is too big. You alone can't completely control it. In Big Brother's opinion, it's better to borrow the help of Elder Wu and G-Man of Bai and Stronghold, and even the natives and soul warriors in the Stronghold. Let them, who are your people, work for you first. It won't be too late for you to stand out when there's a clear picture of the development of this matter. To tell you the truth, Big Brother is the same as you. I also have some difficulties that I can't speak of. Right now, I can't tell anyone. Xiao Hua thought for a while, and then said, unless Big Brother has absolute confidence, you can only endure it. Big Brother? You, with your current cultivation level, you can't do it? Xiao Mao was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard Xiao Hua talk about his own secret. That's right, that's exactly it. Xiao Hua didn't say much, although your opponents, the ones who harmed your parents and expelled them from Million Meng Mountains, may not have a high cultivation level, but for you, they're much stronger than Big Brother's opponents. Not only are they hiding in the dark, they also have many subordinates. You're all alone, you're definitely not their match. So, your current plan is to use this opportunity to gather people's hearts, and maximize your advantage. Turn all the descendants of great god Shibai into your people. Only then can you have your revenge. But, this is Big Brother's merit. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. Little brother, what's mine is yours. Xiao Hua laughed, how can a generation's merit, cultivation level, and spirit stones compare to having a family member like you in this world? If it were you, think about it, even if a spirit stone mine was placed here, and it could be exchanged for your parents' lives, you would definitely not take a second look at it. Xiao Mao's heart was burning, and he didn't know what to say. This kind of concern, this kind of giving, was indeed more generous than a blood brother. After a while, Xiao Mao nodded firmly, yes, little brother understands. Little brother will listen to Big Brother. Good, that's good. Xiao Hua laughed, and then looked left and right, let's go, we'll walk around and see the situation of Su Garden. Yes. Xiao Mao originally thought that Xiao Hua would immediately tell him the method to save Meng Mountains, but who knew that Xiao Hua actually wanted to fly for a while, so he could only nod and agree. Su Garden was actually a part of Bai Lu's stronghold, and it was no different from what Xiao Mao and the others saw at the beginning, but this time, millet was planted on the mountain, and not those withered branches and thorns. After flying for a while, Xiao Mao's heart was moved, and he whispered, Big Brother, little brother remembers, when G-Man was injured, what did you give her? It actually made her so grateful. It really was some spirit tea. Xiao Hua thought for a while, then took out a storage pouch from his chest, and handed it to Xiao Mao, take this, I reckon you'll have a use for it in the future. Oh, Xiao Mao took it naturally, and used his divine sense to check it. There was indeed a lot of spirit tea inside, and each of them was abnormally emerald green. What's the use of this? Why was G-Man so excited? Xiao Mao asked curiously. How would I know this? Xiao Hua waved his hand. That day, at a secret auction in Sky Patrol City, someone was selling it, saying that it could be used by soul cultivators, but no one bid, and in the end, the price was ridiculously cheap. Big Brother loves to take advantage of others, and he didn't even think about it, so he got a lot of it, but who knew that when he just took out a piece, it actually made her like this. I thought she was interested in that jade box. Oh, if you want to know, you can ask Elder Wu, he definitely knows the origin. You can also tell me while you're at it. Alright, little brother will go over now. Big brother, let's walk for a while more. Xiao Mao smiled. I want to take a closer look. You tell Elder Wu, before dawn. I'm afraid I can't tell him the specific method. I know. Xiao Mao smiled, and flew back to the platform. Seeing Xiao Mao coming back from afar, Elder Wu hurriedly went over and asked, Master, what did the elder say? Big brother said, he can't make a decision before dawn. He needs to think carefully. Xiao Mao said with a smile, however, my big brother has always been very mysterious, unless he's not confident, he will definitely not say it. Chapter 28-23. Alright. Although Elder Wu said so, he still looked up at the pitch-black valley. How could he be at ease if he didn't get a real answer? This was a matter of life and death for the shaman village. Elder Wu, what is this? Xiao Mao said as he took out a twilight moon. Ah. Master. Master has this. Elder Wu was shocked and said hurriedly, this is a secret shaman item from Huda village. It's called. At this point, Elder Wu said a strange word and then explained, in the past, there was a Taoist cultivator who called it the Twilight Moon. It lives up to its name. Twilight Moon. This is a secret item from Huda village. Xiao Mao was puzzled. Master has obtained this item, but you don't know where it came from? Elder Wu was surprised. G-Man, and I thought you knew. Alright, I'll give this to you. Xiao Mao handed the Twilight Moon to Elder Wu and said, you just need to tell me the secret of the Twilight Moon. No. Elder Wu hurriedly refused. This item is very important for the bloodline awakening of the descendants of the 12 great gods. It's exactly what you need. Giving it to me is a waste. Are you not going to listen to me? Xiao Mao said calmly. Elder Wu hesitated and fell to the ground, crying, Master has treated me with great kindness. I can't repay it even if I die 1,000 times. I swear in the name of great God Shibai that I will be loyal to you from now on. If I have any other thoughts, please let the divine snake bite my heart and die. Then, Elder Wu mumbled a few more words. Get up. Xiao Mao smiled. I know that I've returned to Meng Mountains alone and that I'll have to rely on Elder Wu and G-Man for everything in the future. However, I can also swear in the name of great God Shibai that as long as you are loyal to me, I'll give you all the benefits. Master, please don't swear. I can't let you do that. Elder Wu hurriedly stopped him. To be able to serve you is my honor and duty. Master is my master, you don't have to do that. Xiao Mao wouldn't stop. He mumbled a few more words, which made Elder Wu panic and hit his head on the ground. Get up. Xiao Mao helped Elder Wu up. I still need to discuss with you. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, I understand. Elder Wu hastily replied. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have gone off topic again, so he hastily replied, all right, this lowly one knows. This Twilight Moon is a shaman item cultivated by the descendants of the Huda Stronghold's great gods. Most importantly, it has a miraculous effect on the bloodlines of the 12 great gods' descendants. However, we lowly people didn't know that it was used like this. Secondly, this item could nurture soul awareness, making it a holy item for cultivating soul techniques. Of course, the soul power that we've lost can also be quickly recovered under the nourishment of this holy item. In fact, I can even use this sacred object to improve my soul technique. Xiao Mao nodded. But, Old Wu continued, this item has always been kept in the Huda village, and it has never been given to anyone else. Besides, ever since the change of the weather in Meng Mountains, this item has also been affected. I heard that it's almost extinct. As such, both G-Man and I were greatly shocked when we saw His Highness take out this item. Oh right, Lord, no matter how many of this item you have, you must hide it well. Don't let others know about it, or else it will cause others to covet it. I understand. Xiao Mao nodded, this item can also be used as a reward. That's true. Elder Wu had no objection to this, as the descendants of the great gods and even the 12 great gods, they all want to obtain this holy item. It would be most appropriate for our Lord to reward them with this item. Elder Wu, what's the situation in Meng Mountains? I didn't grow up in Meng Mountains since I was young, so I really don't know much about it. Since our Lord has asked, this lowly one can't keep quiet. However, I hope that our Lord can be a little more cautious in these matters. At this point, Elder Wu no longer used the language of the Taoist sect, and began to whisper to Xiao Mao. This conversation went on for several hours, and only when the sky turned bright did Elder Wu stop. He raised his head and looked at the valley where Xiao Hua's shadow was nowhere to be seen. My lord, this lowly one doesn't have any vigilance against Elder Wu, but after all, he's not from Meng Mountains and doesn't know how powerful the 12 great gods are, so he might not be loyal to Meng Mountains. This lowly one understands the trust that our Lord has for Elder Wu and the brotherly affection between our Lord and Elder Wu, but, our Lord is the descendant of the great gods, and is destined to have an extraordinary life. Don't say any more. Big brother can't hear you. Xiao Mao waved his hand lightly, can you actually measure his tolerance? However, I really do know what you mean. I will tell Big Brother about it, and with his personality, he won't listen to it, so don't worry. Yes, this lowly one understands. Elder Wu seemed to be relieved, but when he looked at the sky, he was a little anxious. Wait a moment. I'll go find Big Brother now. Xiao Mao released his divine sense, looked around, and flew down the platform. He saw Xiao Hua meditating with his eyes closed far away. When he saw Xiao Mao coming over, he opened his eyes and said, how is it? Did you get the information? More than that. Xiao Mao smiled and told him about the matter of Daybreak Moon, and then said, Elder Wu also mentioned a lot of things about Meng Mountains. Don't say any more, that old ghost won't let you say it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, as if his ears were following Xiao Mao, and said with an indifferent expression, if it involves your background, you can talk about it, but other things, Big Brother isn't interested. Sigh. This Elder Wu's mouth is very tight. Although he swore loyalty, he obviously doesn't want to get involved. He didn't say anything. Xiao Mao said helplessly. Damn it, he swore loyalty, and he still dares to hide it. Xiao Hua was a little angry. It seems, it's not that simple. Xiao Mao smiled and said, it must be this little brother's family matter. Elder Wu, as an outsider, it's not good to offend anyone. Isn't this just going with the wind and staying out of it? What is loyalty? Xiao Hua smiled. Xiao Mao shook his head, this loyalty is probably different from what we think. The one they should be loyal to is great god Shibai, and not this little brother, right? Forget it, it's your business. Xiao Hua waved his hand, let's go, it's time to give that old ghost an answer. Big brother, wait. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand, took out 3 bone boxes, and handed them to Xiao Hua. Big brother gave this little brother so many good things, and this little brother just happens to have 3 treasures that Ji Manjin gave this little brother. This little brother has no use for them, so I might as well give them to you. These are treasures that were given to Shibai village. They are definitely extraordinary. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. This little brother will get more of these treasures in the future. Xiao Mao smiled. Moreover, Big Brother came to Meng Mountain, how can you go back empty-handed? Instead of waiting for Big Brother to have more treasures in the future, you should take advantage of the time when Big Brother has nothing to give. Don't you think so? Good. Xiao Hua did not hold back, took the bone boxes, and sent them into his space without even looking at them. He smiled and said, you are also some emperor, so there will be more things to show filial piety to you in the future. Big Brother has no one to show filial piety to, so it's a waste not to take your things. Others show filial piety to little brother, so little brother will show filial piety to Big Brother. Isn't it the same as others showing filial piety to Big Brother? Xiao Mao smiled. Stop flattering me. Xiao Hua smiled, do you think Big Brother doesn't know that you are still thinking about your people? Big Brother is wise. Xiao Mao did not deny it. Then the two flew towards the platform. Over there, Elder Wu had been anxiously waiting for a long time. Seeing the smile on Xiao Mao's face, not the slightest bit embarrassed, far from what he was worried about, Elder Wu could not help but feel relieved. He hurriedly went up to greet him, and actually used the etiquette of the 3 kingdoms to salute. Master, does Elder have a countermeasure? Elder, how should we cast the spell? Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao's words shocked Elder Wu. Of course I do, but I haven't asked yet. His words were brimming with trust. Elder. Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua. He was really impatient, as if he didn't feel that calling Xiao Hua elder was so demanding. It's actually very simple. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this Xiao naturally cannot change the astronomical phenomenon of the million Meng Mountains. I believe that in the entire Xiaoyu continent, there is absolutely no one who can change it. Hearing this, Elder Wu could not help but refute, Elder, you are wrong. Although you cannot change it now, but if Master can control the bloodline power of great god Shibai, it might not be impossible. Seeing that Elder Wu actually interrupted him to clarify the name of great god Shibai's bloodline, Xiao Hua could not help but smile, and asked with interest, why is that? Actually, Elder Wu regretted his words as soon as he spoke. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's question, he knew that if he did not answer, Xiao Hua would not continue to speak, so he could only explain, great god Shibai is a great god who can control the weather. If Master can control the bloodline power, he can definitely affect the astronomical phenomenon. Oh. Is that so? Then what about the other 11 great gods? What do they control? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Immediately, Elder Wu understood that Xiao Hua was dissatisfied that he did not let Xiao Mao tell him about the secrets of Meng Mountains. Left with no other choice, Venerable Wu forced a smile and said, Elder, this is the foundation of Meng Mountains. It's not a secret. If Elder likes it, please tell us in detail. Elder, please tell us how to help our Baipan and stronghold survive this calamity. Big Brother, you should tell us. Xiao Mao also laughed. Elder Wu, you are wrong. Not only your Baipan and stronghold, but the entire Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua smiled, this is all thanks to Xiao Mao. At this moment, although Elder Wu was shocked, he kept his mouth shut, determined not to say a single word. Since we can't affect the astronomical phenomenon, then, we can only change the grain. But Elder Wu could not help but say 2 words, and then he closed his mouth again. Yes, that's right. Elder Wu must have tried your best, but to no avail. Look at this grain garden, it is also Elder Wu's years of hard work. Xiao Hua smiled, waved his hand and said, last night, I took a look around the grain garden. Elder Wu's merit is not to be ignored. Elder Wu still did not say a word. Seeing Elder Wu being obedient, Xiao Hua said again, actually, I observed the grain garden for an entire night. Not only did I want to see how the grain garden looked like, the most important thing was, I wanted to know if this grain garden is the same as the grain garden that I obtained in the Kuai He Si. Kuai He Si. Hearing Xiao Hua point at the Kuai He Si that was miles away from millions of Meng mountains, Elder Wu and Xiao Mao were stunned. How is that possible? Elder Wu could not help but shout, how can the Kuai He Si have the grain garden that Meng mountains use? He, Elder Wu, how would you know if you don't try? Xiao Hua smiled, besides, I obtained a lot of grain garden seeds there. I'm afraid, it's enough for millions of Meng mountains to use. As he said that, Xiao Hua touched his chest and took out a small storage pouch. He handed it to Xiao Mao and said, Big brother, take out this little bit first and see if it works. If it works, it won't be too late to take out the rest. Alright, thank you, big brother. Although Xiao Mao had some doubts in his heart, he was very confident in Xiao Hua. Just as he was about to take it, he heard Xiao Hua raise his head and sneer, is it? Jiu Xia. How long have you been hiding here? Is there something you don't dare to see? Chapter 28-24. Suddenly, in the sky far away from Su Garden, following Xiao Hua's voice, a ripple of light flickered. Jiu Xia's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he appeared. He still called out, You are Taoist Master Xiao. How is this possible? How is this possible? A strange expression flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He understood that he did not discover Jiu Xia's whereabouts early on. When he took out the storage bag, Jiu Xia must have discovered the truth that he was Taoist Xiao. She must have revealed her aura in her astonishment and was discovered by him. However, he did not know that as a high-level disciple of a large Tao sect, how could Jiu Xia know Taoist Zhao's name? This was really strange. What Taoist Xiao? How come I don't know? Xiao Hua laughed, but, with such beautiful scenery, why did little sister Jiu Xia come here instead of accompanying your sister and taking a walk in the countryside? Brother-in-law. After the astonishment flashed across Jiu Xia's face, she seemed to have understood something and regained her calmness. She smiled and said, Do you know what is the most beautiful thing in this world? Spirit stones. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. TSK, brother-in-law is really a miser. Jiu Xia said angrily, Actually, in little sister's opinion, the most beautiful thing in this world is a confusing secret. All the secrets are hidden behind countless false appearances. Finding the truth from these fragmented clues is the most beautiful thing. Don't. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said, These are too profound. I can't even find the direction, so why bother with these? It's better for me to guard my spirit stones. Immediately, Xiao Hua's expression changed again, and he said indifferently, Jiu Xia, I know you are not an ordinary person. Why did you come all the way from the Three Kingdoms to find Xiao Mao? At this time, you followed behind him and came here. Presumably, you have already spied on many of the secrets of millions of Meng mountains. I am not talented. I can ignore the matters of millions of Meng mountains, but Xiao Mao's matter. I must take care of it. Little sister Jiu Xia, please explain the matter clearly. Actually, Miss Jiu Xia, these days, we have been getting along very well. Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, If I can help, I will definitely help. You being so mysterious is really not good for our relationship. Jiu Xia laughed. She was like the sparkling dew at dawn, extremely beautiful. Even people like Elder Wu fell into a daze. I originally asked Xiao Hua for help, but later I realized that I was wrong. I should have asked Xiao Mao for help, but today I realized that I was still wrong. I should ask Taoist Master Xiao for help. Jiu Xia laughed and said, but since I've already discovered Daoist Master Zhao's whereabouts, and I've also discovered it, I don't need to ask for Daoist Master Zhao's help at all, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Jiu Xia laughed loudly and flew into the air. She bowed and said, "Brother-in-law, I've asked for your help and you've already helped me. Little sister is extremely grateful to you. But I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't be bidding farewell to you. Fate has brought us together. Let's meet again in the future." As she spoke, Jiu Xia's figure transformed into a rainbow and shot out of Su Garden. "You want to leave?" Xiao Hua sneered. "Even if you want to leave, you still have to explain the reason clearly." As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body trembled with the sound of thunder. His figure flashed, and he chased after Jiu Xia. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiao Mao looked at the two people disappearing at an extremely fast speed and was somewhat baffled. Although Jiu Xia's figure flew extremely fast, Xiao Hua was not slow either. The two of them left Guanlu stronghold in an instant and flew straight out of Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua, who was flying in the air, was very puzzled. This Jiu Xia was really mysterious. Her appearance was strange, and her disappearance was even more strange. The time she spent with everyone in between was even more baffling. Xiao Hua chased after Jiu Xia, not because he wanted to make her stay, but because it was really as he said. "If you want to come, then come, and if you want to leave, then leave." There had to be an explanation. Moreover, he was really confused. He really wanted to figure it out. Looking at Jiu Xia's fleeing light again, it seemed like she was not really trying to escape. She did not seem to be dodging at all, and just flew straight and slowly. Sometimes, she even seemed to be afraid that Xiao Hua would get lost, and would stop for a moment. As a result, Xiao Hua's anger grew even more. Seeing that they were about to cross Drifting Cloud Lake and enter the territory of Huan country, Jiu Xia stopped in midair. She turned around and looked at Xiao Hua with a smile, saying, "Io, brother-in-law, could it be that you really don't want your little sister to leave? You chased after her for so long, aren't you afraid that big sister will think too much?" The lightning on Xiao Hua's body receded. He said indifferently, "This Xiao has always been open and aboveboard, unlike some people who hide their heads and tails. Why would I be afraid of others pointing fingers at me and casually overthinking things? He, brother-in-law, aren't you talking about me?" Jiu Xia did not hide it. She was as innocent as a real little sister and said with a smile, "Actually, little sister has something to say to you alone. I was afraid that big sister would be unhappy, so I led you here." "You knew that I was going to chase after you?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He, brother-in-law, do you think that little sister would not know that you were going to chase after me?" Jiu Xia said with a smile, "If I did not want brother-in-law to come, would little sister reveal my tracks? Forget it even if you deliberately let me come." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "You have called me brother-in-law for so many days, you should at least let me know the origin of this little sister of yours." Let's not talk about little sister's origin first." Jiu Xia was still smiling happily, as if there was no more worry in her heart. She said, "Little sister will first ask brother-in-law, have little sister and brother-in-law ever threatened big sister or brother-in-law in these few years?" Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Your cultivation is deep, and your divine abilities are unfathomable, far above me. If you have any disloyalty towards us, we will not have any power to fight back. Moreover, you really did not do anything to us." "Excellent." Jiu Xia clapped her hands. "If brother-in-law says so, little sister's heart will be at ease. Actually, little sister also feels that it is strange, little sister has never met a cultivator like brother-in-law, who does not seem to be on guard against anyone. Even towards a stranger like little sister, you treat her with sincerity." "Fine. Don't flatter me." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I admit that I am not your opponent, so what's the use of taking so many precautions? Brother-in-law is wrong." Jiu Xia shook her head. This is a matter of character. It is not a matter of attitude. Some cultivators, even if their cultivation is shallow, and they know that they are inferior to others, they will still use every possible means to scheme against others, hoping to obtain benefits from them. If it is someone else, they might scheme against little sister halfway, wanting to take little sister for themselves and snatch little sister's divine abilities. You think I don't want to? Xiao Hua curled his lips. Your big sister is next to me, so I have to dare. He, brother-in-law, big sister is not here, you do it. Jiu Xia shrugged her shoulders, and the two buds on her chest slightly stuck out. Xiao Hua sweated profusely, unable to resist Jiu Xia's charm. He turned his head and said, Jiu Xia, if you want to say it, then say it. If not, I am leaving. Don't go. Jiu Xia laughed. Little sister actually likes you from the bottom of her heart, I am leaving. Xiao Hua's body flashed with lightning. I am not going to say it. Jiu Xia hurriedly said. Little sister will tell brother-in-law the whole story. These two people, one ran and one chased. After catching up, one stopped chasing, and the other wanted to let go. Quickly say it. Xiao Hua frowned, but he did not dare to look into Jiu Xia's eyes. Actually, little sister wants to ask brother-in-law for help in Million Meng Mountains. Jiu Xia slightly restrained herself and said in a low voice. I know. You are the leader of the Wu village in Million Meng Mountains. I am not an idiot, how can I not see it? Xiao Hua interrupted Jiu Xia and said, but you clearly want to ask Xiao Mao for help, how did it become me? Brother-in-law, listen to little sister's explanation. Jiu Xia said sweetly, the matter that little sister wants to ask brother-in-law for help, is very big, little sister also does not know what exactly brother-in-law needs to help with. This is also what little sister said earlier, I believe brother-in-law does not believe it at all, right? Of course. Xiao Hua patiently listened and answered. Because the matter is very big, it can be said that it is not something that little sister or brother-in-law can do with your cultivation level. Therefore, little sister does not dare to directly tell brother-in-law. Jiu Xia said again, I do not know where to start, so I ask brother-in-law and the others to go to the Wu village in Million Meng Mountains. Sai, can you explain it more clearly? Xiao Hua sighed. I am still confused after hearing this. Actually, it is very simple. Jiu Xia thought for a while and said decisively, little sister wants to ask brother-in-law to stop the war between Million Meng Mountains and Sword Domain. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was shocked, not to mention that I am powerless to stop it, even if I can stop it, what does this have to do with me? Yes. This is also what little sister was thinking when I saw you that day. Jiu Xia also had an innocent look on her face, as if she was a little female cultivator who had lost her spirit stone. I spent a lot of effort in divination before I was able to predict that at that time in the sword domain, I would be able to meet someone who could stop the war. But I did not expect that it would be brother-in-law, the famous terrifying phoenix. You really think too highly of me. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, I can kill a few illusory swords, but how can I stop the war between soul cultivators and sword cultivators? When you saw this Xiao was being chased by an old woman at the first grade of the sword transformation stage. If it was not for the old woman chasing you, how could you see little sister? Jiu Xia said with a smile, however, brother-in-law does not need to be troubled, because Xiao Hua is unable to do it, but Daoist Xiao can definitely do it. Chapter 28-25. Oh. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and nodded, you're right. The million-soul cultivators of Meng Mountain attacked Huan country with the purpose of leaving Meng Mountain and going to Huan country, Lian country, Meng country, and Shi country to find a way out for the soul cultivators. If the spirit seed I obtained by chance was effective, their crisis could be solved smoothly, and they wouldn't have to invade Huan country again. This war between soul cultivators and sword cultivators wouldn't have to happen again. That's right, brother-in-law. If that's the case, wouldn't you be able to solve the matter I asked of you? Jiu Xia looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully and said, could you watch the millions of God's children starve to death in Meng Mountain? Could you watch the sword cultivators and cultivators get killed by the soul cultivators one by one? Alas, I'm afraid I wouldn't. Xiao Hua sighed and said, but even if I didn't meet you, I'm afraid I would still do the same. You don't have to thank me. Hee, brother-in-law, if I didn't go, would you be able to reach Sword Edge Mountain in time? Would you be able to save my sister? If she didn't recover, would you be able to go to Meng Mountain? Jiu Xia said with a smile, everything happened because I asked brother-in-law for your help. That's why brother-in-law could go to Meng Mountain and help me. I'm very clear about this. Yes, that's true. Xiao Hua already had some understanding of the hand of karma. Hearing Jiu Xia's words, many profound understandings suddenly became clear, and he said indifferently. Seeing Xiao Hua's indifference, Jiu Xia's eyes flashed with astonishment. She rolled her eyes and said, but after thinking for a long time, I could only guess the result. I never thought it would be such a way to solve it. I also didn't expect brother-in-law to be Daoist Xiao. That's just a title the secular people of the three countries gave me. Seeing Jiu Xia mention Daoist Xiao so early, Xiao Hua didn't hide it anymore. Other people might not know the weight of the three words Daoist Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Jiu Xia pursed her lips and said, but because of the matter of Meng Mountain, I tried my best to send many people to Xiaoyu continent to look for people. As for the matter of Meng Mountain, I personally went there. But, little sister is only Jiu Xia. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to find the spirit seed in Kueha Sea, and he wouldn't have been able to solve the disaster in Meng Mountains. However, Daoist Master Xiao dealt with it the moment he made a move. Jiu Xia sighs and says, the situation in the Dawn Rain continent has changed greatly. Daoist Xiao is a person favored by the heavenly Tao. It's not that serious. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and didn't really approve of it. This Xiao obtained a large area of strange breed in QC. I didn't expect that it would actually be able to solve the disaster of Dawn Rain continent. Alas, that's right. Why is it spiritual Master Xiao and not Jiu Xia? Jiu Xia sighed. That's the difference. Although little sister racked her brains to solve this problem, how could it compare to brother-in-law's random opportunity? This was the unfathomable heavenly Tao. This is the most beautiful scenery in the world. Perhaps. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't point out the strangeness of the situation, so he gave an ambiguous answer. But when he saw the helpless look in Jiu Xia's eyes, he chuckled and said, now that things have come to this, perhaps you can explain to me why you want to stop the battle between the soul cultivators and the swordsmen. Could it be that you're not a cultivator from the three kingdoms of cultivation? Yes, I'm not a cultivator from the three kingdoms of cultivation. Jiu Xia's eyes were slightly clear as she forced a smile and said, if you insist on saying that I have a background, then I'm from the sword domain. You're actually from the sword domain. But you don't have the slightest sword essence of a swordsman. Xiao Hua frowned. Hee, brother-in-law, you're also a cultivator from the Dao sect. Why do you have sword essence all over your body? Little sister is from the sword domain, so why can't I have sword essence? Jiu Xia smiled, nothing in this world is absolute. Even if you see the truth, that is also the truth that you want to see. It might not necessarily be the real truth. Before the mystery is revealed, all the truth that you see is nothing. Since you're from the sword domain, it's understandable that you want to stop this battle. Xiao Hua was somewhat confused, but what about those transformed swords, spirit swords and divine swords? They naturally have their uses. Jiu Xia smiled and said, their cultivation is indeed there, but do you think that they can stop this battle? Thinking about the millions of Meng mountains that even the demon generals of the demon realm couldn't pass through, Xiaohua knew that there must be extremely powerful existences inside. Divine swords, in fact, they might not even put this battle in their eyes. Perhaps they only have eyes for swords. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. He looked at Jiuxia with an inconceivable gaze and stammered, You, what about me? Jiuxia smiled, her smile was like a little girl who was caught doing something bad. Could it be, you're the commander of the battle between the soul warriors and the swordsmen? Xiaohua took a deep breath and said. Do I not look like it? Jiuxia puffed out her chest again. That's not right. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, and another thought flashed through his mind like thunder. You're not only the commander of the battle between the swordsmen and soul warriors, you are also the commander of the battle between the Dao sword domain. Otherwise, how could you know that I have innate jellyfish and innate gold mother? Brother-in-law. You finally understand. Jiuxia jumped up in midair and said with a smile, You, the Dao sect cultivator who played with that Lu girl until she hovered between life and death, actually only understood now. If Las Lu finds out about this, she's going to bang her head against the wall. Played, until she hovered between life and death. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, Is there anyone who speaks like you? Immediately, Xiaohua looked into the distance, took a deep breath, and said, My Dao sect cultivators have always felt that Lu Ruochang's plan was inconceivable, but I didn't expect that after Lu Ruochang, there would be someone like you who knows everything. To actually encounter an opponent like you, it would be strange if my Dao sect cultivators could win. That might not be the case. Among your Dao sect cultivators, there are also many who are good at strategizing, so you might not lose this battle. Jiuxia shook her head and said, Of course, the battle between the gold core cultivators is already over. The result was both beyond my expectations and also within my expectations. As for the result of the battle between the nascent soul cultivators, I'm already powerless to divine, so I don't know what the result is. Oh. What do you mean? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. In terms of the battle between the gold core cultivators, what was unexpected was that your Dao sect cultivators actually only sent out intermediate gold core cultivators, there wasn't even a late gold core cultivator, and there wasn't even a single disciple who knew how to strategize, so how could they not lose? Jiuxia explained, but if that's really the case, the swordsmen of the sword domain will definitely be able to achieve a great victory, which is different from the sword cultivators' tragic victory that I divined. That day, I already told that Lu girl that she should follow the will of the heavens and stop while she's ahead. She just had to have an extreme temper, and insisted on killing the cultivators one by one. Who would have thought that a nameless nascent soul cultivator like you would appear and wipe out her painstaking efforts, causing her to fall into a situation where she failed on the verge of success? This war. Xiaohua naturally knew what Jiuxia was talking about, and also knew his role in this war. He sighed and turned to look in the direction of Mount Million Meng, saying, The war actually originated from Mount Million Meng. Because the soul warriors wanted to leave Mount Million Meng to find a way out, they invaded Huan country, and Huan country couldn't win against the soul warriors, so they had no choice but to attack the three countries of cultivation. However, because they couldn't attract the attention of the nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect for no reason, they used the matter of Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong as a reason to start the war. The cultivators of the Dao sect thought it was just an ordinary war, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the war went on, they gradually fell into your scheme. In fact, your goal was to occupy Lian country before the soul cultivators invaded Huan country. At the very beginning, you fainted at the cultivation families of Lian country and Shi country. Then, you captured the spirit veins, thinking that it was because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, you occupied the territory of Shi country, making people think that you were from a cultivation family there. Then, you retreated in defeat, and most of your forces were sent to Lian country. After 10 years of war, you finally took Lian country's territory in your hands. Jiu oh Jiu, you really played everyone in the palm of your hand. He. Most of what brother-in-law said is right. Jiu pursed her lips and said, however, the reason why Mount Million Meng invaded Sword Domain at the very beginning wasn't because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but because they were looking for a person. But later, because some of the soul warriors invaded Sword Domain, the soul warriors of the Wu village woke up and started to have designs on Sword Domain. If it was as you said, Sword Domain would have fallen into the hands of the soul warriors long ago. The swordsmen of Sword Domain wouldn't be able to calmly set up so many formations in front of cultivators. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Xiao Hua was stunned. They weren't looking for someone in Mount Million Meng, but in Huan country. Who knows? They were looking for someone called Zhang Xiaohua. Jiu Xia shrugged her shoulders in an extremely cute manner. At first, the Sword Domain's sword masters didn't know. Later, they were attacked by the soul warriors and became anxious, so they sent people to Mount Million Meng to inquire. Only then did they understand, brother-in-law. Hearing the name, Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua's entire body quivered, and his mind buzzed. He didn't see Jiu Xia's extremely cute shrug at all. When Jiu Xia noticed that Xiaohua was in a daze, she hurriedly asked, could it be that brother-in-law knows this Zhang Xiaohua? No. I don't know her. Xiaohua woke up and shook his head slightly. This name sounds very familiar, but it seems that this Xiao has never known her before. Xiaohua, isn't Xiaohua the same as Xiaohua? Jiu Xia pursed her lips and laughed. Unfortunately, even if brother-in-law knows this Zhang Xiaohua, it's too late now. Soul warriors need to survive now, not look for someone. Sai, in this war, do you know how many cultivators and swordsmen died? Xiaohua looked at Jiu Xia, throwing the distracting thoughts in his mind to one side, and sighed. Chapter 28-26. Brother-in-law, don't tell this to me. Jiu Xia hurriedly says with a smile, although the great war of Dao and sword was planned by me, it was actually the idea of those swords. I only gave them advice because I couldn't refuse. Besides, I don't know any other cultivators apart from brother-in-law, big sister, and a few other cultivators. How many cultivators die has nothing to do with me. Maybe. Xiaohua doesn't know whether he should blame Jiu Xia or not, so he says, maybe the danger of Million Meng Mountains has been solved, the soul cultivators have retreated, and the war between sword cultivators and cultivators is about to end. How could it be so simple? Brother-in-law. Jiu Xia shakes her head, brother-in-law, although the spirit seed is a method to eliminate the roots, it still takes time. During this period of time, the soul cultivators can't retreat, and the war can't end. Moreover, the soul cultivators are still fine. If they weren't forced, they wouldn't have left Million Meng Mountains. But the swords of the Sword Domain, their ambition isn't something you can imagine. How about this? Brother-in-law, because of the blood oath, I can't reveal too much to you. I just want to remind you that the most dangerous place is the safest place, and the safest place. It's also the most dangerous place. What do you mean? Xiaohua is stunned. I can only say this much. Whether or not brother-in-law can remember is not something I can control. Jiu Xia says slyly. The most complete? The most dangerous? Xiaohua mutters to himself. After a while, he suddenly shakes and exclaims, could it be? Brother-in-law, since you know, don't say any more. Jiu Xia hurriedly stops him, think about how you got the innate item, maybe you'll know more. Jiu Xia. Xiaohua sighs, how can I say it? This, no one could have thought of it. Brother-in-law is wrong. Jiu Xia shakes her head, someone must have thought of it. But they just had to guess that they would also set up there, but in the end. That's not right. Jiu Xia, you. At this point, Xiao Hua suddenly realizes something. You shouldn't be from Huan country, right? You don't have any reason to tell me this, right? Brother-in-law is so charming. Little sister will change sides, alright? Jiu Xia giggled. If it weren't for the fact that big sister treated me so well, I would have snatched you away. No. This Xiao doesn't think that I'm that popular, so don't have any ideas about this Xiao. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. But Jiu Xia's expression was faint as he looked at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, you're wrong. I came to Sword Domain for you, and I acknowledged Kai Hongxia as my elder sister for you. You are the person I have been looking for in this lifetime. You are the most desirable person in my heart. I'm leaving. Xiao Hua's heart jumped, lightning once again lingered around him. You can leave. Don't wait for me to finish speaking. If you leave, I will chase after you. Jiu Xia's face was filled with hidden bitterness, as if he was really looking for Xiao Hua in this life. Great aunt. Hurry up and say it. Xiao Hua was really helpless. He was really afraid that Jiu Xia would stick to his side. Xiao Hua, don't misunderstand. I won't treat a man I've only known for a few years as my lover. Jiu Xia looked at Xiao Hua and said solemnly, and if I want to treat you as my lover, even if Kai Hongxia is by my side, I will definitely not pay attention to her. Because she can't compare to me at all. As she spoke, a five-colored brilliance flashed around Jiu Xia's body. An indescribably beautiful, indescribably graceful, indescribably lovable woman appeared in the air. This woman's beauty could no longer be described with words, and it was a beauty that Xiao Hua had never imagined. If it was said that she was a beauty that could topple the world, it would be normal. Xiao Hua was stunned, he was truly stunned. This kind of beauty was something that no man could resist. An uncontrollable impulse was born from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. But at this moment, a brilliance flashed around Jiu Xia's body, and she returned to her original appearance. Then, she pointed her hand, and a cold light seemed to be born from her finger, and pointed between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Hua came back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Hua, at this moment, a slight blush appeared on Jiu Xia's face, and she said faintly, You are the first man to see my true appearance. Xiao Hua was also speechless. That kind of beauty was truly peerless. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it had already been engraved in Xiao Hua's mind. When he heard Jiu Xia's words, it clearly had other meanings, so how could he dare to casually reply? You don't have to be afraid. Jiu Xia said softly, I won't pester you, and I don't need you to be my lover. I only need to find a position between acquaintances and lovers. Ai, Jiu Xia. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, not daring to let her continue, and said, You also know my character. If you have anything that you need my help with, just say it. You doing this is really making things difficult for me. Xiao Hua, Jiu Xia also smiled bitterly, I naturally know your character, and I also believe in your character. However, what I want Xiao Hua to do is really too difficult. I don't dare to believe in a person's character, don't dare to believe in the vicissitudes of life, and even more don't dare to believe in the passage of time. After 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, you can still remember me. I have no choice but to use this method. If Xiao Hua is disgusted by my actions, then I can only allow Xiao Hua to be disgusted. What? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He knew that what Jiu Xia said was an extremely difficult matter, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. She sent him to 100,000 years later, and actually wanted him to use 100,000 years to do it. Xiao Hua, don't be impatient. Jiu Xia pursed her lips and smiled. Although her smile was still the same as before, how could this smile not make Xiao Hua think of that indescribable beauty from before? Just as Xiao Hua thought, I'm not from Sword Region, and I'm also not from Dawn Rain Continent. Jiu Xia stared at Xiao Hua and said calmly, I hid here, and when I came here, I already knew through divination that the person I'm looking for is here. However, this divination is also illusory, making it difficult for me to find any trace of him. But, because of the matter of million years in Meng Mountain, I knew about it, so I have to believe in the divination, and I don't necessarily have to believe it completely. Just now, I already sensed that Xiao Hua is the reason why I came to Dawn Rain Continent, and he's the person I'm looking for. What do you want me to do? Xiao Hua lowered his head and looked at himself, then shook his head and said. Xiao Hua, remember, you're definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Jiu Xia smiled and said, you're Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua might not be able to help me, but Daoist Xiao is definitely the person I'm looking for. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, not to mention Xiao Hua, or Daoist Xiao, what do you want me to do? Xiao Hua, don't be impatient. Jiu Xia smiled and said, it's 100,000 years, and it's still a long time. I don't want you to make any promises, and I don't want you to have any burdens. Wait until you have the ability to help me, then I'll definitely come to find you. If you really can't help me, then I definitely won't blame you or anything. After saying this, Jiu Xia clapped her hands and took out two odd-shaped jade pendants, saying, Xiao Hua, your current cultivation level is too low, so knowing too much is useless. It's better for you to cultivate first. I have two secret techniques from my clan. One is the divination technique that I've been talking about, and the other is a technique to strengthen the primordial spirit. Naturally, you won't be able to use this divination technique. Moreover, you must not look at it for the time being. However, this is a gift from me to you, to let you know that I'm not talking nonsense, but am extremely sincere. As for the second one, it's different from the primordial spirit strengthening technique of your Dawn Rain Continent. Although I can see that you have the strength of a nascent soul, you don't have the pressure of a nascent soul. If you fight with a nascent soul who has transformed into a sword, you'll be at an extreme disadvantage. This secret technique is precisely to help you make up for this deficiency. You can take them both. Xiao Hua looked at the two jade pendants in front of him. He knew that the technique inside was mystical, but he also knew that if he took them, the matter that Jiu Xia said would take 100,000 years to complete would truly be placed on his shoulders. Take, or not? Xiao Hua hesitated slightly. However, when he raised his head to look at Jiu Xia, he saw her slightly red face and clear eyes, as if she had a card up her sleeve. He couldn't help but feel surprised and asked, do you think I should take them or not? I've never used divination on my family. Jiu Xia said indifferently, unless my family has met with a disaster. Take. Not take. Take. Not take. Xiao Hua really couldn't make a decision. However, when he saw the smile on Jiu Xia's lips again, he suddenly understood and laughed loudly, saying, the karma has already been planted, and I'm still hesitating here. It's really unwise. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the two jade pendants fell into his hand. Good. Xiao Hua is indeed a good person. Jiu Xia smiled, I knew Xiao Hua would take pity on me. You're wrong. Xiao Hua said with a smile, you are indeed peerless in your generation, and there is no one else in this world who can compare to you. However, Hong Xia is my Hong Xia, and no one can replace her. Even you can't. Therefore, there has never been anything like comparing or not comparing. For your own plans, you can reveal your own beauty, and this beauty is already one of your methods. How can it compare to my Hong Xia's pure beauty? When Jiu Xia heard this, her face couldn't help but turn pale, and she seemed to have lost her soul. She almost didn't dare to believe it, saying, how is it possible? How can there be someone in this world who won't be charmed by my beautiful dreams? Didn't you say it already? There is nothing absolute in this world. Xiao Hua smiled, then clapped his hands and took out a communication talisman. He wrote something inside and handed it to Jiu Xia, saying, "If you want me to help you, that's fine. Today, you have to help me first." "What is it?" Jiu Xia still hadn't recovered from her disappointment, and couldn't help but ask. "Take this communication talisman to Qian Di Heng of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Sky Patrol City. I have something to tell him about the great battle," Xiao Hua said without hiding anything. Chapter 28-27. How can this work? Jiu Xia asked in astonishment. "Whether I tell you or not is my business, but whether you go or not, it is your business." Xiao Hua smiled. Lightning flickered around his body. This time, he was really going to leave. His voice echoed in the air, "I will help you with the first thing. Oh, right, there is also this." As he spoke, another storage pouch flew over from the distance. It landed in front of Jiu Xia. When Xiao Hua flew far away, the despondent look on Jiu Xia's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a smile. "Daoist Xiao, oh Daoist Xiao. Haven't you heard of the phrase, strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Do you think I don't know that you are struggling? If you could really resist me, why would I make such a big sacrifice for you? I hope, the biggest bet of my life, won't be lost." However, when she received the storage pouch in front of her and opened it to take a look, an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on her face. Naturally, this storage pouch contained many improved rice seeds. Clearly, Xiao Hua had asked Jiu Xia to bring the improved rice seeds to the secular people of Huan country. Well, since it is Daoist Zhao's order, I will naturally do it. However, there will be a lot of problems if we do that. Jiu Xia kept the storage bag and looked at the communication amulet in his hand. He smiled bitterly and put it away like it was a treasure. Then, he turned into a streak of light and headed in the direction of Lian country. Xiao Hua's body was wreathed in bolts of lightning as he sped into the Million Meng Mountains. Then, he slowed down. By now, he knew that it wasn't impossible to use flight techniques within the Million Meng Mountains. Perhaps everything that happened just now was just a trick put up by Jiu Xia. His goal was to let them come into contact with the natives and soul cultivators of the Million Meng Mountains, instead of going straight to the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan. Thinking of Jiu Xia, Xiao Hua felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He didn't have many feelings for Jiu Xia, but Jiu Xia's beauty was too soul-stirring. It could be said that it was carved into his bones. Xiao Hua had never dreamed that there could be such beauty in this world. It seems that this kind of beauty can only be found innately and not in the mortal world. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Moreover, Jiu Xia's serene expression and her words, "Only you have seen my true appearance," had always lingered in Xiao Hua's heart. An indescribable joy was self-evident. For any man, these words, and this beauty were extremely lethal spells. Women, are born with the innate ability to kill men. What else could Xiao Hua think? He could only find an excuse for himself. This Jiu Xia. Who exactly is he? Where did she come from? Xiao Hua frowned. The thing that she wants this young master to do, what is it? Other than the Devil Realm, the only place that could be connected to the Dawn Rain continent was the Thousand Demon Realm. No matter how he looked at it, Jiu Xia couldn't possibly be someone from the Devil Realm. Could it be that she was also from the Demon Realm? Why did the people of the 10,000 Demon Realm gather at the Dawn Rain continent? And, bring me along too. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked, of course. Maybe Jiu Xia knows this young master, so she chased after me from the Thousand Demon Realm. But seeing that my memories were all restored, she didn't make it clear and gave me a deadline of 100,000 years to recover my memories. But thinking of his memories, Xiao Hua muttered, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua. Why does it sound so familiar? Who is looking for Zhang Xiaohua? When he returned to the Bai and stronghold, Xiao Mao and the rest were waiting in the air. Upon seeing Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia's face showed an inexplicable expression and smiled. Jiuxia left. You, still couldn't catch up in the end. Xiaohua's face burned for no reason. Although he had a clear conscience, he didn't know why Jiuxia's beauty suddenly surged into his heart. Damn it, this girl is really harmful. Xiaohua scolded in his heart. But how could he dare to show any expression on his face? He hurriedly pretended to be angry and said anxiously, "Humph. Of course I can catch up with her. But even if I catch up with her and ask her clearly, what can I do? She has concealed herself too deeply, and her cultivation far surpasses ours. Furthermore, her scheming mind is much more profound than ours. Senior brother, do you know who she is?" "Oh, who is Jiuxia?" Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia were indeed deceived by Xiaohua and asked. "Sigh, you won't believe me even if I tell you." Xiaohua pretended to be mysterious. "Why don't you guess first?" "Not a swordsman, not a soul warrior, she can only be a cultivator." Xiao Mao thought for a moment and said, "Moreover, she has been with us for more than a year, and I don't see any bad intentions. Even if she is a little mysterious, she can't be considered a bad person. Maybe she is the daughter of a famous sect master of our Dao sect." Li Zongbao muttered, "Or a direct disciple of a spirit-severing stage senior. Maybe she is the female head of a mysterious cultivation family." Fairy Hongxia made an even bolder guess. "Sigh, it's all wrong." Xiaohua saw that he had successfully diverted everyone's attention and did not plan to keep it a secret anymore. He looked to his left and said, "This Jiuxia is the plan for the great Dao sword battle." Ah! As expected, the three of them were incomparably shocked. They clearly did not expect this. All the arrangements for the great Dao sword battle were made by her. Xiaohua explained, that Lu Ruochang, she called her Lu Lass, she was the one who taught her. Li Zongbao muttered to himself for a moment and smiled bitterly. If it was really her arrangement, then my Dao sect disciples' defeat was not unjust. This Jiuxia is really too smart, nothing seems to be able to escape from her hands. Sigh, that's right. In front of her, I feel like I have nothing to hide. Fairy Hongxia also sighed, but then asked curiously, "My dear Xiao, why did she tell you all this? Where is Elder Wu?" Xiaohua glanced and asked. "In Su Garden." Xiao Mao smiled, "The seed has already been given to him, he is currently arranging for people to plant it in Su Garden. But don't worry big brother, I have already told him that this is Daoist Zhao's immortal seed, it was I who personally requested it." "Oh, all right." When Xiaohua heard this, he knew that Xiao Mao did not want to swallow his own merits, so he used Daoist Zhao's name. The so-called immortal seed was just like the rice of the cultivation world. "Let's talk about it after we go to Su Garden," Xiaohua said. Xiao Mao brought everyone to Su Garden. At this time, Su Garden was bustling with noise and excitement. From the bottom of the hill, many natives were holding a small cloth bag in their hands, bending over and holding small bone objects similar to hoes to farm. When the vigilant spirit warriors saw Xiao Mao and the others, they respectfully stepped aside, as if they already knew something. "Senior brother," Xiaohua pointed at Elder Wu, who was instructing the natives on planting, and said in a low voice, "Actually, the reason is like this." Then, Xiaohua explained everything in detail, and finally said, "When I caught up with Jiuxia, she seemed to be afraid that I would leave this matter alone, so she told me the truth. In the end, she said that as long as my seed is effective, the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain will definitely withdraw their troops. Without the pressure of soul cultivators, Huan country will most likely withdraw their troops too. Of course, if Hua Sword does not withdraw their troops, she can't do anything. After all, she is only the one who planned it, not the one who instigated it. All the power is in the hands of Hua Sword. It's difficult. Li Zongbao obviously saw further than Xiao Hua, and sighed, who would send back the territory of Lian country that was exchanged with the lives of swordsmen. Unless they are fools. At this point, Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua again and asked, with your benevolent heart, I'm afraid you didn't ask about the sword cultivator's plan in the Battle of Hua Sword, right? Xiao Hua blushed and said with a smile, Jiu Xia said that she made a blood oath and could not reveal it. However, she also said that the sword cultivator's goal is not Lian country, but a place that our Dao sect cultivators think is the safest. Almost in unison, Fairy Hongxia, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao all cried out, ah! Sky Patrol City. Yes, I also think it's Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua nodded, Immortal Shuiyu is guarding Sky Patrol City, and the nascent soul cultivators in the meeting hall are there. In addition to the Sky Patrol City's great formation, it should be the safest place in this battle. Oh no! Li Zongbao slapped his forehead and said, we have indeed fallen into Jiu Xia's trap. I heard from my master that because the swordsmen occupied Lian country, it was very inconvenient for the nascent soul cultivators to command the battle in Sky Patrol City, so they wanted to move the meeting hall to Lian country. This way, it's not good. Yes, Xiao Hua nodded, and Jiu Xia vaguely mentioned that, oh, of course, I guessed it. The sword cultivators of Huan country seem to want to use a sword formation to deal with Immortal Shuiyu. The sword formation should be related to innate gold qi and innate primordial water. Jiu Xia, oh Jiu Xia. Li Zongbao only now realized and clapped his hands, so, at the beginning of the Battle of Sword Tao, she had already begun to plot. Do you still remember the cultivator family that was first destroyed, the Zhao family of Mo Qin Cave? At that time, I had not yet come to Sky Patrol City. After I learned about it, I was puzzled until today. Mo Qin Cave seemed to have a strong innate earth qi, which should be related to the innate earth qi that the swordsmen were after. As for Foul Crow Mountain, I don't need to say more, junior brother Xiao should know that it has something to do with innate gold qi, and Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Xiao Hua said again, it's the place where I saved Xiao Mao, and it has something to do with innate primordial water. As for the other places related to innate fire and innate wood, I still don't know. With these 5 innate items, they should be able to set up an extremely powerful sword formation, right? They also have the courage to deal with Immortal Shuiyu and Sky Patrol City's formation. Li Zongbao's eyes were wide open, as if he could really see the result of the battle. Quick, let's go back to Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao was a little anxious, this matter is very important, we have to inform all the masters. Chapter 28. Hee, don't worry about that, senior brother. Xiao Hua said proudly, how could I not know? I've already sent out the message. Oh, who is it? Xiao Mao asked curiously, if that person is unreliable, I'll ask the million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain to go. Hee, of course, it's Jiu Xia. Fairy Hongxia knew Xiao Hua best. She smiled, my dear Xiao, if you smile, then Jiu Xia will listen to you obediently. Hee, Hongxia is right. Xiao Hua felt a little guilty, but he still smiled, but this is not my charm. I only said that if she doesn't send the message, I won't care about the million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. I'll let the soul cultivators kill the swordsmen. Her purpose here is to stop the war between the soul cultivators and the sword cultivators. When she heard this, she will naturally send the message to the disciples of Daoist sect. Big Brother is really amazing. Xiao Mao gave a thumbs up with Jiu Xia's magnanimity, as long as she agrees, she will send the message faster and safer than us. Not bad, my dear Xiao is finally enlightened. Fairy Hongxia said with a smile. Li Zongbao thought about it and knew that Jiu Xia's message was indeed much more convenient for them, so he didn't miss her too much. Master, the 3 of them talked for a long time. Finally, Elder Wu came to the left and bowed respectfully, most of Daoist Zhao's immortal seeds have been sown, but we can't know the results in a short time. Also, there are too few immortal seeds, not enough to satisfy my humble Bai and stronghold. If other shaman strongholds found them, I wouldn't be willing to give them out. Elder Wu spoke respectfully to Xiao Mao, but he couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled, Elder Wu, I still have a lot of millet seeds, but I can't give them to you for now. Take a look first. If they germinate, I'll give you more. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? All right. Elder Wu was helpless. He knew that these millet seeds were more important than the life of the million-soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua couldn't give them to him, so he nodded. Elder Wu. At this moment, Ji-man's voice came from afar. His voice was filled with surprise. Moreover, Ji-man's figure seemed to be very strong as he dashed over. He did not look like he was heavily injured yesterday. Greetings, my lord. When Ji-man saw Xiao Mao, he hurriedly bowed and said with a smile, I've heard that Master has Daoist Zhao's immortal seed and can save the people of Meng Mountain. I really don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart. He, Ji-man, this matter has just begun. Whether or not we can't know yet. Let's wait and see. Xiao Mao nodded in agreement. Ji-man looked past the crowd and saw the natives all over the mountains and plains. He knew that they were busy, so he smiled and said, Master is in my Bailu stockade, who cares how long it will take? When the millet sprouts, let all the people of the shaman village come to my Bai and village and kneel before our Lord. Well. Ji-man's words reminded Xiao Mao that they did not come to Meng Mountains just to save soul warriors. They still had other things to do. Big brother, let's go and rest first. Xiao Mao thought for a moment and said, there's no need for us here. Let's discuss what to do next. All right. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia and nodded. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning of this day, the rising sun sprinkled its warm golden light onto the millet garden of Bai and village, and the millet sprouts were already showing. In the air, 2 green shaman feathers were flapping their wings. The one in front was the old green shaman feather that had intruded into the wooden house. On its back stood Xie Qi, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao. The one behind was naturally the younger one. On its back stood Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia. In front of the wooden house below the green shaman feather, the natives and soul warriors of Bai and village who had woken up early were all kneeling on the ground, respectfully sending off the descendant of great god Shibai, their future master. Watching the 2 soul beasts fly further and further away, old Wu climbed up from the ground. His eyes were still staring into the distance as he whispered to Ji-man, Master is finally leaving. I hope that after a few months, when the millet sprouts have grown, Master will be able to return safely. He will. Since great god Shibai sent Master back, he will definitely be able to protect Master's safety. Ji-man was very confident. But Shibai and village. Perhaps Master has his own plans for leaving this place. Old Wu looked in another direction with some worry, just as Old Wu predicted. After Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua discussed, Xiao Mao felt that if he stayed here and waited for the millet sprouts to grow, not only would it be useless, there would also be unpredictable dangers. While the millet sprouts were growing, Xiao Mao had enough time to accompany Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia to the ancestral hall of the Kai family. As for Xiao Hua, in order to leave enough millet seeds for the Bai and stronghold, he had no choice but to stay for 10 days. Just as they were about to leave, Elder Wu and Ji-man urged them to stay. However, Xiao Mao knew that although his own matters were important, Fairy Hongxia's matters could not be delayed. He insisted on leaving, and the 2 had no choice but to let him go. Furthermore, they even had to send the spirit warriors in the stronghold to send them off. How could Xiao Mao let a soul warrior know where he was going? He refused to agree no matter what. But what old Wu said was reasonable. In the millions of Meng mountains, without a soul warrior leading the way, there was no way for Tao sect cultivators to survive. Furthermore, without a soul beast, Tao sect cultivators would not be able to fly far. Even if Xiao Hua and the others were resourceful, why wouldn't they use the convenient conditions? After thinking about it, Xiao Mao finally compromised. However, he only asked for a native to lead the way, not a soul warrior. As for this native, Xia Xiu was the best choice, and also the only choice. As for the soul beasts, the two Qin Wu feathers that were quite fated with Xiao Mao were naturally chosen by everyone. Needless to say, when Xia Xiu heard that he was going to serve the master who saved his life, tears fell from his eyes. He was extremely excited. As the smaller Qin Wu feather was going to be offered to Xiao Mao, it had already been separated from its soul warrior. Now, it flew away with the others without any difficulty. Therefore, the 5 of them took the token given by Old Wu of Guanyin village and rode their soul beasts into the depths of the millions of Meng mountains. Li Zongbao's worry was normal, but if he wanted to cross the Huan country to return to the Shi country and find the Tao sect's meeting hall, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention that he could not cross the battlefield between soul cultivators and sword cultivators. Even if he entered the Huan country, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being hunted down by sword cultivators. Although it seemed easy to enter the millions of Meng mountains from the Huan country, it was under the leadership of Jiu Xia who cleverly bypassed the battlefield of the Great Battle. They almost did not encounter any killing. Xiao Hua could pass through the Huan country and return to the Shi country, but he could only find the Sky Patrol City. As for the other places, he could not even think about it. This was an impossible task for Xiao Hua. But what about the Sky Patrol City? He could not enter, so how could he find the nascent soul masters in the meeting hall? Not to mention that the meeting hall had been moved out of the Sky Patrol City. As for where it went, perhaps only Xueyu Taoist would know. Could Xiao Hua ask Xueyu Taoist? That was absolutely impossible. But where on earth was the meeting hall? In the northern part of the Lian country, there was an undulating snowy mountain range. There was a peak protruding from the mountain range. It was covered in a light green color, like duckweed floating in the snow. On the peak of the mountain, there were continuous palaces. In the towering hall at the top of the mountain sat several Taoist cultivators of different ages. Ha ha ha. Arrogant laughter rang out from the hall, shaking the fine snow in the air into nothingness. The mountain was Duckweed Mountain, the ridge was Tsuehua Ridge, and the hall was Skyscraper Hall. The cultivator who laughed was Wuxia, a nascent soul cultivator from the Blazing Fire Mountain. Fellow Taoist Hua. A slightly old voice rang out. It was Taoist He Ping of the Utopia faction. You just fought a few swordsmen from the Huan country a few times. You don't have to be so happy, do you? Ha ha ha. Wuxia still could not hold back his laughter. Taoist He Ping, don't you think the names Wang Liuxi and Zhang Sanpin from the Lujian sect are particularly pleasant to the ears? Oh. Hearing this, a slight smile flashed across Taoist He Ping's face. He said, these names are just a mark. It's nothing. Taoist He Ping, you don't know. Hua Pai Kong laughed. Big Brother fought with this Zhang Sanpin during the last Taoist sword war. Because he mocked his name, he was chased for thousands of miles by him. Today, the 3 of us besieged the Lujian sect's 2 first-grade swordsmen and the Shuoyang sword sect's 2nd-grade swordsman, Jiao Jia. We defeated them one by one. It really boosted the morale of our Taoist sect. That's why Big Brother is so happy. Third brother. Wuxia stopped laughing and glared at Hua Pai Kong. Is that what I think? Don't make wild guesses. Besides, how could the 3 of us say that it boosted the morale of our Taoist sect? That's something that needs to be praised by others. Ha! That's right. This old man was going to praise the 3 of you. The smiling Sun Yunzi from the Sunflower sect said, the 3 of you have become increasingly profound in your cultivation. You've already reached the threshold of the mid-nascent soul stage. After a few more battles with the Taoist sword war, I'm afraid you'll be able to step into that stage. Congratulations. That's right. Fellow Sun Yunzi is right. Taoist He Ping was also happy. We've been in a stalemate with the Huan Kingdom's swordsmen for more than 2 years. We've tested each other countless times, but neither side has achieved much. Aside from a few old faces at the floating Duckweed Mountain's defensive line, there are a few new faces. The cultivation of these first-grade swordsmen is not easy to figure out. Now, 3 fellow Taoists who have besieged 3 sword transformation realm cultivators, one of whom was even a second-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. They forced them out of floating Duckweed Mountain and took back Tsuihua Ridge, which had fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Chapter 28-29. He, I'm even happier with the praise of spiritual master He Ping. Hui Shishan grinned and laughed. According to the decision of the meeting hall, we attacked from the direction of floating Duckweed Mountain and forced the sword cultivators to retreat to Huan country. The other cultivators broke through from Pingmu Prefecture, Shilong Tomb, Green Lake and Lumeng Sect. Now it seems that we are the ones who got the most credit. Sun Yunzi looked very happy. After all, he was one of the cultivators with the highest cultivation in the Taoist sect. Being able to lead many nascent soul and early-stage cultivators to take down floating Duckweed Mountain first was naturally a great honor for him. However, after everyone was happy, Sun Yunzi glanced at everyone in the main hall and asked a nascent soul early-stage cultivator with a smile, "By Kongzi, this battle is over. Although the Blazing Fire Mountain has made a contribution, your Su Yen school has also made a contribution in setting up the formation. This old man has noted it down. What should we do next? Should we continue to pursue? Or should we stabilize the front?" Bai Kongzi was a handsome young man. He was even a little short. However, when everyone was talking and laughing, he always kept a smile on his face. When he heard Sun Yunzi's question, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "My Su Yen school has the ability to plan, but all the attacks have to rely on your disciples. This credit belongs to everyone. My Su Yen school doesn't dare to monopolize it." Well said. Sun Yunzi clapped his hands and said, "Our Taoist sect cultivators should be united and cooperate like this. We can't swarm like mosquitoes just because of a little credit." Bai Kongzi still had a smile on his face and said, "However, as for the next step, I don't dare to say blindly. Let's ask our disciples to come in and give us advice." That's right. Fire Void also slammed the table and shouted, "Quick, call that kid over. His provocation is really effective. I only mocked Wang Liushi in front of the battle, and the entire Lu Jian sect is angry. Even if Jiaojia doesn't want to go, she has to go. Otherwise, we may not be able to take down floating Duckweed Mountain. Yes, I will call him over now." With that, Bai Kongzi whispered a few words to the disciple of Su Yen school next to him. That disciple's face was also flushed, and he walked out quickly as if he was extremely proud in front of the crowd of practitioners. Humph! A faint cold snort sounded from the corner. Sun Yunzi glanced over and unconsciously frowned. This voice belonged to none other than an early-stage nascent soul cultivator with an arrogant look on his face and a nose that was almost pointing to the sky. Not only did Sun Yunzi frown, but his eyes were also filled with disgust. He even wanted to reach out and pinch this cultivator's nose off and stuff the thing back into his mouth. Although this cultivator was only at the early nascent soul stage, his tone was extremely arrogant. Even Sun Yunzi, who was at the late nascent soul stage, didn't seem to care about him. If it weren't for the fact that they were both cultivators from the state of Shi, Sun Yunzi would have taught him a lesson. Wasn't this cultivator Quangtian of the Imperial Thunder sect? Sun Yunzi had long heard of this Quangtian. When Quangtian was still in Gantian Mountain, Sun Yunzi had heard of his domineering deeds of bullying the weak more than once. However, Sun Yunzi had never taken it seriously. After all, to him, Gantian was just a little kid. But now, this little kid was actually at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, even when he was talking to the late nascent soul stage sect leader of Shanghua sect, his attitude didn't seem to be very respectful. Of course, this disrespect was just Sun Yunzi's own thoughts. Quan Tian didn't directly do anything disrespectful to Sun Yunzi. In fact, when he spoke to Sun Yunzi, he was abnormally respectful. However, no matter how Sun Yunzi looked at Quan Tian, he didn't like him. Besides, Quan Tian was arrogant and didn't bully others for no reason. It was just that he didn't leave any leeway in his words and even fought with others during many discussions. However, at this time, the meeting hall had been divided into several parts. Before Sun Yunzi set off, he had already said that any nascent soul cultivator, no matter how high or low their cultivation, could express their own opinions. After all, it was good to gather ideas. Sun Yunzi originally thought that with his prestige, no one would talk nonsense about him. However, he really didn't expect to meet Quan Tian. No matter what, this guy would express his opinion, no matter whether it was right or wrong, no matter how big or small. For example, now, this cold snort was very inappropriate. Not to mention by Kongzi, even Sun Yunzi knew that Quan Tian was going to express his opinion again. What's so great about this? It's just a trick to provoke him. Quan Tian's slender eyes slightly raised, and he was extremely disdainful. Only a sword cultivator from the Huan country can be so petty. He actually got angry over such a small matter. In fact, when you think about it, his name has been ridiculed by many people since he was young. Last time, fellow Daoist Hua had a fight with him. How can he avoid it this time? Fellow Daoist Quan Tian. Bai Kongzi glanced at Sun Yunzi's somewhat green face and said lightly, in that case, why didn't you give any good suggestions that day? Huh? Fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi. Weren't you there that day? Quan Tian was stunned. I seem to have made no less than 3 suggestions that day, right? I remember. Fellow Daoist Bai Kongzi quarreled with me. In the end, you didn't seem to accept my suggestions. I think that if you had used my strategy, the victory would have been more fruitful than now. Fine, fine. Bai Kongzi said contemptuously, fellow Daoist Quan Tian's 2 tricks are really low level. They were seen through by the sword cultivator at a glance. Damn it, my tricks are low level, but your family's provocation is even worse. Quan Tian shouted, just calling someone's name a few times. Is it high level? Quan Tian. Sun Yunzi frowned and said, watch your words. Yes. Senior brother Sun Yunzi. Quan Tian immediately became obedient and hurriedly said respectfully, I just feel that the sword cultivator's obvious defeat under such a clumsy provocation is really strange. Therefore, I have no choice but to take the risk of making senior brother unhappy by saying it. Clumsy. Obvious. Strange. Every word was incompatible with the victory that Sun Yunzi and the others had said just now. Sun Yunzi was helpless. He waved his hand and squeezed out a smile, saying, say it. We're all brainstorming for the victory of the Tao sect. There's no harm in saying it. I always felt that the sword cultivator had other motives for retreating from the Duckweed Mountain so easily. Quan Tian said with a very serious face, moreover, when I saw that Wang Liushi got angry after hearing fellow Daoist Wapikong ridiculing his name, he couldn't help but fall into the trap and join forces with Zhang Sanpin and Jiaojia to fight the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Who doesn't know that the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain are used to working together? Now that they've obtained an opportunity, they're about to step into the middle nascent soul stage. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if there's another first-grade sword transformation stage cultivator, they may not be a match for the 3 elders. How could they be so brainless as to join forces? Quan Tian, Bai Kongzi sneered, so you're saying that the Jin Dan disciples, Foundation Establishment disciples, and even Qi refining disciples of my sect fought in vain? So many sword-nurturing, bright sword, and illusory sword disciples died in vain. If these disciples didn't fight to the death and they saw that the situation was irreversible, would they have proposed a bet? If it was as you said, do you think it would have such an effect? Could they have achieved such a result? I'm just raising an objection. Things that didn't happen, who knows? Everything is possible. Quan Tian shrugged his shoulders. Moreover, I feel that there's something fishy about their retreat. This might even be a diversion tactic that sword cultivators often use. Good, good, good. Bai Kongzi sneered, you're talking about diversion, right? Then which direction do you think the sword cultivators attacked? And which direction did the sword cultivators attack? Bai Kongzi. Quan Tian's face also turned cold. I'm just guessing. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not a roundworm in the stomach of the sword cultivators. How can I know what they're thinking? If I knew, why would I still need your Jindan disciple? You obviously saw that my Su Yen school's new military exploits overshadowed your Imperial Thunder sect's limelight, so you were jealous. That's why you tried your best to erase the contributions of my Su Yen school and the other sects, and wanted to expand the contributions of your Imperial Thunder sect. Bai Kongzi was obviously a little anxious. But before Bai Kongzi could finish speaking, Reverend Miyu, who was next to Quan Tian, coldly interrupted him. Bai Kongzi, you can eat pills indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense about this. My Imperial Thunder sect fought for 10 years in the Great War of Tao and Sword, and the military exploits we achieved were piled up with blood and flesh. No one can erase this. Although my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples achieved the most military exploits, and Junior Marshal Brother Wu Ming saved more than 100,000 of my Tao sect's disciples, when did my Imperial Thunder sect ever mention this? The blood spilled by the various sects is not much less than that of my Imperial Thunder sect. When my Imperial Thunder sect mentions military exploits, it only talks about the other sects, and never flaunts itself. On the contrary, fellow Taoist Bai Kongzi seems to have mentioned this several times, right? Are you not satisfied with the fact that my Junior Marshal Brother Wu Ming saved more than 100,000 disciples? That's right, the Imperial Thunder sect's brilliance in the Great War of Tao and Sword of Tao in the Jindan stage was really dazzling, and the military exploits they achieved were beyond the reach of the other sections. Although Quan Tian never mentioned it, his words were always insinuating it, so how could the cultivators of the other sects not complain in their hearts? On the other hand, Su Yen school gradually emerged in the second stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Bai Kongzi vaguely wanted to compare himself with the Imperial Thunder sect, and occasionally mentioned it, but how could he mention it several times like Reverend Miyu? Miyu. Bai Kongzi was also angry. When did this old man always mention it? On the contrary, isn't there something wrong with your Imperial Thunder sect's contribution? This Wu Ming, where is he? You have to let this old man see him, right? Let this old man see who the number one hero of the Great War of Tao and Sword is, right? Chapter 28-30. Sun Yunzi saw that Bai Kongzi, who was originally reasonable, had lost his sense of propriety under the joint efforts of Spiritual Master Mi Yu and Spiritual Master Kuang Tian, and even spoke rudely. He wanted to cough a few times to remind him, but when he heard that Bai Kongzi's words were related to Nameless, he immediately stopped. Yes, John Doe of the thunder-controlling sect was really mysterious. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb, he appeared for a brief moment and then disappeared without a trace. Until now, the thunder-controlling sect still hid John Doe and did not let anyone know who he was. How could this make Sun Yunzi feel at ease? This is an internal affair of the Imperial Thunder sect. Fellow Taoist Bai Kongzi, you don't have to worry about it. Spiritual Master Miyu smiled proudly. You only need to know that it was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect who saved hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Tao sect and scared away the sword cultivators. Who knows if it was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect or not? I haven't even seen this Nameless until now. Bai Kongzi sneered, but he immediately regretted it after saying that. Sure enough, spiritual master Kuang Tian opened his mouth and laughed wildly, shaking the entire hall. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Bai Kongzi's words are really funny. Apart from the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, which other sect's disciple knows the Thunder Escape technique? If he was a disciple of the Su Yen faction, how could he wear the battle robe of the Imperial Thunder sect? What right does he have to give all the credit to my Imperial Thunder sect? Cough, cough. Sun Yunzi seized the opportunity to cough and reminded, Kuang Tian, we're talking about your plan. Why is it related to Nameless? Why is it related to the Battle of the Sword Catacomb? That's all in the past. Why are you still talking about it? Moreover, no one can erase the contributions of the Imperial Thunder sect. You can't always remember the past. Instead, you should look ahead and see what the sword cultivators are planning to do now, and then make new contributions to the Imperial Thunder sect. This. How could spiritual master Kuang Tian have a plan? But he was very thoughtful, so after a slight thought, he smiled and said, Senior brother Sun Yunzi is right. I have no reason to lower myself to the same level as others. I should listen to senior brother's teachings and give more advice to the cultivators of the Tao sect. He junior brother Kuang Tian. After talking for so long, what are your thoughts? You should say them now. Other than Reverend He Ping of the Utopia faction of the Lian Kingdom, who had been laughing without saying anything, Reverend Yunmengzi and Reverend Jingyu of the Changbai faction of the Meng Kingdom were also laughing. Huh, senior brother Jingru. Little brother really has some ideas. Seeing Taoist Jingru speak, Crazy Heaven smiled and said, however, this little brother's idea is still not mature. Senior brother Jingru, please speak first. Don't I boast that I only know some refining techniques, but I've always been lacking in strategizing. I won't embarrass myself. It's better to listen to the wise opinions of the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect and learn from them. Taoist Jing Su said faintly. Strange, why does Jing Ru have such a problem with my Imperial Thunder sect? Crazy Heaven was a little surprised. Although they are all cultivation sects of the Meng Kingdom, I've never heard of the Changbai faction and the Su Yen faction being close. However, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Crazy Heaven had to bite the bullet. Anyway, he usually talked nonsense, so he was not afraid to say more. I came to the Sky Patrol City. At this point, Crazy Heaven was delighted, as if he had thought of something. His speech became fluent and he said, I carefully checked the situation of the battle between the Golden Core and the Illusory Sword. Sure enough, hard work pays off. This old man saw a habit of the sword cultivators in the formation. Actually, I don't know if any of you have noticed, but when the sword cultivators killed Clear Cave, where were they? At the north of the Sky Patrol City. Reverend Jing Ru was slightly stunned and replied. Yes, but when my Tao sect disciples went to Clear Cave, where was the target of the sword cultivators? Crazy Heaven asked again. It seems, to be at Quanjin Mountain. Reverend Jing Ru was a little uncertain. No. It was at Chicken Crow Mountain. Crazy Heaven corrected him, it was under the circumstances where we disciples were not paying attention that they launched a surprise attack on Chicken Crow Mountain. Yes, Reverend Jing Ru actually did not understand what Crazy Heaven was talking about and could only nod blankly. But when my Tao sect disciples went to Chicken Crow Mountain, Reverend Jing Ru, do you know where the sword cultivators went? Quanjin Mountain. Reverend Jing Ru probed again. Reverend Jing Ru, this Quanjin Mountain is quite famous, but before that, the sword cultivators harassed a few cultivation sects in the country of Shi. Of course, they only harassed and did not attack. What they really attacked were the strongholds of my Tao sect disciples. Crazy Heaven laughed. Crazy Heaven, if you have something to say, just say it. Sun Yunzi was a little impatient and reminded him. Yes, senior brother Sun Yunzi. Crazy Heaven had always been respectful to Sun Yunzi. What I want to say is that the sword cultivators, who have never had any long-term strategies, suddenly grew up after this battle and actually tried to scheme against my Dao sect. However, this scheme is really short-sighted. It's just a diversion tactic. Tisk, without waiting for Crazy Heaven to finish speaking, Baikongzi sneered and said, Reverend Crazy Heaven seems to have said this more than once today. Who do you think doesn't know? Yes. I thought you didn't know, that's why I mentioned it again and again. Crazy Heaven said with a serious face, well. Senior brother Sun Yunzi said it, so I said it clearly. Reverend Jade Sky, please don't interrupt me. You. Baikongzi was speechless. Say it. Sun Yunzi really wanted to beat the two of them up. Let me tell you, senior brother Xuanyun. I've noticed that when sword cultivators really attack a place, they always like to make a feint. They first attack another place, then attack the real target. And this real target is actually not what they want to attack. It's a mixture of truth and falsehood, a mixture of truth and falsehood. They only reveal their ferocity at the last moment. Wasn't this large territory of the Lian country finally seized after many false and real attacks? Even the extremely powerful for direction sword formation of the sword tomb was only a feint in the end. Junior brother Wu Ming of the Imperial Thunder sect had no choice but to let Lu Ruochang and the others go. After all, killing them at that time wouldn't have helped at all. Then, what about now? What does it have to do with us taking back the floating duckweed mountain? Taoist Jing Si said with interest. At this moment, the disciple of the Su Yen school who went out to send the message returned. Behind him was an intermediate gold core stage disciple. Who else could it be other than Zhu Qinghe? When Zhu Qinghe entered the hall, he was about to bow and salute, but Sun Yunzi and the others were looking at Kuang Tian. He hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly to everyone and walked to Baikongzi's side. Baikongzi looked at him and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Kuang Tian. Zhu Qinghe didn't dare to be negligent. After saluting respectfully, he stood behind Baikongzi, raised his head, and quietly listened to Taoist Crazy Heaven. Taoist Crazy Heaven naturally saw Zhu Qinghe come in, but he was disdainful. When he heard Taoist Jing Si's question, he asked curiously, Senior brother Jing Si, I have been talking for so long. Don't you understand? I understand. Who doesn't know that it's a feint? Taoist Jing Si smiled faintly. This old man is not a 3-year-old child. How can I not understand? But the problem is, what kind of feint did the sword cultivator make in the floating duckweed mountain to do? Senior brother Jing Si, think about it. We are now in the Lian country. If the sword cultivator made a feint, he would definitely be in the Shi country, right? The Shi country is where our Dao sect's disciples are weaker. Wouldn't we fall into their trap? Taoist Crazy Heaven gave a rare explanation. Haven't you thought about it? Would the sword cultivator make a feint in the Lian country and directly kill his way to the Sky Patrol City? What if he chased Taoist Master Shui Yu away from the Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City. Taoist Jing Si was stunned. You said the sword cultivator wants to attack the Sky Patrol City. You're not joking, are you? Yes. This is the plan I have been thinking about for a long time. Taoist Crazy Heaven raised his eyebrows and said seriously, the sword cultivator made such a big move in the Lian country. Isn't it to hide their intentions? Aren't they going to attack the Sky Patrol City? It's such a simple and obvious thing. Senior brother Jing Si, how can you not see it? In my opinion, senior brother should read more records of the war and experience the art of war. Ha ha ha, Taoist Jing Si laughed and pointed his finger. Crazy Heaven, this old man just wanted to see what you were going to say. I wanted to see how you were going to spout nonsense. But this old man really didn't expect that you would drag the Sky Patrol City into this. You didn't think about it. The Sky Patrol City is one of the top 10 cities in the Shi country. Over the years, there have been countless Dao sword wars. When has the sword cultivator ever plotted against the Sky Patrol City? So many sword cultivators in the past didn't dare to do it. Do the sword cultivators of today dare to do it? Do you think the sword cultivators of today are all muddle-headed and want to touch the walls of the Sky Patrol City? That's strange. Daoist Crazy Heaven sneered. Senior brother Jing Si, I've analyzed the situation of the war with the other senior brothers. You're saying that I'm wrong based on the fact that I didn't do it before. This doesn't seem appropriate. I just feel that the Sky Patrol City is very dangerous. It's because sword cultivators have always liked to use the diversion tactic. Tell me, what's your reason? What's your reason for saying that the Sky Patrol City is not dangerous? This old man has already said it. This old man only knows how to refine weapons and strategize. I'm not good at war. It's better for Marshal Nephew Zhu and the others to worry about such things. Daoist Jing Si pursed his lips and did not argue with Daoist Crazy Heaven. He turned to Zhu Qinghe and said, Marshal Nephew Zhu, come and explain it to your martial uncle Crazy Heaven in detail. Zhu Qinghe bowed slightly and looked at Sun Yunzi and the others. He only smiled and did not speak. Chapter 28-31. Sun Yunzi was very satisfied with Zhu Qinghe's respect. He nodded and said, Nephew Zhu, you're our think tank. Since the beginning of the war, you've been giving advice. Tell me, is your martial uncle Quangtian right? Zhu Qinghe took a step forward, bowed and said, Martial uncles and martial uncles, Martial Uncle Quangtian's worries are indeed reasonable. Moreover, we have already carefully analyzed and discussed this matter when we were at the battlefield. Ha ha ha, how is it? I've already said that I didn't waste my efforts to analyze the war situation for several days. Quangtian was overjoyed and shouted unceremoniously, I'm much better than those people who sit in their positions without doing any work. Quangtian's sitting in their positions without doing any work offended many people. Not only by Kongzi, who had some conflict with him before, but even immortal Jing Si and the others were a little unhappy. Unfortunately, Quangtian was looking at the sky and didn't look at them at all. His face was full of pride, and he didn't seem to care at all. It's just that. Zhu Qinghe changed the topic and said with a smile, after thinking about it, although we can't rule out the possibility of an attack on the Sky Patrol City, it's not realistic to say that the Sky Patrol City is the purpose of this war. Oh. Why? Immortal Quangtian raised his eyebrows and asked impatiently. Looking at Sun Yunzi and the others, they smiled. The people Zhu Qinghe mentioned were 4 gold core stage cultivators. In addition to Zhu Qinghe himself, there was Pan Dongmin, a middle stage gold core stage cultivator from the Blue Li sect of the Shi country, Gu Yun, a late-stage gold core stage cultivator from the Kunlun sect of the Lian country, and another gold core stage disciple from the Nanming sect of the Lian country. However, this disciple was only at the early stage of the gold core stage, and her name was Jiang Fian. Although these 4 people came from the 3 countries of cultivation and were from different sects, they had the same experience. They either participated in the last Taoist sword war, or participated in the Taoist demon war, or were good at planning in their sections. These 4 people were the think tanks of the Taoist sect cultivators in the Sword Tao War. All the initial plans in the Taoist sword war were discussed by these 4 people, and then they were sent to the nascent soul stage master for discussion in the conference hall. The conference hall would issue instructions. Since Zhu Qinghe mentioned the matter about the Sky Patrol City and the 4 people had had a discussion, Sun Yunzi naturally knew that they had a plan, and was pleased. Martial Uncle Quangtian and uncles, Zhu Qinghe was still very respectful. Before I came to the Sky Patrol City, I also read all the wars reports, and I also found the sword cultivators often misused the diversion tactic S's, when I learned that the sword often misused the diversion tactic often used a diversion tactics as, when I heard s, the, when, I, me, you, I, s, I. If it was before the disappearance of the sword tomb, I would agree with Uncle Master Quangtian's worries. The Sky Patrol City is really important. Once a sword cultivator occupies a Sky Patrol City, they control the entire situation from the Sky Patrol City to the sword tomb. The Sky Patrol City is like a sharp sword that pierces into the territory of our Dao sect cultivators. But now, the sword tomb's disappearance. Compared to before, the Huan countries, through the sword tombs, the Shi countries. Instead of attacking the Sky Patrol City, the sword cultivators might as well occupy the Lian country's territory. The Lian countries is bigger than the Sky Patrol cities, right? Oh. Immortal Quangtian raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, if the sword tombs hadn't disappeared, the Sky Patrol cities would have been the sword cultivators' place. Even a wise man can make mistakes, and I've neglected that the sword tombs matter. Bai Kongzi sneered and looked at Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe was not surprised. He smiled faintly and said, Martial Uncle Quangtian is right. Maybe the sword cultivators originally wanted to occupy the Sky Patrol City, but their plan could not keep up with the changes. The sword tombs disappeared, so they had no choice but to change their target again. Ha ha ha. That's right. These bastard sword cultivators are very cunning now. Immortal Quangtian laughed. However, before Immortal Quangtian could finish laughing, Zhu Qinghe changed the topic and said, however, this is just a possibility. I've inferred from several aspects that the Sky Patrol cities can't be the sword cultivators' target. Is that so? Immortal Quangtian's face instantly turned cold. He looked at Bai Kongzi, who was beside him, and said faintly, tell me, why can't the Sky Patrol cities target? Firstly, the Sky Patrol cities is one of the top 10 cities in the Shi country. The Sky Patrol City's city lord has been in charge of the Sky Patrol City for hundreds of thousands of years. Its foundation is not inferior to any cultivation sects. After so many years of repair and reinforcement, the Snow and Ice Waves Great Formation's Ice Waves Formation not only did not fail due to the loss of the formation, but it's even stronger. Therefore, although Immortal Shueyu's cultivation is only at the early nascent soul stage, he relies on the Sky Patrol City's strength is comparable to the middle nascent soul stage. Any transformation swordsman, even a third-grade transformation swordsman, can't gain any advantage when attacking the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, those transformation swordsmen are in danger of dying. Would a sword cultivator take the risk to attack such a dangerous place that doesn't have much strategic value? Secondly, without waiting for Immortal Quangtian to speak, Zhu Qinghe continued, I'm afraid Immortal Quangtian has forgotten about the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol City. As long as there's a teleportation formation, Immortal Shueyu and the disciples of the Sky Patrol City can freely enter and exit the Sky Patrol City and surprise the sword cultivators around the Sky Patrol City. Or, they can send the Sky Patrol City's battle report to the nascent soul stage masters at any time. Do you think that the Sky Patrol City can be easily defeated? Is there a third point? Sun Yunzi said with a smile, the teleportation formation is nothing, but the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol City and Immortal Shueyu are very difficult to deal with. I think it's very troublesome, let alone transformation swordsman. The third point. Zhu Qinghe said with some embarrassment, compared to the teleportation formation, it's not worth mentioning. Say it, I'm listening. Immortal Quangtian said coldly. Yes, Zhu Qinghe pondered for a while and said with a smile, actually, I think that if the sword cultivators really set their target on the Sky Patrol City, they should have besieged the city at the beginning of the battle. They didn't have to wait until now. At that time, it was still a battle between the Golden Core disciples and the Illusory Sword disciples. Hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators surrounded the Sky Patrol city so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Immortal Shuiyu might not be able to make a move. If he were to make a move, Transformation Swordsman would naturally make a move. Why go through so much trouble? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Sun Yunzi clapped his hands and said, Nephew Zhu is right. I'm suddenly enlightened. No wonder the sword cultivators framed Nephew Zhu back then, but your Azure Sky sect master defended it. He said that it must be the sword cultivators' plan to sow discord. If our Dao sect really did something to Nephew Zhu back then, how could there be such a far-sighted person to assist us nascent soul stage cultivators today? It's all Immortal Quangtian's praise, I don't dare to accept it. I've spent a lot of my mind on this, and I'm really not good at cultivation. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. Ha ha ha, cultivation is nothing. You're a middle golden core stage cultivator, and you're comparable to several nascent soul stage cultivators. After this battle, the four of you will all have battle merits. Not only will your respective sects reward you, the entire Dao sect will also give you some benefits for your cultivation. However, it's just pregnancy, so it's nothing. Sun Yunzi laughed loudly. Thank you, Immortal Quangtian. I'll definitely come up with a plan for our Dao sect and exhaust my mind. I'll learn from Immortal Quangtian and other seniors. Zhu Qinghe bowed to express his gratitude. Immortal Quangtian pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but Zhu Qinghe's analysis was really comprehensive. All the assumptions were reasonable, and it was indeed the result of Zhu Qinghe and the others' long discussion. It was almost impeccable. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the hall again, and the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Then, at the entrance of the hall, another heavenly maniac appeared. However, everyone just raised their heads slightly, glanced at him, and ignored him. This heavenly maniac was naturally Qian Diheng of the Imperial Thunder sect. Not only did Qian Diheng look similar to heavenly maniac, but his behavior was also extremely similar. At this time, in the skyscraping hall, there were only nascent soul stage cultivators, and only Zhu Qinghe was a golden core stage cultivator. Moreover, this golden core stage cultivator was sent in by Kongzi. However, Qian Diheng was now only a middle foundation establishment stage disciple, but he swaggered in and out of the skyscraping hall as if he was not restricted at all. Moreover, looking at the several late foundation establishment stage disciples guarding the entrance, they actually nodded slightly when they saw Qian Diheng, which was rare, and did not stop him. They seemed to be very familiar with Qian Diheng. After Qian Diheng entered the skyscraping hall, he immediately restrained himself like Zhu Qinghe. He walked quickly to Sun Yunzi and the others, bowed and said, Junior Qian Diheng greets the ancestors. Well, get up. Sun Yunzi's eyes flashed with a trace of impatience as he said lightly. Heavenly Maniac said with a smile, you have worked hard in the fierce battle just now. Why don't you take a rest later? You are only a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. Although you have the spirit of sacrificing yourself for our Dao sect, your body is also important. Tisk, Kongzi was naturally not as arrogant as Heavenly Maniac, but he still snorted coldly. Yes, Qian Diheng had not spoken yet, but Heavenly Maniac had already praised him so much, as if the whole Dao sect had to take Qian Diheng as a role model. However, Qian Diheng was only a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. How much strength could he have? How much strength could he contribute to the Dao sect? I will let you know, ancestor. Qian Diheng said with a smile, Boy's cultivation is not high, but Boy has the world in his heart. He will definitely do his best to defeat the sword cultivators of our Dao sect and drive those trashy sword cultivators out of the Lian country. Good. Heavenly Maniac clapped his hands and said, our Dao sect's cultivators are all as heroic as you. Why should we worry about not accomplishing great things? Chapter 28-32. Sun Yunzi felt a headache coming on. He missed the time when he was with Qian Lazy. He really couldn't figure out when the thunder-controlling sect, which had always considered itself a big sect, had so many thick-skinned disciples. However, this boy came here today because he has extremely important news to report to Ancestor. Qian Diheng changed the topic and said proudly, "This news is extremely important to our sect. It can be said that, it has an immeasurable effect on the war situation." Ah! Is that so? Master Guangzi was overjoyed. His face, which had just been slapped, was now glowing. He hurriedly shouted, say it, haha, Ancestor, Ancestor." Qian Diheng said with a smile, "Sword cultivators have worked so hard to attack the territory of the country of Shi and the country of Lian. They even controlled several cultivation sects and families in the country of Lian and occupied many territories of our sect. But, Ancestor, do you know the true purpose of sword cultivators? Also, why are they in such a hurry to start this war of swords?" Hearing this, Zhu Qinghe was slightly stunned and turned to look at Bai Kongzi. Bai Kongzi's face was also somewhat unsightly. Instead, Immortal Jingru looked at Sun Yunzi and the others and said with a smile, "Qian Diheng, you seem to have said it too late. If you had come earlier, you would have known that after our discussion, we have confirmed it. The purpose of Sword Cultivators' war this time, is Sentry City." Ah! Qian Diheng was stunned and stammered, "You? How did you know?" "Ha ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Sun Yunzi, Bai Kongzi and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Immortal He Ping, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although Zhu Qinghe didn't laugh, it was obvious that he couldn't help laughing. Immortal Guangtian didn't laugh, but coldly glanced at the crowd. Immortal Mi Yu's face was a little red, and she stared hard at Qian Diheng. "Of course we know." Immortal Jingru added fuel to the fire, "Sword cultivators are obviously creating a diversion. Which cultivator doesn't know? You. You also received Xiaohua's." "Oh, no, it's the first task force of the conference hall's message." Qian Diheng was stunned at first, but when he looked at Immortal He Ping, he immediately realized it. What? Xiaohua? The first special task force of the meeting hall. When Crazy Heaven heard this, his eyes flashed with joy, and he hurriedly asked, quickly take out the message." "Old Ancestor, don't you already have one?" Qian Diheng asked in a daze. "Humph, don't listen to their nonsense." Crazy Heaven said coldly, "Only Xiaohua of my Imperial Thunder sect can deliver such important news." Then, he glanced at Jinren He Ping and added, "Only the first task force in the conference hall can send it here." Immortal He Ping's face lit up, and his eyes fell on Qian Diheng. As for Daoist Calm Consideration and Zhu Qinghe, the joy in their eyes was even stronger than the others. Yes, although Qian Diheng was somewhat confused, he still hurriedly took out the message talisman that Xiaohua asked Jiu Xia to send over and respectfully handed it over to Daoist Guangtian. Crazy Heaven took the message talisman, but he didn't check it. Instead, he turned around and handed it to Reverend Miyu, saying, "Senior brother, this is a message from my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who risked his life to send. Please make a decision." Reverend Miyu nodded slightly, took the message talisman, and checked it with her divine sense. Her face lit up with joy, and she handed the message talisman to Sun Yunzi, saying with a smile, "Senior brother Sun Yunzi, this is a message from my Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua. It's the most secretive news of this sword battle. Of course, although Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, he's also a member of the first special task force of the meeting hall. His message is naturally a message from the first special task force." Hearing this, Reverend He Ping nodded slightly and asked, "Where did Zongbao and the others go? I heard from Hanyu that they seem to want to make a new contribution, so they went to the Sword Tomb." "Alright, Senior Brother He Ping, you know." Reverend Miyu smiled, although the message talisman didn't mention Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and the others, since Xiao Hua went to Mount Meng and discovered the secret of sword cultivators, then Li Zongbao and the others must be there. What? Mount Meng? Reverend Jingyu was stunned, and even Zhu Qinghe was a little dumbfounded. However, it was only for a moment, and Zhu Qinghe's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Sun Yunzi took the message talisman and looked at it. His face revealed a look of astonishment, but then he was a little puzzled. He looked at everyone and said, "Martial nephew Zhu, take a look first. As for the other junior brothers, listen to Qian Diheng's report." Yes, this disciple understands. Zhu Qinghe looked at the message talisman flying toward him and reached out to catch it. However, he was not in a hurry to read it. Instead, he looked at the message talisman over and over again, frowning and pondering for a moment. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into it. Just as Zhu Qinghe was reading it, Qian Diheng respectfully told him everything that Xiao Hua knew. In the end, he said, "Honorable Masters, Xiao Hua is only a disciple around the middle stage of foundation establishment. His cultivation base is even lower than mine, but he was willing to take a great risk and break through the sword tomb. He even crossed the Huan country and went deep into the mysterious Mount Meng to find out such hidden information. This kind of contribution, even my honorable master Wu Ming of the Imperial Thunder sect can't compare. This disciple is not talented, but I must ask for a reward for junior brother Xiao." That's right. Xiao Hua's talent can be seen by heaven and earth. Xiao Hua's heart shines like the sun and moon. My Imperial Thunder sect's Xiao Hua, a foundation establishment disciple, is comparable to a dozen nascent soul cultivators. Kuang Tian was also overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "This old man admits that, not to mention the past, even now, I don't have this kind of courage and this kind of wit." Hearing this, Reverend Miyu smiled. Xiao Hua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if Kuang Tian said that he was not as good as Xiao Hua, he wouldn't care. However, Kuang Tian directly used Sun Yunzi's words and said that dozens of nascent soul cultivators were not as good as Xiao Hua. Sun Yunzi, Reverend He Ping, and the others were naturally included in the list. Reverend He Ping was considered cultured, but Sun Yunzi was already unhappy. Kuang Tian. Sun Yunzi said lightly, although the first task force led by Li Zongbao is praiseworthy, not only did they kill sword cultivator Qin Jian in the first stage of the battle, but they also saved the disciples of other sects many times. However, in the second stage of the battle, we didn't agree to let them go deep into the Huan country. They are just foundation establishment disciples. How could they have the strength to enter and exit the sword tomb? To put it nicely, they are lone heroes. To put it bluntly, they are people who like to achieve great things. Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi. Reverend He Ping said lightly, although the disciples don't have the strength, it is already very good that they have such a heroic heart. He, junior brother He Ping. Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "I don't mean to blame them. I just think they're too arrogant. Alas, forget it. I won't say anything more. Let's listen to junior nephew Zhu's opinion first." At this time, Zhu Qinghe had already read Xiao Hua's messaging charm. He bowed and handed it to Kuang Tian. He stood there with a smile, quietly listening to Sun Yunzi and the others. Seeing that Sun Yunzi asked him, he bowed and said, "I have already read the messaging charm. Martial uncles and martial uncles already know what is inside. I just want to ask martial nephew Qian a few questions." "Of course. Ask quickly." Reverend Kuang Tian's divine sense entered the messaging charm and carefully checked it, but he said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Zhu, please ask." Qian Diheng bowed and replied, "This messaging charm. How did you receive it? Which sect's disciple sent it? Or did you directly fly in from outside Cuihua mountain range?" Zhu Qinghe asked. "Naturally." Qian Diheng said curiously, but before he could finish, his face changed greatly. Yes, when he received the messaging charm and saw that it was from Xiao Hua, he was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, when he looked at the news inside, he was even more shocked. He didn't think carefully and hurriedly ran to report it. Now that Zhu Qinghe asked, he understood. If Xiao Hua came back by himself, then he must have come back by himself. Why would he send a messaging charm? But if Xiao Hua didn't come back by himself, then who sent it? If it was a Dao sect disciple, how did they come back from Huan country? Why didn't they meet Qian Diheng? One had to know that the message in the message talisman was too important. But since it wasn't him, then, who sent it? Qian Diheng regretted his recklessness. If he could wait half a day and wait for Reverend Kuang Tian and Reverend Miyu to return, wouldn't it be better for him to report alone? However, the expression on Qian Diheng's face changed slightly and he immediately said with a smile, naturally, it was a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect who sent it. Then, Qian Diheng looked at Reverend Kuang Tian and said, Old ancestor, that disciple called Quan Jin received a messaging charm from another disciple near the sword tomb and didn't dare to neglect it. He hurriedly sent it to the front. Oh yes, this Quan Jin is very useful. Reverend Kuang Tian nodded slightly. If he is still in Suihua mountain range, this old man will reward him heavily in a while. Quan Jin has already returned to the sword tomb. There are still many reports to be analyzed and transmitted, how can he stay here for long? Qian Diheng replied without leaving a trace. Yes. The Imperial Thunder sect's transmission is so good, this Zhu really admires it. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, then said to Sun Yunzi, since this messaging charm didn't fly in from outside, but was sent by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect through his own channels, then this messaging charm should belong to martial nephew Xiao Hua without a doubt. This messaging charm originally belonged to Xiao Hua. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes at Zhu Qinghe, as if he didn't treat him as a golden core martial uncle. Since we can rule out this messaging charm from a sword cultivator, I would like to ask martial nephew Qian, is there only Xiao Hua's messaging charm? Why is there no messaging charm for Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, or Kai Hongxia? If your Imperial Thunder sect's communication channels are so good, shouldn't their messaging charms also be sent? Chapter 28-33. They naturally have their own channels. Why use my Imperial Thunder sects? Qian Diheng didn't back down and replied. Uncle Master He Ping, can the Utopia faction send the message talisman from millions of Meng mountains? Zhu Qinghe turned and asked Reverend He Ping. The immortal He Ping shook his head slightly. The Utopia faction is not as far-sighted as the Imperial Thunder faction. We don't have such a plan. Well, since the Utopia faction doesn't have it, then Li Zonbao's message charm should be sent here with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction, right? Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, even if martial nephew Li Zonbao doesn't want to write a messaging talisman, shouldn't martial nephew Li Zonbao's messaging talisman have left a message? They should have even mentioned martial nephew Li Zonbao, right? But why did Li Zonbao, Xiao Mao, and Kai Hongxia not mention a single word in this message talisman? How would I know? Qian Diheng said unhappily, I didn't write this messaging talisman. Then martial nephew Qian, I'll ask you another question. Zhu Qinghe didn't force him and asked again, do you think that Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, Kai Hongxia and Xiao Hua, these four foundation establishment disciples, can easily break through the sword cultivator's blockade? Would they be able to safely pass through the encirclement of the Huan Kingdom's swordsmen? Would they be able to avoid the battle between the soul cultivators and the sword cultivators? To be able to easily explain the situation of the battle between the soul cultivators and the sword cultivators, and to find out the source of the battle? Putting aside everything else, do you think Xiao Hua and the others can understand the uncivilized language of millions of Meng mountains? This. Qian Diheng stuttered, how would I know? Left and right, Xiaohua and the others have already rushed past the Sword Catacomb, passed through the Huan Kingdom, and arrived at Mount Meng. Martial nephew Qian, how could you not know? Your sect's disciple was able to send the messaging talisman all the way from Huan State to the Sword Tomb, and then through the Sword Tomb to the Chuehua mountain range. How could you not know how Xiaohua got there? That's right, when Xiaohua and the others went, I hadn't come yet. How do I know how they passed through the Sword Tomb with my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? Qian Diheng's words were somewhat unreasonable. Martial nephew Qian, if this message talisman was sent by your sect's martial uncle Wu, then it would be quite valuable. Zhu Qinghe shook his head slightly and said earnestly, but it just so happened that it was sent by a middle-stage Foundation establishment disciple. This message talisman has no value at all. If you really want to give it a price, then, it's beneficial to the sword cultivators. It's the sword cultivators' plan to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, their plan to lure the enemy. As a matter of fact, even without Zhu Qinghe saying the last sentence, Sun Yunzi and the others had already come to a conclusion. Putting aside the fact that Xiaohua, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple, was unlikely to be able to pass through the Sword Tomb and find out the secret that even nascent soul cultivators could not find out, Qian Diheng could not explain how the communication talisman was sent back from the millions of Meng mountains, and none of them could believe it. How is this possible? Qian Diheng retorted, if it was a sword cultivator's scheme, how could it have so many flaws? They can do as they please. What flaw? Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, I never said there was a flaw. I'm only saying that if it has any value, then it's a sword cultivator's trick. Oh. Or, do you also think that, this communication talisman is a sword cultivator's trap? Although Qian Diheng was arrogant and witty, he was still speechless in front of people like Zhu Qinghe. He opened his mouth, but there was no way he could refute. Of course, if you can answer my questions just now, I'd rather believe that this communication talisman was sent by the real Xiaohua. This is Xiaohua's communication talisman. Quan Tianren sneered. Actually. Zhu Qinghe pondered for a while, then said calmly, I know that all the martial uncles and martial uncles are still a little skeptical about this matter. And you all value Xiaohua's communication talisman very much. How about this, I won't hide it anymore, and I'll reveal it to all the seniors. Even if this message talisman is real, this message is useless. Everything has already been taken into consideration when the juniors were discussing. In other words, I really hope that this news is true, and that the sword cultivator's target is Sky Patrol City, and not anywhere else. Oh. You've said it all. Just now, I said that Sky Patrol City is the sword cultivator's target, and you said that it's absolutely not. Now that Xiaohua's communication talisman is here, you're saying that this is all within your calculations. Quan Tianren exclaimed exaggeratedly. It's like this, Martial Uncle Quan Tianren. Zhu Qinghe said faintly, when we withdrew from Sky Patrol City, we went to the city governor's mansion to see Martial Uncle Xueyu, and explained the matter clearly to him. If the sword cultivators attacked Sky Patrol City, he would immediately use the transmission formation and send a disciple of the late-stage Gold Core realm to send a message. He just needs to hold on for a while, and the disciples of our True Path sect will come back to help. A while? Quan Tianren sneered, can you return to Sky Patrol City in a while? Martial Uncle Quan Tianren, this is just 1,000 miles away from Sky Patrol City, there are a few martial uncles. Zhu Qinghe smiled and stopped talking. Good. When Sun Yunzi heard this, his face lit up and he almost stood up. He clapped his hands and said, I see, no wonder there are a few Taoists who have been missing for a long time. It turns out that they are here. What if the transmission formation is also destroyed by the sword cultivators? Quan Tianren seemed to be unwilling to give up and was determined to get to the bottom of this. Zhu Qinghe had obviously thought about it and said with a smile, there are two types of transmission formations in Sky Patrol City. One is fixed and the other is not fixed. If the sword cultivators want to besiege the city, they must be very close to it. Although the transmission formation with a fixed location can only transport a few people, the distance is long and the sword cultivators can't detect it. Quang Tianren, look. Marshal Nephew Zhu and the others have thought it through. Even if this communication talisman is real, the sword cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. The news from Sky Patrol City has spread, and a few of our True Path Sect's nascent soul realm cultivators have entered Sky Patrol City to assist Marshal Uncle Shuiyu. Or they can attack from the inside and outside with Marshal Uncle Shuiyu, and we can surround them. This war will be over. Sun Yunzi said with a smile. That's right, junior brother Quang Tianren. Zhenren Jingru echoed, even if the sword cultivators capture Sky Patrol City. Our True Path Sect's nascent soul realm cultivators gather outside Sky Patrol City, won't they be surrounded? Won't that be like catching a turtle in a jar? Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. Bai Kongzi said with a bright smile. Zhenren Quang Tianren looked embarrassed. When it came to troop deployment, he was not as good as Zhu Qinghe and the others. However, he still did not forget to say, no matter what, this is a message from the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, there are also disciples of Utopia Faction, Xuanyan School and Huanhua Sect. We can't ignore their contributions. That's right, Zhu Qinghe nodded and cupped his hands at Sun Yunzi. Uncle Sun Yunzi, Xiao Hua and the others have made great contributions. This has already been recorded in the merit book. Moreover, this message talisman has alerted me. If what Xiao Hua said is true and the soul cultivators and sword cultivators are fighting, where did the swordsmen of Huan country get their appetite from? Is there a great change in their Huan country? Uncle Sun Yunzi, please send some capable disciples to Huan country and even Million Mountains to take a look. Sun Yunzi was a little impatient when he heard that Xiao Hua and the others had to record their contributions. However, when he heard that they still had to send disciples to Huan country and Million Mountains, Sun Yunzi frowned even more and said, now that the sword tomb is open, it's extremely difficult for us True Path Sect disciples to pass through. Ordinary disciples will only be courting death. Moreover, it's even more difficult to cross Huan country. Even if we found out that the soul cultivators and sword cultivators are fighting, then, wouldn't we know it now? But Junior still wants to know the reason. This is very important for this battle. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, if there's really a great change in Huan country, our 3 cultivation kingdoms won't need to force them too much. The sword cultivators will retreat without fighting. All right. Sun Yunzi nodded. We'll do as nephew says. At this point, Zhu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and looked at Quantian Daoist. Uncle Quantian. Speaking of battle achievements, this junior has something to ask you. Speak. Quantian Daoist answered casually. Yes, Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, I presume that Uncle Quantian and Uncle Mi you don't have any objections that this jade slip was sent by your noble sex Xiao Hua, right? Of course. Quantian Daoist nodded without hesitation. Good. Since it's news from your noble sex disciple, then this news has to be of some value. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, when we were discussing that day, we felt that, well, Uncle Quantian seemed to have mentioned it just now, it's not safe enough to ambush a few Uncle Masters outside the city. Junior actually wanted to quietly ambush a few nascent soul masters inside the city. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable teacher. Now that Xiao Hua from your sect has sent the message, and your sect fully believes in this matter, then, can I invite the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to go to the Sky Patrol City and resist the siege of the sword cultivators with the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? When Quantian Daoist heard this, his expression changed greatly and he unconsciously looked at Miyu. Oh, Marshal Uncle Miyu, this is a great contribution. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. If the sword cultivators really want to attack the Sky Patrol City, then the Sky Patrol City will be a bait to lure the sword cultivators there. The masters will resist the attack of the sword cultivators there and cooperate with the masters to defeat the sword cultivators outside the Sky Patrol City. This is a story that will last for eternity. But if the sword cultivators really want to attack the Sky Patrol City, then they must have full confidence. We're just a few nascent soul cultivators. Quantian Daoist said coldly. Uncle Quantian, if you don't go, won't Senior Shuiyu be even lonelier? Since Senior thinks that the sword cultivators want to attack the Sky Patrol City, then all the more reason to fight with the sword cultivators in the Sky Patrol City. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, of course, if Uncle Master thinks that this news is not from Xiaohua, but a trick of the sword cultivators, then going to the Sky Patrol City would be a waste of time, then just pretend that I never said this. Zhu Qinghe's words were really harsh and immediately pushed Quantian Daoist into a dilemma. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.